rest of the body. I hear these very influential people in the world are putting tape over their webcams. Well, I'm not that influential, so I just point mine at the ceiling. Hey, Hideo. Hang on a sec. Ooh, had to sneeze. Okay, so Monday. I'm going to be working on more UI stuff. And really what I'm doing at first, so Adam is performing the usual Monday morning administrative tasks, like cleaning up his to-do list, updating the roadmap, etc. Yeah, I'm doing well so far, Hideo. How about you? At my weekend, let's see. What happened? Saturday I went running, got brunch, and then played Super Metroid with my friend. He's almost done with it. I am waiting for him to finish so that I can show him Undertale. And then yesterday I think I mostly relaxed. So yeah, it was a good weekend. Hey Echo, hey Antimatter Tape. Finally turned off your air conditioning. It's about time. I turned that off like 2 months ago. And put on pants. Alright, so update today. So then the other thing is, I think where we left off with putting Botland online was, well, it's not in the best state. Let me put it that way. It was shorts and t-shirt weather until then. Well, better than t-shirt and nothing on bottom weather. Because I was going to say, you went and bought bananas, which means you probably had to go into public to do that. Did you play football, Hideo? Or as we Americans call it, soccer? Now you have a ringing in your ears. From what? Uh-oh. Also, this stuff's taking forever. This typically happens the first time I start everything up. There we go. And there we go. That counts as a bunch of failures, actually. Let's go restart that. Hey, dig it. Well, yeah, antimatter tape. It actually could be. Also, what's this? Performance improvements for GitGutter. Diff pop-up. Add a mode to toggle the highlight mode of the diff pop-up between syntax highlighting and differences highlighting. I see. That's actually pretty interesting. I wonder how that looks, though. Yeah, soccer. But no, this weekend was constant nonstop raining. Yeah, when I go running, we just had to deal with whatever weather we have, but I typically have a jacket and my peripheral vision doesn't matter too much. Hey, Hitch Slap. Yeah, I had a good weekend. And hey, Tomkiss. Oh, thanks, Oren. Oh, I forgot to... Orange Ray, do you mind if I respond to your email on stream? Like, not show the email, but basically show the content of the email. And then that way we can kind of get everybody's opinion on this. Well, I mean, I'm going to be sharing my opinion, I think, regardless. So it's either public or it's via email. Okay, cool. Yeah, let me bring this up. Okay, so I'm copy pasting everything that is not personally identifiable in this email. As you can tell, Orange Ray likes to triple space his sentences. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say something like that. To display the pop-up, you just have to hover a diff symbol in the gutter. Oh, really? Then I have to save the file, right? And then there should be something in the gutter here. Hello, Git Gutter. Hello. Git Gutter. Alright, well, we'll have to look into this later. Because that didn't seem to do anything. Anyway, okay, so here's Orange Ray's email to me. I don't know if you looked into ads for your game, but I'll sit there and watch ads for free to play games I play all day before actually putting money into them. I generally only spend money if there's something unique that I can't get by just waiting or playing more, like extra max energy, faster research, some sort of VIP bonus, etc. The other thing is right now, bot parts are purely for vanity. You might be able to monetize those parts by giving each item traits, for example, stat traits, and maybe have a set bonus for getting all three. Then you could add some sort of leveling or merging of them along with the ability to scrap them for parts and maybe use those parts to level other pieces. This will give users a reason to try to collect different parts. Also, having these parts giving different stats, it might help diversify non-PvP modes so you can have some sort of adventure mode, or it won't just be copy-paste the best scripts to win. Anyway, there's some thoughts I had. So first of all, thank you for sharing this. There are a few major things when it comes to monetization, and this is what was in that monetization doc. And so I want to write them here because I feel like you have certain axioms when you're designing something. And my axioms were no pay to win and make sure you can always play for free. So these two things might sound the same, but they're just similar. This was like no pay to win is you don't pay for power in the game. Make sure you can play for free is like you don't even need to pay to play the game. So a game like StarCraft 2, I'm pretty sure you have to pay just to play, but then you're not paying for any sort of advantage in the game. Hello, main panda. So in my mind, if you give cosmetics have traits or can be upgraded, your skirt. Oh, thanks, little main panda. Thanks for the cheer. If you go with cosmetics can be upgraded, this starts to skirt the line between pay to win and not pay to win. Go pay to win for full sellout and huge money, or stick to pay for cosmetics. Well, so okay, that's my first thought here. And so one of the things you could do is you could say, well, wait a second, you have things that you have to unlock in the game that are giving you stats. So there are chips, and chips have things like plus regen, plus movement, plus melee damage. And you might be like, well, wait, why is that not pay to win then? And so there are a couple of things here. One is that I feel like the game is basically pay for variety. You can unlock these chips in whichever order suits your desires in the game, and they're not necessarily more powerful than the others. So giving your units regeneration as opposed to more melee damage, hey Mandra, is not necessarily better all the time. For example, what if they totally countered your melee strategy and now having this damage doesn't help you? Or what if they burst you down so fast that now regen doesn't help you? Or what if you're never able to move, so now plus movement doesn't help you? So I like those sorts of situational things. And that would be my biggest pushback against having cosmetic items be more than cosmetic items. The other thing I was thinking about is this. I think avoiding copy pasting the best scripts is not necessarily the problem here. I think the problem with any single player mode is you can copy paste the best strategy. I think that's the important part here. A strategy consists of hardware and scripts. And if you were to implement, let's say, a defender strategy, you'd add in chips. If you were to have, let's say, if cosmetics actually did give traits, then you'd add those in too. You can change them to have some sort of trade-off for balance. And I could, but that's not solving a problem. I think everything you do with game design needs to address a problem. So you would implement a trade-off when you determine that something is overpowered. And then you'd say, okay, well, we'll give you that overpowered thing, but at the cost of something else. But I don't know if these things are overpowered yet. So we don't want to solve problems that don't exist yet. Hand, Perry. So this is what I think about with an adventure mode or something along those lines. There are a couple of things here. This is one of them. This is one of my things that it would be like, I don't even know if we could have a single player mode. And the second thing is that you want a natural progression through the game anyway. So let's say you had a really, really difficult single player mode, and you really wanted people to find exactly the right combination. Thanks, Digite. And hey, and you wanted to find exactly the right combination of you need exactly these traits and this script and like this hardware. Well, the problem is new players aren't going to have that stuff to begin with, and encouraging them to spend money just to unlock a single player mode might not be fun because they need to have to get something from that single player mode. Otherwise, why would they want to complete it? And why wouldn't they just pay money to unlock whatever it is that single player mode would have given you? So I think of all that stuff together, and I think the third component here that I haven't talked about is this involves changing a lot of the code that I would have here too, the interface, and yeah. So in the end, I agree with this, your general sentiment that there will be a lot of people out there who just will not spend money unless there's something that they otherwise couldn't get through just playing the game. That is roughly how I play free to play games. I just don't ever spend money on them, and I just take longer and longer and longer to play them. And so I'm basically costing the company money. But I think the free to play monetization model in general is that you rely on a small percentage of your player base to give you a large percentage of your money. So, hey, TF2, Dota 2, these are like wildly successful games financially. Hey, Jay. And they are both under the pay for cosmetics. So I think this model can work. What is it? One of the fallback statements for a lot of economists is we'll make it up in volume. If that's what it takes for this, then yeah, it might not be successful, but I think I can revisit monetization afterward. The title is like more Mario gameplay that you made fun of before? What? You mean my title? More UI work? The more UI work title, first of all, I don't remember the more Mario gameplay that I made fun of. But more UI work is, I just didn't have anything more specific here because I wasn't totally sure to be working on. Adam, for instance, Supercell makes 90% of their profits from less than 1% of the player base. Yeah. Hey, EOJ. I think the stats I've heard for free to play games are something like 3 or 4% of your player base, if you're lucky, will even spend money. And then, yeah, of those players, some are going to spend ridiculous amounts of money. It looks like this pretty helpful to quickly view changes. Well, thanks again, Lily Panda. Hey, Jonku. Oh, this is nice. But this makes me think that this is now Sublime Text 3 only. But I do like this. I do like this a lot. And thanks, Hideo. And Digite, I wonder what their stats are. I doubt it's everybody. I bet if they're lucky, it's like 7% of their player base or something like that. And no, Darkstorm, I don't think you can say that. I don't think you can say it has a huge percentage of paying players. Or, well, I don't know, you put a forehead at the end there, so maybe that was sarcastic. But unless you actually know their statistics, this could be just confirmation bias playing into you thinking that there's a huge percentage of players. Because remember, games like TF2 even do really well with cosmetics. But does that mean that everyone's buying them? And TF2, I think, has a slightly different marketplace for this. So it could, in a sense, mean that more players are buying them. But I don't know exactly how their market works. But I think in general... Oh, cool. Yeah, I think in general you're going to have a small percent of players actually paying money in a free-to-play game. Okay. So let's see. I wanted to take a look at where I left off here. Basically everyone you see has bought cosmetics. And there's no way they could have obtained those without paying. Because I was going to say that a lot of games have a way for you to obtain this stuff just through regular gameplay. Okay, so I think I was putting these preview things, and I think this is like mostly broken for right now. So I don't know if I want to upload this necessarily. I think I want to spend some more time fixing this before I upload this, right? Because this is going to be confusing otherwise. Maybe not. Yeah. Well, there are still some bugs, but yeah, maybe I should just... What's the plan for the week? I still haven't made it yet. I was just responding to an email that Orange Ray sent me, and I haven't even fixed up my to-do list. So I'm trying to debate, like, I need to upload Botland again. And in fact, regardless of which version I upload, I'm going to need to create all. There we go. So let's get the Overseer IP address. We're going to do this stuff ever so slowly. Also, let's get my hard drive spinning up. We'll search for the word cluster. This'll cause it to take forever finding the word cluster, but then when I actually go to search for something for real, it'll be totally fine. So as you guys can see by this, performance disk 1 100%. So it's going to be there for about 2 minutes, then it'll finally be done. Hey Triasix. And thanks for the bits. Thanks everyone so far. And I want to give another thank you to Orange Ray, who gave 1,000 bits. I know I launched immediately into respond to email mode. Can't click the gutter icons in SB2. You can still invoke it via the palette with git gutter show diff pop-up. I see. EJ. I spent a very long time trying to figure out if there was a thinking emoji on Windows Phone, and I could not find it for the life of me. So I had to type : thinking : I felt bad doing that. So upload Botland again today. So okay, do you guys, let's take a look. I'm kind of all over the place today, although I feel much more controlled than I was on Friday. Tint all descendants. I don't think this really matters. Hey Bearsoft. Alright, so we'll just do show log. Well, this is going to take a while for the same reason that my searches are taking a while, because it's trying to get the log from my hard drive, and my hard drive is totally locked right now. Hey, there we go. Okay, so add button for quickly editing scripts, improve experience, remove how to play, allow for deselecting via keyboard, fix small detail and sprite component constructor. Yeah, fine. Render preview entity, fix drag images. Yeah, actually, huh? Okay. So this is still very much broken for a lot of different parts of this. Trisix says, I'm new here, what are you doing? I'm working on a game called Botland, and I can show you a video of it. It should be online in the next like half an hour, let's say. So actually let me show this off briefly at least. Yeah. I'll end up doing this like 4 or 5 times today. I really need to record a new video. Anyway, in Botland, you make bots to protect your computer. So here I have the CPU. If this dies, then I just lose the game. And your bots are made out of hardware pieces. So I've got artillery, missiles, regen. And then also you can give them a script if you want. So you can make these as simple or as complex as you want. And you can make them so simple that you don't even have them if you don't want to. So if I just get rid of it, it'll automatically add figure it out for me into your script. And if I want to make something more complex than that, I could say something like, all right, fire missiles first, fire artillery, then fire missiles. And so I can build up a script however I want. That forms the AI of your bot. And then you can play out a match and see, do your bots do what you expect them to do? Are they protecting your CPU? Can they fend off whatever attackers come your way? So in this particular case, I lost because there's one attacker bot remaining. And then you can attack other people in the game too. So I can click attack. I can see what they're using here. This actually doesn't work anymore, apparently. Yeah, I probably shouldn't check this in yet until it's done. Because if you can't click these bots, then what is it doing? In fact, what if I do... No, yeah, this just won't work. Unless maybe if I press escape. Aha! It does work, it's just not the best yet. Yeah, live PvP Botland was not a good idea though. At least I don't think so. The core of why live PvP Botland wouldn't work is because it's an automation game, which means you want something to run for long enough for you to see what it does, but you want it to run fast enough so the game's not boring. And those two things are at odds with each other. And I think... Anyway, alright. So, should I upload the Which version of Botland should I upload today? The old version. Things were mostly working, but the new version, there may be bugs, but there are also a couple of new features like previewing placement. I shouldn't say there may be bugs. There will be more bugs. So what do you guys prefer to see here? Upload the live PvP one. It was super exciting though. Are you being serious? I don't think anyone would have described that game as exciting. Weren't you in the process of showing what you added before making the poll? Oh yeah, so I felt like I showed that off. But it was everything you see here. So there is a button for quickly editing scripts. That is on this small icon that you saw. There used to be a wrench for editing the whole thing. Now there's also a button for just editing code. Also, what was that? Oh, thanks, Tri6. It's a lot of bits so far for someone who's new. Hi, Trump supporter. Well, wait, Digite, I'd like you to expand on this. Oh, an exciting time to be alive? Okay. Like, did you find the game fun, or do you find the idea of live PvP fun? Like, was the actual game fun for you, or just the idea of live PvP? Because the idea of live PvP, people finding that more fun, totally understandable. Having another player on the other end of your connection who's there and who's like, God, this person's destroying me. I understand that. But if you found the actual game fun, I'd find that surprising because I don't think it works for an automation game. And so this is just something, the idea of live PvP is something that I think you, for Botland, just have to say, well, that's just not really doable. Oh yeah, no problem, Tomkus. Yeah, and did you get started with Phaser, and is everything kind of working for you? You found the game fun of what I played, but I've not really dabbled in the new one at all. Alright, I'm going to upload the new version, I guess. Well, so I suggest trying out the new one, but also with the old one, I think gameplay turned out to be almost the same every single time. And yeah, EJ, this is one of the big problems that I think there was with the old one. I will say this, regardless of, even if every single person in chat said, I really want the live PvP one back, it's not coming back. Okay, Tomkus, yeah. And don't forget, you can always go to Phaser's website, just phaser.io, and then click examples and go to really any of these. So let's do this, arcade physics. And where was the one they had in the picture? Custom sprite versus group. Let's just do this, direct body movement. I don't know what this is. We're going to find out. Okay, I don't actually. Apparently this doesn't have any sort of controls. But yeah, down here, you should be able to just modify their code and see what happens. So for example, they added these sprites at 350. So if I put this at 600, 50, now one of these sprites should be farther over to the side. And I should just be able to press, is there a play button here? I was pretty sure you could do this. Reload example. That doesn't actually work. Alright, well, I thought this was possible. And it just goes to show you how much I don't understand you. Yeah, I don't know. Oh well. Net pork. It's broken. Well, I don't know. It might be broken, might not be. Alright, so we're going to upload the new version of Botland. Let's go get all this stuff started. And then I still need to work through my to-do list. I'm going to try to just keep making the same sorts of improvements I've been making. Just small, incremental changes. Which, by the way, my hard disk shouldn't be locked at 100 anymore, right? Yeah, it's at 1%. Okay, so we'll bump the client version. Let's go to our list. So create all, I'm done. Modify the client version. So we'll do 0.45. We need to update changes. let's commit this. And Tomcast, I thought you could do it on their website. Even if you can't, downloading it and then getting it to work for yourself shouldn't be too bad. Bump client version to 0.0.45. Okay, so let's commit that, and then we'll do a deploy. You manually bump. Yeah, I know. I need to improve all of my workflows. All right, let's get this IP address. Good. Okay, so we gotta wait for that deploy. Then we gotta commit these things. Let's go start up the Debian box. Thanks, Tri6. NPM version patch. So that I don't have to manually bump versions. Yeah, I'll have to look into that. I have a question that is 2 questions. What's Bootstrap and what's jQuery, and do I need to learn those two? Bootstrap is basically just a lot of CSS, from what I understand, that'll let you do things that are common for web developers, like set up grids or certain tables or something along those lines. What's jQuery? jQuery, I would describe jQuery as a set of utility functions and DOM helper functions. It also tags Git for you. And yeah, Tri6, your English seems fine. And thanks again for the new bits. So things that you would do with jQuery are like, get me the div that is just after the results header that has blue text or something like that. Like there's a whole lot of selectors to this. And then there's also things like, okay, set the text of this element, change the width of this element, those sorts of utility library functions. Okay, yeah, thanks, EJ. And hey, Apaka. All right, so we've done this. Now let's push both the repos. Publish version 0.0.45, not version file, yeah. Oh, and then your other question was, do I need to learn those two? So if you're doing Phaser, I would say no, you don't need to learn either of those at first. If you're making a game like, if you're trying to make a product, yeah, you'd have to probably learn something along those lines. Maybe not necessarily those. But I would not worry about that for right now. You've expressed an interest in making games. I think starting with Phaser is a pretty good place to start. You'll learn the basics of just how the event loop works and keyboard input and maybe sound and rendering sprites, handling collision, those sorts of things. Just game logic stuff, which I think is really good to focus on. Then after that, adding in UI on top of all of that, yeah, sure, having HTML is going to be pretty helpful, but I wouldn't worry about it yet. Okay, so what next? So I need to run this. Yeah, if you went for a website, or if you went for something like Botland, where it's a game, but you also want certain DOM elements here, just things in HTML. So something like this box is rendering in the DOM. So if I want to do anything cool, like any text effects that already exist in HTML or just animations or something, I can do that here. But this right here, this CPU is rendering in WebGL. So if I wanted to, let's say, add a drop shadow to it, I need to go code a shader or something like that. So I just need JavaScript. I know basic HTML and CSS, and I'm learning more. Yeah, you just need JavaScript for Phaser. Yeah. I started making a game recently for my next project using AppWarp, PlayFab, and Corona Labs. I don't think I've heard of any of those. But that's good. What's the game about? Cloud-based platform network gaming engine. Okay. So that, I know at least similar things like that. PlayFab, I've apparently clicked this before. Oh, is this the back end? Okay, yeah. Yeah, nice. Well, it sounds like you're making a multiplayer, like, large-scale game. Okay, then run all of this stuff. Okay, so let's do that. Oh, I guess I should also have done this. Hey, Verenz. Do you have a specific reason why you use Bing instead of Google? It's basically money. Uncommitted changes in the overseer. Oh, also. Yeah, I need to check this in. Almost forgot about that. Add logging when health check fails. Wow. There. Oh, and then we should also probably... There we go. Now, as I recall, the overseer is not a module. Do you know where I could design my website before I start actually making it? Right now, papers are my only idea. Look into something like... How do you get money from Bing? Step one is live in the US. So I'm pretty sure that's not true for you. I don't think they offer it outside of the US. But how do I get money, in case you're curious anyway? You just do searches, you get points, you redeem those points for Amazon money. How do I try the juice? The juice shop is mostly an Uvexator thing. He'll have to distribute the juice to you. Okay, so this should be done. It says uncommitted. I think this is fine now. Oh, NPM registry. Wow, I did not know this. So I need to do an NPM publish here. Okay, cool. We're done with that. All right, so let's run these commands. And then we'll be one step closer to having Botland online. Not that we're any closer to getting any work done for today. It's already been like 40 minutes too. Don't buy any juice from that man. Yeah, Uvexator's Yelp reviews aren't that great for his juice store. Business has been really struggling too. If you make a search bot, you get a crazy amount of money. Oh, so there are limits every day. Also, they probably can detect bots. And the other thing is, like, I definitely don't get the most money I could get out of them, but the way I see it is I get about $5 a month maybe. Well, actually, it depends on what I'm doing while I'm streaming, because I actually search very little now that I'm streaming, I think. But yeah, it used to work out to about $5 a month. I think it's pretty good. I mean, getting paid about $1 a week just to use a search engine sounds good to me, right? Okay, so Adam is continuing work on the UI. It's all of this stuff. Bot placement mode, hovering. What else? Quick info. Yeah, this is mostly of quality of life changes that will make the game easier to play and understand. If I went for an Apache web server, would that work with Phaser? I'm on Linux and they don't really have anything on it. Tomcast, you don't need a web server at all. At least I don't think you should. You could get a really, really simple one if you want, but I think what I would suggest here, they should have this, like, yeah, learn, getting started. Okay, they do suggest one, but anyway, they have really, really simple ones you can use. So here's what I suggest. Either, if you have Python, you can use Python's simple web host. Python's simple HTTP server. And if you want to use Node.js, there's also a simple HTTP server for Node.js. Both of these are like install something, run it, you're done. They're really simple. What would be the most simple one? Well, so I think that the node one is pretty simple. So I can get you started on that if you want. So here's the, is it built in? No, it's not. There's 3 steps. Did you update changes already and I missed it or not yet? No, not yet. Isn't Node just Node server? So Node itself has built in like an HTTP server, but it's not just going to serve files by default. This thing is set up so that really all you have to run is HTTP server, give it a port, you can specify a cache time if you want, and then give it a directory, and it'll just serve up that directory. Okay, so this won't be on, this won't be online yet. We need to run this, yeah, I thought so. There. All right, good. Now, did all of these things succeed? Yes. Okay, so the game will be online in about 5 minutes. Oh yeah, I should probably write that here too. And let's go check out changes. We'll have to upload them. The game is currently online at play.bot.land. See changelog here. Okay, so let's do that. So botland's been updated. We need to go update changes, so let's go do that. Edit. And give me the changes. Okay. So the preview entity was not there, I think, right? Come on. Yeah, render a preview entity. Okay. So a preview of the blueprint that you have selected is now rendered in the arena. Okay, so that's done. Dragging a bot into the arena will just, dragging a bot into the arena from your sidebar will only show an image of the bot now instead of all of the DOM elements that form that bot. Background, any buttons, etc. Hey, good idea, Co. How's it going? I'm still super confused, but I'll make this work somehow. So Tomkis, okay, if you're confused, definitely ask for clarification. But this getting started guide, you really just like work your way through this. So they talk about installation here. What they mention for installation, you can just replace all of this with the 3 steps that I gave you. Oh, they actually mentioned this here too. Never mind. Yeah. Yeah, so just follow this guide. They tell you step by step exactly what you do. So just look up HTTP server for Node. It's right here. It says it's simple. There are instructions for setting it up here. Yep, which is the site that I linked you to. Then just click next, work through whatever this thing is. Actually run in the cloud. You don't really need to do that, but you could do that too if you want to. Next, choosing an editor. Yeah, just keep working through this. Hello world, phaser examples. This is going to be great. And this should clarify any confusion you have. If not, like I said, feel free to keep asking questions. And hey, Darnak. Hey, Andoran. Hello, Flev to you too. Alright, so that's done. That's done. Pressing escape will now deselect all blueprints. Remember that the number keys on your keyboard will select blueprints. When you don't have one selected, clicking an entity in the arena will show you details about that entity. Pair. Oh yeah, this is another big thing, which is this. When a blueprint is selected and you click one of your own bots, it will remove the existing bot if the blueprints are the same, and it will replace it if they're different. Yep. When you don't have a blueprint selected. There we go. Hey again, Sneakers. Did you ever think / have thought about trying to take on some investors? I don't think money is a bottleneck for Botland right now. Granted, I am very much running out of budget, but it's going to what I had allocated the budget for. So yeah, I'm almost out of money for this, but I don't think money is what's going to make the game successful at this point. Marketing will always help, and marketing is almost purely about money. But game quality itself, I don't think I need investors for. And so Sneakers, part of the reason I've been trying to avoid investors is because I want to have full creative control. I know there are arrangements you can set up where you will still have that. And two is, I believe in the necessity is the mother of invention. And I think that if you try doing things on a shoestring budget, you'll come up with good solutions sometimes. I don't think you need to artificially hamper yourself by saying, I can only spend, let's say, $10 on a project. But I think it'll be interesting to see where Botland goes with the decisions I have now. If, let's say, an investor came along and said, okay, here's $1 million, do whatever you want. I don't even want any money back. I might be like, okay, let's take another year and let's really plan out how to make the game better and do whatever. And then the game will never come out. So I feel like I should continue with how I'm doing things now. And if I need investors eventually, or if I need to raise money, let's say for more marketing, I'd probably go with the Kickstarter route. And hey, mate, Tim. And hey, Noob. Yesterday was a terrible day for me. I got in my first car accident. Whoa, Noob, that sucks. And wait, what, EJ? What's depressing about what I said? All right. Added a quick edit script bottom left of okay, there. So these are all actually really good changes. Let's put this is the only one that's unimportant, I guess, and then this stuff should go up here. Okay, good. So now we do this, we select these, we type space hyphen, and we go to our changes page. Today's the 21st. In general, quality of life improvements. All right, let's preview that because I don't actually know if this is going to show up correctly. It did. Okay, nice. Nice. Oops. Indiefund.com. I've never heard of that. Well, I'll look into it. But yeah, this is the kind of thing I'd like to avoid if possible. Hey, Trump. You got something working? Yeah. You've got this being served up. The thing is, you're running this just on the root of your machine. You need to run this. So you're saying HTTP server dot slash instead of dot slash to specify the directory where your game is. So like you right now, if you were to type pwd, you'd see your home directory. So what you want to do is something like make dir first phaser game, and then cd first phaser game, and then run HTTP server from here. And then now your server will be started up, and now you just need to write the game. Did you ever share your initial budget? I actually did not, Sneakers, and I don't plan on it either. My primary investor is Bing Rewards. Oh man, if it was, that would mean I'd have a maximum of like $120 for this project, which I think would be impossible to make this kind of game on $120. No, I know that, Endurin. I know you said never mind, but what I was saying is he's in his home directory because there's a tilde right here. So that's why it's showing things like desktop and documents and downloads. Okay, so we're good with this stuff. Let's go test the game and just make sure it's working. That way I don't just direct you guys to something and everything's broken. All right, cool. So we can connect. Can we save a defense? Thank goodness. This preview feature looks like it's working. We can replace bots and remove them. Okay, not bad. It's not perfect yet. We are in charge of making it perfect. So did I update today already or no? Yeah, I did. Okay, good. So we can delete this stuff. Put it in an empty folder. I would assume it's because the folder is empty, there's nothing to display. Yeah, that's correct. And so, Tomkins, the way this works is that anything that you have in a directory for an HTTP server is just going to show that file in that list. So if you have an index.html in that directory, then it will serve that as though it's HTML content. So for example, when I'm serving up my thing, I have index.html right here. That'll just automatically be loaded when I go to localhost 3000. And yeah, my weekend was good. I've had that feeling the last couple of weeks of like, wow, Botland sure is taking a long time to make the same amount of progress that I would have made like 3 weeks ago. And a lot of that is because it's UI and then I'm working on some things that are, I would say, closer to polish. Like this morning, for example, I've just been very slow to get out of the gate here. So yeah, roadmap for this week is going to be UI changes, bug fixes, and hopefully at some point we can get to this. I'll add this here, but I don't think we're going to get to that this week. All right, and then the road. There we go. Polish always takes the longest. Yeah, and I wouldn't say I'm exactly on the polish phase yet, but I think some of this stuff kind of fits into polish. Like, for you to be able to see this preview of what you're dragging, this isn't necessary to play the game. So I consider this to be a polish feature, but it's not the kind of polish that's like, make sure these things align to the very pixel and that they look good on every device and all this other stuff. Yeah. So, tough stuff. All right, so JSON feedback, we're going to put this up here. This is still not done. So let's copy paste all this over to here. Right, did that work? Yeah, there's a lot to do left. Which really I should be deleting this stuff then, right? Yes, I should be. Oh god, what am I doing? I don't even know. Alright, cleaning up a to-do list. Gotta love how fun this is, right? There. All right, so we'll say that's not complete. Get rid of the floating blueprint info panel. We can just slide this up there. Whoops. Okay, well that actually totally failed. Something's going wrong here. There, okay. How to go about refreshing the server? Just restart it. You just refresh the page, yeah. You don't need to do anything else. Yeah, clearing the cache might be necessary. So okay, here's my set of commands that I have. I start my server and I do that once at the beginning of the day. That's it. So now if you look at my server here, you'll see a bunch of like, I want to get this image, I want to get this JavaScript file, I want to get this whatever. So that stuff's all fine. And then when I make a change to one of those files, so let's say I change this image tile, when I refresh the page over here, as long as I'm not caching it, it's going to go fetch all that stuff again. So yeah, you should be fine to just keep working through that. All right. So this. And what I'm concerned about is that I folded something there and this is going to be wrong. Oh man. My eyes, they're drying out. Okay, there's that. What else do we have here? These two bugs. The nice thing is at the end of every week, there is a bunch of completed text here that I can go move to the completed list. That means I must be getting something done. I think we need to come up with clever ways to say that I'm still making progress here. That way I don't feel like things are stagnating. Yeah, because this sort of thing, this part of the to-do list just keeps getting longer. All right. So there we go. So now this is all the stuff that was done this last week. Everything down here. Yeah, that's a good amount of stuff. Let's archive that. There we go. I guess something isn't working. Get /error 404. And you have this index.html is inside of, yeah, it's inside of the game folder. Try accessing it through localhost. I don't think it should matter. But as long as you have this file saved there, it should be fine. It should just serve that up. So, all right, let me try this. All right, see you, Monetic Bind. Good luck as always. Good luck as always. So let's do Tomkiss test. We're going to say echo hi to index.html. And then we're just going to run this. So there, now I just control click this link. And yeah, there's hi. So yeah, Tomkiss, you probably don't have index.html where you expect to have it. Because you saw the steps I just ran. I just made index.html, and then I served up this folder, and I just clicked this link, and it says exactly what I expect, which is hi. So yeah, if something else is going wrong there, well, I'm not sure. Okay. So where I left off, there were a bunch of bot placement mode things that I had to fix. So I think we'll just work our way down this list. So when in bot placement mode, show a ghosted image of a bot in the title where you're going to draw it. So that's done, I guess. Let's just get rid of that. Place bot shouldn't place the bot around the CPU. I think this is something people don't expect, so I think I should get rid of this. Right now, if you click the CPU, it'll place bots around it, and I don't think you want that to happen. Also, I guess clicking this will select it. I don't know if you want that to happen. So let's get rid of that. We're finally at the coding part of today. So when you say place bot, you're giving it a tile X and a tile Y. I think we need to specify to create bot that you only want it to be there. And Tomkis, don't worry about the options. The options are things like, do you want caching? Do you want to specify what port it's on? First impressions on the new version. Swapping PogChamp. Oh yeah, thanks Hideo. That's actually unintended. I will write that down. And the preview image should be, yeah, okay. Dragging a bot from the sidebar is totally broken for me. It fails as soon as my mouse moves out of the sidebar. Lots of errors like incurred CPU side conversion. Whoa, what browser is this, Hideo, that you got these on? Okay, so this exists, and then you're running the HTTP server just from here, right? Firefox, okay. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at this. This is on Firefox. Yeah, so I'm guessing you're something strange is going on there. Anyway, I would just, when you're in the game directory, just do HTTP server. Just run this /. There. Now there's no. Oh, multiple instances were running. Wait, you had a dot somewhere that I didn't see? Oh my god. Oh, fine. Yeah. Bringing in Chrome, but the preview is wrong. It's not yeah. That I know about. So I got to fix that Firefox bug, and then I got to fix the everywhere bug. Let's write that down. When dragging a bot, make sure we're showing a preview image of the dragged blueprint, not of the one that's selected. Okay, yeah, I'll have to fix that. The escape feature is nice. It's so nice that we now needed to close the chip inspector. like it's the case for Blueprint. Wait, what? It works for that? Whoa, it does work for that. I didn't even know that was a thing. Okay, I guess I will do that. So pressing escape should close. In Turn 10 Studios, thanks for following. Should close the structure info panel. Okay, cool. Quick edit script button is amazing, just what I wanted. I'm not sure about having a blueprint selected by default, especially when attacking, for example. My first step is to check what bots are used. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea too. Make sure no blueprint is selected by default when attacking. Actually, probably no matter what, right? Hideo, what do you think about this? I know you said especially when attacking, but what do you think about it when you're defending? Do you think a blueprint should be selected by default when you're defending? Because when you're defending, I guess there are a couple of cases. If you're making your defense for the very first time, no, I don't know. I think it probably just shouldn't be selected at all. That way you get in the same habit. I'll do that, I think. Make sure no blueprint is selected by default. This makes it so that attackers are in view mode rather than paint mode, which is what they'd likely want. Having a bot selected and putting a bot on a chip, put the bot and also displays the inspector. I think this inspector should only be displayed if we have no blueprint selected, like it's the case for the bots. Okay, yeah. So I think this is all really good feedback, Hideo. Thank you. Doesn't bother me when defending at least, but I would prefer the same experience. Yeah, okay, cool. So yeah, thanks for all the feedback. I'm going to start to work on this stuff. So yeah, and I'll save this off. No, I actually won't save this off. I already took everything from it. Okay, so place bot. Let's go find out. This eventually calls into create bot, does it not? Yeah. So force bot, or what is it? Fail if bot cannot get desired tile coordinates. True. This is a terrible name. Disallow allow nearby placement. We're going to say false for that. Now, we don't actually have that coded, so create bot. We're going to say get params by default will allow the bot to be, or will allow, yeah, the bot to be placed near wherever we've specified. So that, hey Demon Wolf, thanks for the host. So that obstructions don't prevent the bot from being created. Now, allow nearby placement is only this part. If they didn't specify coordinates, fine. If the tile is occupied and allow nearby placement, then find a new tile. If the tile still doesn't work, then we have a problem. Yeah. I guess we have to throw an exception though. I don't like that. You've been having fun installing Windows again? Is that ever fun for anyone? I don't mind the whole install programs but waiting for my computer to be set up, waiting for it to be the way I wanted it to be, that part I don't like. So this is going to cause something to fail in kind of a weird way. Or maybe not. Maybe I have a try catch around this now and I just don't remember it. No, I don't. I don't have a try catch. Hey, KCS, please. Well, we could put a try catch around here. Or I could just have this thing return null if it's not going to create a bot. Yeah. Where else is create bot called from? Create player bot by ID. Is this ever used? What is this? Deploy button pressed. What? What is this thing? This isn't used anywhere. Request deploy bot. Okay, we're gonna get rid of that next. All right. Yeah, wow. All right, let's go back to this. Find out if that's used anywhere else. Oh, no, I know about Night. That's what I'm saying. Setting up my programs again isn't so bad. But there are a lot of little parameters. By the way, you know what I just found out about Windows 10? This dialog right here has finally been updated. So it's resizable. They put, if you edit this, now you can see all of your individual paths here. You can edit, move up, move down. Oh, this is amazing. For the longest time, this was the tiniest dialog, and you would click your path and it would give you this gigantic string out of it. So you had to copy paste it somewhere else, copy paste it here, make any edits and be like new path, and then copy paste it back in. They finally updated this dialog. It's about time. And Tomcast, use whatever helps you for right now. When is a simulation server in Botland? So dig it. Back when the game was real-time PvP, the simulation server was a way of us routing all requests to ourselves. Now it's not really necessary anymore. So the simulation server is kind of a shell of what it used to be, and it exists for almost no reason. So, yeah. A lot of these are just proxy functions and I can get rid of. I just haven't done it yet. You knew that for months? Maybe. No, there's no way it's been like that for months, right? Adam, are you sick? I don't know. Is Bash available in Windows 10 Pro? Do I even have Windows 10 Pro? I know you guys... Oh, yeah, I do apparently. Okay. I don't know how I have that. Huh. I mean, I have Bash, but I installed it specifically. It wasn't like a Windows thing. It was just a program I got. Huh. Interesting. It's been like that for months. Interesting. Yeah, I must not have modified my path variable in a while. But I went to do this when I was showing a friend how to install MySQL. Can I create something that I could use to hack NASA with Phaser? I mean, hacking anything is not gonna, Phaser's not gonna help you for that. It's just JavaScript that would help you for that. And even then, chances are, using JavaScript to hack a site is not gonna do too much. Okay, so create bot, that's fine, that's fine. That's never used. These I think are fine. Arena test framework. I really need to get the test code working again too. Alright, so we can throw this into a try catch. Couldn't create bot. bot. Okay, let's try that out now. So now everything should be working totally fine. We try clicking this, nothing happens. We are getting errors, but this is an expected error. Well, actually, to the point where I don't even know if I should write this. Maybe just logger.info. So now instead of writing testeroni here, test. What is wrong with my typing? So target tile is occupied and allow nearby placement is false. Hey, Groovalistic. Okay, good. So clicking this now doesn't do anything. I don't know if we should print anything out. I don't think so. But what do I care? Like, I might as well just log something. Okay, so placing it here still works. So we're fine with that now. Let's go check that in. Yeah, Groovalistic, if you want to see my Sublime setup, you can check out that blog post that Endor linked in via Botland Bot. Ooh. Okay. So cool, that's fine. Cool, and don't care. Fix bug around placing bots on obstructions. Wait a second. Then that means that if you go to play.bot.land and you attack someone who's got a bot outside of... Not here. This won't work. I gotta attack someone else. Everyone's putting it around their CPU, so this is like never gonna work. Aw, man. I'm only gonna find the same 3 players now, too. Oh, come on. There's no easy way to test this. Alright, well, whatever. I don't really care that much. So, attempting to place a bot on something like the CPU used to place the bot on the nearest available tile. I don't think that's the intention of the user, so I made it just not place a bot at all in those cases. Okay, get rid of deploy button pressed and anything it holds dear. Okay, will do. So request deploy bot. Goodbye. Goodbye code. Bay ID. Create player bot by ID. This function shouldn't even exist. Look at that. It doesn't anymore. And done. There. So let's try running that. That should have no impact on the code whatsoever. Yeah, I should still be able to do everything the way I used to. Yeah. Okay. How do you quickly search over the whole project? So Control P by default will show me whatever's in my project. And the project is something that you can create so that it knows what paths to exclude and which paths to include. This is unusual. Why are these here? Why are these here? This is the FileZilla temporary folder. I don't know why I would have included that here though. I think we're gonna delete that. Strange. How did that end up there though? Why would I have done that? I don't know. That was weird. Oh, a word. Oh, Control Shift F. And by the way, any of these shortcuts that I ever tell you about, by default I can tell you what they are, but you can always change them by doing something like this. So it's find in files that you want to know about. If you drag it, if you drag in from FileZilla, it does that. What? It automatically. What? That seems strange. I guess you'd probably want that to happen most of the time, but just it's an edge case. And you're coding while sending? Yeah, I am. And hey, Nerchio. If that file is under source control, you can see when it got added. Yeah, I don't know if it is under source control, and either way, it's not a huge deal, and the when probably wouldn't help me too much. But EJ just clarified too. Hey, Horforia. Is there a way to quickly tell it to include the whole project in the search? I think by default, if you I'll show you this without totally screwing everything up. If you don't have anything here, it says it'll search through open files and folders. To tell it to search in the folder by default or in the project here, I don't know if there's an easy way to do that. I have a whole bunch of stuff here that tells it where to search. Is there a way to do that? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so I deleted this. I think we're good. I linted it. Yep. I think we're fine on all these fronts. Looks good. Looks good. Don't care. That looks good. Remove dead code. There are actually usually 3 digs here. There's dig ite, there's dig ut live, and there's dig down deep. Because whenever I'm trying to type to dig it, I always end up picking one of these other 2 users. Swapping bots should also work when dragging a bot on top of another one. Yeah, so let's see. We drag this over to here. Wait a second, what? That does work. Oh, you know what's probably happening is no. Hideo, wait a second. What? This doesn't seem to be a bug. Swapping bots should also work when dragging a bot on top of another. Oh, wait. Oh, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about relocating a bot like this over to here. Oh, yeah. I need it. Okay. Never mind. So relocating a bot onto another bot should swap their positions. Yeah. I see. I thought you were talking about dragging the bot from the blueprint sidebar, but this makes sense. So yeah, this is a bug, and let's fix this. So we have press up handler in the other arena. Is that plain tasks? Yeah, that is. Okay, so this says delete the bot no matter what. We shouldn't do this anymore. We should write some custom code for this. Hang on a second. Okay. Got that myself. Organizing uni work has never been easier. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Wait, did you get it? I don't know how long you've been in the stream for. Although I can find out. Been in the stream for 1 hour and 1 minute. So never mind. That was probably not because of me then. Yeah. Well, hopefully your to-do list don't just keep growing out of control. Endure. All right, so how should I do this? okay, so dragging a bot in the arena has these potential things. Dragging it out of the arena leads to delete the bot. Dragging it to an empty tile in the arena leads to relocate the bot. Dragging it to an occupied tile in the arena is swap bots if you own the target bot. And dragging it to an invalid tile, e.g. red squares, is do nothing. So these are the 4 outcomes I think you can have. Oh, I see. Got it, KCS Plays. You got that phaser folder downloaded on the desktop and with the things in it. Where do I put it? How do I use it? I think the phaser.io learn thing should cover this, right? Get started, download phaser. Making a game in phaser. Does it tell you? I don't know. Anyway, what you can do is you can get the where is it? I was gonna say they should have. There we go. Yeah, so you can just get phaser.js and then just use that in your index.html. You probably, if you clone their repository, you probably have phaser.js. And I don't want to look into this too long because I do want to get back to my code at some point. But let me see if I can find it for you. Phaser.js GitHub. Here it is. And then we have build. And there's phaser.js. Yeah, so you could just point at your phaser/build folder if you want. Yeah, just include it in your HTML. That should be fine. You need to make sure that it's being served by your HTTP server. If it's not, then you probably have some work to do there. Also, EJ, you never notice being triggered today. You don't see something totally wrong between these strings? I'll try to fix it for you. Yeah, that's good enough. Now at least they're both hanging off the screen. So here are the 4 things you can do. I guess what this means is we need to know, are you dragging it to a valid tile? Are you dragging it to a bot? Are you dragging it to an invalid tile? So outcomes of press up handler is invalid tile, non-existent tile, so do nothing. Non-existent tile is delete bot. Empty tile, or I guess like tile without a bot. Empty tile, it's not really empty. Red square or obstruction, not, yeah. Tile with obstruction. Is swap. So we could return something like type tile with bot, or something like type invalid tile. Oh, alright, see you, Tomkis. Hey, Nasimiko. I saw it. I figured I'd be quiet since you were already talking about how the project was almost out of money and progress was slow. Saw what? Yeah, what are you talking about, EJ? So I think for this, I should write a function that gets whether a tile is invalid or not, which means we need all of this in one particular place. Oh, jacket strings. Oh yeah, my bad. Oh. This is the problem of context switching as a programmer. All right, so let's go take a look at, I believe, CreateBot. Hey, TJ. Oh man, I had a dream. TJ, I somehow knew you in real life, and you had like just gotten your driver's license. You were trying to drive me home, but I didn't remember where home was. Why am I dreaming about Twitch viewers? Oh God. I really just shouldn't share these things. Okay, so one of the things we need to figure out is this too close to the CPU? Here it is. Too close to Defender CPU. So this is what knows whether this tile is going to be valid or not. To make it home for our meal. So yeah. Doritos. Thanks for following. Add a function that will tell us whether a tile is invalid. It really should just get everything, probably just all this stuff. Is there an obstruction there? Do you own that obstruction? Is it too close to the CPU? Get like tile flags for placing bot. And Perry. Yeah, TJ, I think it was roughly where I was. Yeah, what? KCS plays? Why would you even bother typing something out if there's a fire? Just go take care of the fire. And EJ, I don't know if there have been any dreams featuring you. I don't think so. So it tells whether or not a tile is invalid. So how do I want to call this exactly? We could say something like this dot get tile. I'd want to use this by chips as well though. So I need to know whether it's a socket. But sockets I guess work so differently that it doesn't matter. But pits and walls you might want to know what's there. Yeah, so get placement, get tile information for placement. I don't know, something like this. Tile placement info. Alright, so this function, and this could be part of tile eventually too, right? Well, we probably want to know who the player is and everything. Okay, let's try this. Tile X, tile Y. So first, we're gonna need something like this. Tile placement. Tile placement info, I don't know. So there are 4 different things we have here. Either it's invalid, it doesn't exist, it's empty, or it is occupied. So invalid, does not exist, empty, or occupied. Cool. Someone didn't clean up the socket.io code? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Okay, so let's see. Is it invalid? Well, invalid is only when this is the case. So if owner equals attacking player and it's too close to the defending CPU, then we return type constants.tile placement info dot invalid. Cool. Okay, what are the other ones we can get here? Does not exist. I guess that's probably the very first thing we have to do. But that's only... Yeah, alright, fine. So const tile equals this dot get tile, tile x, tile y. If not util.exist tile, return type constants.tile placement info dot does not exist. Cool. So now we just need empty and occupied. Socket IO constant. Did you see that? Oh yeah. Do I ever use this? I really don't. Okay, yeah, good catch. Good catch indeed. I could have sworn I searched for socket.io. I guess I just never found these. Huh, okay. Get rid of socket.io constant. Alright, so now it can be empty or occupied. How do we figure out whether it's occupied? I think placebot knows how to do it. Ah, yeah, here it is. Huh, not bad. Okay, so we're gonna do this. So tile.get entity on tile with component. It's really get a one per tile. And we'll say let obstruction. So if util.exists obstruction, then return type constant, well, let's just put this up here. Occupied obstruction, there. Cool, otherwise it's just, it's not necessarily empty, because it could have something on it, but it's just not an obstruction. And Mephir, thanks for following. 2 points, is that an accident? No. Whenever someone is particularly keen in an observation or points out the solution to a problem in addition to the problem or something along those lines, then yeah, I'll give more than 1 point. Also, if it's someone like EJ or Hideo who gets like 1,000,000 points from me a day, they're usually capped at 1 point unless they do something crazy, which they have gotten more than 1 point before. It's more research on these new errors. See, this is the kind of impressive stuff that Hideo does. Hey, Geek Mozzie. Yeah, I had a good weekend. How did your weekend go? Excuse me. So incurred CP. All right, I'll have to look at this. I'll have to look at this over here. What are you wowing at? So, what's the opposite of obstructed? Let's look up the good old thesaurus. I guess I would say clear. What? Yeah, because empty is not necessarily... What am I even doing here? What do I care what the thesaurus says? Unobstructed. Yeah, I guess I could just do that. Just literally use the opposite of that word. Yeah, let's go with those words. Fine. Thanks, Pawn. Oh, good, geek. What are you programming? Unobstructed and obstructed. So note, this does not necessarily mean the tile is empty. Just that it won't stop you from placing... Oh, wait a second. That's not even true, is it? Oh, darn it. We just shouldn't let you put walls on sockets, I guess. Yeah, when I put walls back in the game, I need to write this down. Did I write walls anywhere? Make sure walls can't be placed on a socket. Make sure walls can't be placed. Yeah, that's fine. Hey Puka, welcome back. Wait, is this the same text you already gave me though, just formatted differently? Yeah, no, this is fine. Because yeah. Alright, cool. But yeah, thanks to Dan. What have you been up to, Puka? Haven't seen you in a while. Just that... I'll just write this. So if a tile contains a socket, having something here would be pretty good. So I guess unobstructed could just return that. So this is obstruction. So this is obstructed. And there's the obstruction. And then finally, figure out, we know this tile is unobstructed, but we should also return whether this tile is a socket tile. Learning Java and improving my digital art skills. Nice. Okay, let's read this. Last night I was in a programming stream and this advanced student was writing a Java text game. He wasn't quite smart enough to figure out that you can read and write to text files for all his dialogue. So he was writing it all out with a bunch of if-else stuff. He then decided he was tired of writing a bunch of repeated lines like system.println, so he made a function like this, blank line. Then proceeded to say that he's going to show his professor his game in code so he can prove he isn't a beginner. You need to call his function so that it would print 4 blank lines. So he does this. You can figure out why the function didn't write 4 blank lines. I think the only problem with this is that, like, what this person is going through is normal as a programmer. but claiming they have a bunch of knowledge or that they're too advanced to have problems like this happen. I feel like you should always be open to learning. And in this particular case, well, this person I don't think understands the basics of function invocation. Because I was going to say debugging something like this could help them out, or syntax errors would show up as errors in whatever IDE you're using for Java. So that's too bad. By the way, this is exactly the kind of thing where if I see this in someone's stream, where they're just like glossing over a bunch of knowledge, I'll probably never watch them again. That's kind of happened to me before. Java doesn't have a type inferred, what's it called? Like an inferred type keyword, does it? So C# has auto, does it not? Is it auto or is it var? I always forget. I think it's var in C#. Yeah. Does Java have something like this? There is none. Yeah, Java doesn't. Okay, I was just curious. Cool. Laughs in Python. Okay, so whether or not something is a socket is a valid chip location is really just, is it a socket? So if this dot is a valid chip location, tile x, tile y, which should be what that, yeah. Type constants dot tile placement info dot unobstructed is socket equals this. Whether or not it has something on it, I don't think matters. Cool. That's everything. Hey, sick. Geek, I think the problem is that I think anyone who's worked professionally for longer than, let's say, like 2 years has run into someone where they're like, how is this person still working for this company? So you would expect them to not be able to work with teams for very long, and yet somehow they don't end up really getting fired from their jobs. So these people still think, oh, I know everything, and this way is the best way, and they're not willing to change. And they can make it to management positions. They can have a lot of say in a code base in a company. And that's not very reassuring. All right, so gets information about what's on the gets information about the particular tile, a particular tile. So an object that minimally contains a type parameter that is when obstructed, there's some additional information based on a particular type. See the function body itself for more information. Didn't realize it broke 4K. Oh yeah, I don't even really realize this stuff. I think someone commented the other day that they were my 4,000th and second subscriber, or not subscriber, follower. Which, by the way, did I miss any subs? I don't think so. Yeah, no, the last one was on Friday. Okay, good. Yeah. I'm lucky I haven't run into a programmer that's like that. Only worked at small companies. One person got fired soon after I quit. I was wondering, how can this person still be part of this company? But they weren't a programmer. Yeah. I mean, I think it goes without saying that every single industry will have employees who don't belong where they're supposed to be, or where they are, excuse me. They don't belong where they are. That's just bound to happen, right? But yeah, with programmers, I think in almost every job, I wonder, how did this person end up here? Maybe it's one of those things where if you don't feel that way, maybe that means you're the programmer people are wondering about. All right. Something on it. For example, you would call this function when you want to know whether a tile is empty or has an obstruction on it. Obstruction. There. Hey Louie. Happy Monday to you too. Oh, TJ, I think, well, one, I think Puka's just being. Oh, wait, never mind. Yeah, okay, so the difference between system.out.println with no string or with a string is nothing when the string is empty. So the difference between these two things is effectively nothing. What println does is it takes whatever string you passed in and it just appends a new line to it. So for example, if you said hello world, it'll turn it into hello world /n or /r/n depending on your platform. I don't know what it's really going to do, but that's fine. So when you pass in nothing, what it's probably going to do, it's probably got some like, I mean, imagine this void println. I guess it's public void println string text. This is going to do system.out.print text plus new line. There's probably something for that. And then they probably also have a version that takes in nothing that just does this. So I imagine, also these would be double quotes. So I imagine this is what Java implemented these functions as. They're just proxies for the print function, and all they do is add a new line, and when you pass in no argument, it's just going to print out a new line. So they're probably exactly the same. Yeah, Geek. I heard about that too. He outsourced his own work, which there's some level of genius to that, right? Like, I'm getting paid to do a job that I'm not even doing. So I don't need to show up to work and I'm still getting a salary. It's not scrupulous, but it's interesting to think about. So now I want to replace this function. No, not that function. This one, press up handler. So we need to know exactly what you can do here. So we should call into another function entirely. Probably something like, well, let's just code it here for now. We can split it out in a bit. Tile placement info equals this dot get. We need to know, you don't necessarily have a tile under the mouse. Get tile at pixel coordinates. I guess what I could do here is just have this taken a tile. Fine. Although really, yeah, I could have this taken a tile, and if the tile doesn't exist, then you get the tile every time though. I don't know. I'm not sure what I really want to do here. Get tile chords from pixel chords, arena X, arena Y. So we're just going to return this. co-x. All right. Well, we're going to refactor a bunch of this. I think it's all for the better, though. So let's do that. Let's do this. I could type get tile chords from pixel chords, arena X, arena Y. Good. So now I would want to call this function from in here. All right, so tile under mouse. I don't know if we're going to be using this exactly. I think we're going to do this here. Tile. Oh, do I already have this on my? No, I don't. There. Tile X, tile Y. So if tile placement info, how are we going to do all of this? Shouldn't be too bad. And we're going to relocate the bot, which is another thing I haven't done yet. Oh no, Geek, yeah, links are allowed. If you ever post a bad link, then I'll just purge it or block it or something, or ban you. Ban all of your alt accounts, ban everybody in chat if the link is bad enough. Unsubscribe all of my subscribers. So it's tile placement info. So if it's invalid, we're not going to do anything. I guess we can just return from here. Stop dragging entity is called at the end of all of this, though. Which is why this should all just take place in another function. Okay. What do I do here? This all took place here. So it's either this exists or... No, wait, no. It's just, did this thing exist? So stop dragging entity should... This dot handle drag entity. So we can just move all this stuff away from here. And then we don't need an if util that exists here. Yeah, so then we can get rid of all of this. Adam, when are you going to shave? I wanted to shave this morning. I'm surprised people are asking me about this now. And my wife was like, no, you should keep it. And I said, this looks ridiculous. So I'm probably going to shave tonight or tomorrow morning. Your dank memes account? Tom adds images are not publicly available. This is not that dank, I've got to admit. I'm screwing something up here. Geek Mozzie. This is basically a test of how good of a genie would you make? How literal can you be here? Then I rage ban everyone. You're right, and it's all your fault, Geek. That's it. Do you want to be responsible for that? So if it's invalid, then just return. There are 3 other cases here. Does not exist, in which case we delete the bot. And then if we're going to delete the bot, we need to... Wait, set selected bot in UI. How did this stuff ever... Close panel. Yeah, close panel. Okay. Oh, these. Oh, God. Okay, then there's whether it's obstructed or whether it's unobstructed. If it's unobstructed, we just place the bot there. Unobstructed. I guess we could just switch the type of this. Cool. Unobstructed. We'll place the bot there. And then why do we need to place bot? Oh, in case you... There should be a relocate that potentially swaps. It's going to be obnoxious. Was selected in UI. Yeah, this is going to be obnoxious. And then finally that it was obstructed. And this is the one case where we just don't even really do anything yet here. For now, let's just window.alert obstruction. There. Yeah, actually, I guess even just tagging someone Geek Mozzie would have worked. Was that command follow H? Alright, so I broke everything. Owner is not defined. Where's owner even attempted? Where are we trying to load this? You know, despite that this is slow going, I'm not that bothered right now or anything by this. Owner, there it is. Okay. So this was the bot owner, but I guess it's get tile information replacement. This is always going to be done, first of all, I guess in the client arena. Or do we ever need to do this any differently? If this dot is active player attacker, I think that's what we care about. No, but then this isn't usable by the... Darn it. We need to know who we're doing this for. No, we don't. Too close to the Fender CPU. No, we do need to know who we're doing this for. Okay. Even the commands don't work on me. Yeah, I think we need to change this. Get tile information replacement. We need to know who's doing the placing. So in this particular case, it's this dot get active player. placing player, something like that. The player who wants to perform a placement. There we go. About time I linked this thing in. Does Puka show up on here? No. Does Endurin? Yup. Is that even top 250? Yeah, it is. Okay, so placing player, we now have that. Let's go call this here. This should be owner. We're not actually using this yet. That's okay. Now at least the game should work. Let's get rid of this. There we go. No, still broken. Cannot read unobstructed of undefined. I must have just returned unobstructed. That's fine. That's wrong. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Okay, good. We are back to actually being able to see the UI. So what I was going to test out here is if you're trying to relocate a bot. So if I drag this over to here. Good. I never return this, do I? No, I do. That's weird. Tile chords from pixel chords. What am I doing wrong? Oh, ArenaX doesn't exist? Oh. Excuse me. Who is Orandre? Just a viewer? I don't know. I don't know how else to answer that. It's like if someone asked me who is Jupiter. Alright, see you, Puka. I don't know who Jessica is, but have fun. And thanks, TJ. Thanks for whipping quarters. Yeah, so Arena X, Arena Y doesn't exist. What this needs to be is last mouse X, last mouse Y. Thanks for all the bits, TJ. And thanks, Jupiter. Alright, let's try that. So we drag this over to here. That does not work. Why not? If I drag it out of the arena, that works. If I drag it to an obstruction, it says obstruction. If I drag it to another bot, it says obstruction. That's actually not correct. Oh, there's a 1 per tile. So I need to check to see what that obstruction is. Yeah. Oh, Jessica Mack. Okay, yeah, no, I know who that is. Got it. Huh. So I wonder why this one is failing. This is only if it's unobstructed. Then we call place bot. We get the blueprint component, tile under mouse. Yeah. Why is that not working though? Oh, there we go. It never removed the old one though. And for some reason, yeah, that was definitely, oh, I know why. Because we never removed the old one. Okay, so this needs to be a relocate specifically. Yeah. Make a relocate entity function. It should update all relevant data structures. Like, the tiles data structures if possible. That way the entity can retain its identity. And then make a swap entities function that takes in new destination. I'll have to watch this later. Swaps their locations. Well, it's been Hey Superman. NT Blot. It's been a little bit tough to get all this stuff together. Previously, I did a relocate as a remove and then an add at the new location. But I think that's bad for a lot of reasons. So we're going to actually make a relocate entity function. Relocate entity tile x, tile y. Well, let's say new tile x and new tile y. Alright, so the actual relocating of it is really, really easy. We get the physics component and we just move it. There. The problem is we just need to update data structures here. This shouldn't be too bad, really. Oh, and maybe we need to update some UI if we had open. No, we don't even need to do that. Yeah, so it's really just the data structures we need to update now, which is a couple of things. Entities. Where do we track this stuff? It's the tile. That's pretty much it. Yeah, it's just the tile, I think. Something removes these. Okay, that's fine. Delete tile dot, yeah, real ID. Remove entity from tile entity. We do this here. If that exists, get the tile, and then if has ID component. We would need to know that here. It's gonna have a physics component, so I don't think we need to do that. I think this is what we need to do. There. Cool. So now this thing can be put here. Nice. Okay, not bad. So now when we go to relocate an entity, we get the old tile and we say this. And then we just add it, so we have an add entity. And we'll say this dot add entity to tile entity. Cool. So we're going to do pretty much the same thing we had here. Good. And good. This is actually not totally correct. No, never mind. Yes, it is. Yeah, cool. Nice. All right, so we just call this with a new one. So remove them from their existing one, update their physics component, and then add them to the new one. Done. Should be easy. Rip chat indeed. We need giveaways to spark these things. You know, I don't look at this image nearly enough. All right, relocate entity is now done. So we don't need to ever do this stuff anymore. We can just do this. Relocate entity. We take the entity, which is press and drag entity, and then the tile under mouse. This is kind of silly. We can just say tile X, tile Y here. Done. Okay, let's try that out. This should finally work. I hope. It actually was not that hard to do. So we click and drag this somewhere else, and nope. Nope, 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 nope. Oh, why? Why does this hate me? So I can't drag this anywhere? Is this even calling the right code? What does this button do? Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, we want this to be hit. So when we drag this entity, oh, it does get hit. Well, isn't that nice? And tile X and tile Y should be set correctly, 2, 5. That is correct, actually, yes. Cool, so let's go into here. So we remove it from their existing tile. So they have an ID component. We get the tile.entity is on ID. 4 is set to this thing. Yup, this is 4. We delete it. That sounds good. Great. Then we update its, yeah, that's fine. Then we add this thing to the new one. So how did this fail? This is a brand new tile, right? 2, 5, yeah. Weird. All of that worked, which means that this entity moved. But it doesn't look like, oh, the sprite never got updated. Oh, never mind. I know what's going on. So if I click and drag from here, yeah, but it doesn't know that it's there. Got it. The problem is that I need to update the sprite component as well. Yeah, hooray. So we say get sprite component for bot. That's here. And we set its position to this plus compose bot.offset x times scale. Alright, see you for now, geek. T-Plot says no one turn it off. Endorn immediately buys a token. Starts changing it like crazy. Yeah, I guess we can change this here. I don't necessarily even like this though. So here we would call into then we would do this. We would get its sprite component and then relocate the sprite to where it's supposed to be. Okay. Oh, but even this is... yeah, this is technically wrong. Yeah. Yeah. 1 point every 10 minutes. You guys are right. So it's about 50 points a day. Okay, there's a like moderately smart way that we can do this. It'd be nice if we could just set the position of a sprite. But all these positions are different based on what we're injecting here. CPU sprite just has tile x times tile size. There is no offset. Well, there's nothing stopping us from doing things this way. Let's just try this out. All right, let's try that. We don't have a physics component, do we, though? It's new tile x, new tile y. Yeah, let's try that out. What's the difference between a bot and a sprite? So a bot is an entity. A sprite is a pixie.sprite. So entities have components. There's a sprite component. Sprite component has a sprite. So if you have a bot in code, I would do something like get component names dot sprite. So the entity itself has a sprite on it. It also has a bunch of other things like health components, ID components, whatever else. Okay, so this might work. It almost did. Yeah, it's the wrong offset, obviously, in that I'm putting this on like half tile coordinates. So it's too far to the left for some reason. Why is that? I think it's this. I think this is already multiplied by scale, so I'm multiplying it again. So we just get rid of this part, but that doesn't make sense. That had to be exactly off by like a factor of 8. I don't think that's right. Hey, Codebreaker. Okay, well this is definitely wrong. Oh. Let's move my arm in a way it shouldn't move. Oh, whoops. There we go. Hey, Dave. Still trying to move my arm. All right, there we go. Now let's see. Ah, we did it. Okay. That took me way too long. So we drag them out of the arena to delete. We drag them into the arena to put them somewhere. And if we drag them onto another bot, it'll just give us a window.alert for right now. I've got to fix that last case so that it actually does what it's supposed to do, which is swap the bots. All right. So that's done. So make a swap entities function that takes in two entities and swaps them, and then we're going to need to override it. And So we'll say entity 1 and entity 2. So a swap is really 2 relocates. So maybe this won't be so bad. Maybe we just say this dot physics component 1 equals entity dot get component physics component 2. So we say const tile x1 tile y1 equals physics component 1, and then 2 and 2, and then finally we just call relocate entity a couple of times. So relocate entity 1 to entity 2's position, and entity 2 to entity's 1. Why can I not say this? Entity 1's position. All right, let's try that out. So cool. Now we just do this. So if the obstruction, you need to own the obstruction, and the obstruction needs to be a bot. So I guess we need to do some validation here. So const obstruction equals tile placement info dot obstruction. You need to own it. It needs to be a bot. So if I already had this code somewhere. Where did I put it? Hey, where's the pop-up thing that we can use for git gutter now? Nah. I don't know how to do this. There should be a diff tool current file. What? I did not know about this. No, don't launch. Can't even type no into this thing. That was weird. Does it also work when zoomed? Can you really swap, or do you need to use a temporary location? I think I can really swap because this isn't checking anything. And yeah, this should work fine. I will have to test that out though. Also, what was I just doing? Oh yeah, this. We need to know whether this is owned by you, which then I was trying to diff the current file. Alright, well, whatever. Git gutter show diff pop-up. Yeah, I don't think I have that for some reason. And yet, this morning I had that info page saying that it got updated. So that's weird that I don't have it now. Oh well. Something weird's happening. Let's just diff it this way. So let's see. It needs to be owned by the same player for you to be able to swap them. The swapping happens from press up handler. Yeah, I had already done this. Then what is going on here? It should be in this file somewhere. Yeah, strange. I don't see it. Oh, here it is. Okay, well, whatever. So if the obstruction is owned by you and it's a bot, then just swap them. Swap. So swap the press and drag entity with the obstruction. Okay, let's try that out. So here we go. We drag this bot over to here, and it breaks. What happened here? The tile doesn't exist? That's strange. No, let's just put a breakpoint here. We'll find out what's going wrong. Yeah. Okay, so the obstruction is a bot, correct? Is bot, yes, and it should be owned by me. So those things are true. So we try swapping them, and what happens here? These are all undefined. Well, that explains it. Why does that explain it, though? Did I name this wrong? No. Physics component exists. Tile X, tile Y. Oh, whoops. Okay. I need... Ugh, whatever. Let's just not do things this way. Tile X1 equals physics. Either way, I would have done this wrong because I'm using the physics component 1 for both of these. So there was already a bug no matter what. But I also screwed this part up. So there's that. And now these change into 2s. And then these change into 2s. There. So yeah, I was not only destructuring it wrong, but I was using the wrong component. Oh, geek, I was talking to your cats this whole time, and then you tell me they're not even there. Hey, it worked. Swapping is working. Nice. How do I correctly export a class using ES6 in Node? So, okay, there's actually a way you can do this. If you have class person, whatever, you can just say module.exports equals person, something like that. This does work. The reason I said you transpiled ES5 is because if you try saying export default class person, or however the syntax is, export does not work in Node yet. So you would need to transpile it first. At least I'm pretty sure export doesn't work in Node. I don't have the newest version, but I don't think the newest version adds that. So you can do things this way for right now. Or if you don't mind transpiling, then yeah, you can do things this way. Because I, for example, have a player class. I say class player, and at the bottom of this, I say export default player. So that's one way to do it. The other way to do it is module.exports equals whatever you want. In fact, don't even use the object syntax. You can just say this, module.exports equals foo. There. Okay, yeah, so this is working. So now we should be able to use this a little bit better. Let's be the attacker first. So I'm going to put down a bot here and another bot here. And we're going to test all the different cases out. So one is I try dragging it here. This should not work. It doesn't. Good. Okay. 2 is I'm going to try dragging this off of the arena. Should delete it. Perfect. I'm going to try swapping the locations of these. Perfect. I'm going to try relocating this. Perfect. I'm going to try relocating this with an enemy bot. Good. Relocating it with this. Relocating it with this. This. Yeah, cool. So all the cases appear to be fine. Now the only other thing we should probably add is the same sort of preview icon when you're dragging a bot around. That way you know whether you can do this or not. Did swapping really work? Because I would have thought they'd interfere with each other. So I'm not checking whether they interfere with each other. The way that this works is that I just remove it from its existing tile, set its new coordinates without checking to see if it'll work, and then add it to the new tile. And that's it. The reason I'm able to relocate an entity like this at all is because I've checked beforehand whether it will work. So because this isn't doing an additional check, that's why it works. So this is really just to relocate entity calls. And this relocates an entity without checking to see if the relocate is valid. It's up to the caller to do that. Because we don't do those checks here, swapping entities by means of relocating them both to the other's position will work without using a temporary third location. Yeah. Okay. All right, cool. So let's get ready to check this in. Looks like everything is working fine. So this is much nicer. Because now if you were like, oh, whoops, I wanted these bots to be in front, you can just drag them and it's like 3 actions. I say like 3 because I actually had to pan the arena around. But if I zoomed out far enough, it would just be 3 actions. 1, 2, 3. I can move these over to here if I want. So this is pretty nice. And if you were in placement mode and you wanted to overwrite these, that's also pretty easy to do. At any point I can test this, and I can see the landmines are ridiculous. Swapping chips also work? No. This just removes them both. Yeah, I gotta fix swapping chips. Alright, well, let's check this in. So blueprint component is defined but never used. I don't actually know what it was used for before this. I guess we should... Huh, yeah, weird. Oh, for placing it, I see. Bot real ID was selected in UI. This isn't needed. This isn't needed. This isn't needed. Which means tile under mouse isn't needed for any of this either. It's only used down here. There we go. Now what I could do here is see whether the tile is invalid. That way I'm not doing this function call everywhere. Then I don't need to check to see if it's occupied either. Well, the new one is occupied, fine. So here's what we can do. Tile type equals constants.tile placement info dot invalid bot too close to CPU. Bot tile is too close to the CPU or something, right? Invalid, something like that. They'd be set to the same memory address? No, I avoided that by getting, let me show you, by accessing their primitives here first. If I had called relocate entity without doing this sort of thing, like let's say I had called relocate entity by just specifying the second one's physics component, like this, tile X and tile Y, and then I tried doing the first one the same way, this would have failed. Because the physics component is going to be updated by reference. So when I relocate the first one onto the second one will relocate onto itself now. So yeah, let's remove that though. Can't check that in. Okay, looks good. So handle drag entity, this is called when a drag event is finished and you were indeed dragging an entity around. All right, not bad. Cool. I probably do this many different times. Maybe not. Let's take a look though. Mat.floor.star tile size. Let's see when I use this. Yeah, in enough places where I should replace this. Fine. Create chip using last mouse chords. So we can say tile x tile y equals this dot get pixel chords arena x arena y. Cool. Let's keep finding them. This is the same sort of thing. Last mouse x, last mouse y. Where do I do this? Is there any other tile x or tile y in here? No. So we can put this here, this here. That's fine. And this render tiles. Start X, start Y. There. Let's make sure everything's still working. Nope. I think I screwed this one up. What did this used to say? Mat.floor x divided by tile size. How did I break this? Oh, because these need to be called tile x, tile y. Oh my god. This is why destructuring. I guess the way I'm supposed to do this is like this. How does this work? Nice night mode. Destructuring. There's this. Op colon A. So that's A equals. So we want to say tile x colon like this, I guess. And then that should fix everything. Duplicate declaration. Oh, whoops. There. That should fix everything. Nice. Okay, let's just make sure I did that everywhere now. I wonder if you can get a little bit trickier with this. So let's say you have a function that returns x5. And I say const AAAX equals test. Console.log AAA. Whoops, wrong way. There. Okay, so that works. We get the number 5 printing out over here. What did I fix? I was just doing, every time I needed a tile x, I was doing mat.floor, whatever pixel x I had, divided by constants.tile size. So this code showed up all over the place. I just removed it and put a function in instead that does exactly the same thing. So it's saving one line of code, but more importantly, it's using a function for everything. So here's what I want to test. What if you have another object? So object equals this, and you want to set a property in there. So A equals 1 by default. So this will print out 1. Perfect. Now, can we say this here? No, all right. That's too bad. I thought maybe that might work, but it doesn't. No. Oh, well. That would have been nice. Hey, dig down deep. Okay, let's do this again. So, get tile from pixel chords, looks good. Looks good, looks good. Looks good, cool. What about this? I should just comment those functions. Other than that, we're looking pretty good. Comment that, and don't even check that in. So go comment this thing, add entity to tile. So this associates an entity to the tile that it's on. Remove entity. This deletes the association from the given entity. Tile that the given entity is on to that entity. There we go. And then this is the only other thing to comment. When placing / dragging an entity around, we usually want to check invalid. This could be used for chips as well. 42 badges displayed. Imagine if that impacted how long a message was that you could send. And since you've got like 1 million badges in front of your name, then all you're able to type is like, hello, and then you're out of space. There's a host badge? Huh. Didn't know that. So if I host someone's channel and go in there and start talking, wait, then wouldn't Demon Wolf have had that earlier? Oh, whoa, I missed Syntonic's message. Oh no, is Syntonic still here? I scrolled up trying to find Demon Wolf's message and I saw Syntonic said, hey. He left. No, I missed it. All right, I gotta send Syntonic a message afterward. I wanted to ask him too. Too bad. It just cuts off your name and only shows all the badges. That'd be pretty funny. I want to check whether a tile is valid or not, and whether it will incur any sort of side effects like relocating or swapping. Okay, finally. So what have we done? Dragging a bot. Improve entity drag experience. When dragging a bot around the, When dragging a bot around the arena, attempting to relocate it to an invalid location will simply do nothing, as opposed to deleting the bot like it did before. Attempting dragging it outside of the arena will still delete the bot. Dragging it to an empty location will relocate. Dragging it to an empty location will still relocate the bot, but this code is now better. Finally, dragging it to another one of your bots will swap the two bots. Instead of, I think it was deleting both of them? Hey, Xpixel. Hey, Avixator. Avixator Varenz asked about Juice earlier. Also, where's MCS Mike been? Because I don't think that... Oh, the chat logs are working now. They weren't earlier. There's no badge for hosting someone. Oh, I see. Okay. All right, cool. So here's everything. Did linting pass? Yes. Okay, so let's commit. Cool. Let's close out all of these things. Oh, does it also work when zoomed? Let's try that out really fast. Yes. Cool. You wanted to type something, but you weren't sure about the grammatical structure. I can always fix it for you if you want to run it by me first. So get rid of socket.io constants. This should be pretty easy. We just make sure they're not being used anywhere. We search our entire code base for socket.io. So now constants.connect. Nope. Delete. Constants.error. Let's search for it this way. Nope, doesn't exist. Connection. Nope. Disconnect. Nope. This stuff might still exist. Chat socket room. Actually doesn't. An arena socket room. Okay, nope. Okay, so all socket.io stuff is gone. Move dead code. So in dragging a bot, make sure we're showing a preview image of the dragged blueprint, not the one that's selected. Yeah, this is something that I think is going to be really helpful, but this is polish. So right now, I have this bot selected, so it's showing a preview everywhere. Great, that's working as intended. When I drag this bot though, we're seeing a preview for the wrong bot. So when I end up dragging this over to here, it looks like I'm going to get the Omega bot on top of the Wasp, but when I let go, it's actually putting the Geode bot on top of it. So yeah, that's what I'm talking about. There's like a little bit of polish I got to do. Didn't he start in 2015? Yeah, that code probably goes back to 2015. And Pawn, I agree. I think that gives you more peace of mind. For something like JavaScript, it's just difficult to tell sometimes when code is even in use. In fact, sometimes you can't tell until runtime that something's in use, because you can do silly things with getting properties. So you might have an object like this, foo is set to 5, and then there's nothing stopping you from doing this. This is a bad idea, but you could do something like this, and now object.foo is equal to 6. You could do something like this, const prop equals foo, obj prop equals 6, and now this will be equal or equal 7, I guess let's say. This is more common, and in fact, Lodash directly encourages you to do something like this when you do this, for example. And now there's no way to know, like, hey, is this being used anywhere in the code? Well, impossible to tell. There's just no way to verify that. You'd have to be doing it at runtime. So yeah, Pawn, I think having an ID is helpful, but it won't cover every case for JavaScript. For something like C++ or Java or C# or something, it can usually do a much better job. Okay. What is it? Is it working or no? No, it's working. Well, I would also say, oh yeah, that's pretty much fine. Okay, so where do we even render this thing? Also, if you don't even have one showing, we need to show it then too. Make sure this works regardless of whether you have a blueprint selected. So let's go into this class. Let's find the preview entity, which is here. If there's no blueprint selected, then we just destroy it. Yeah. So what we really want to have happen here is when you start dragging, oh, this can't work this way. Because this just gets the selected blueprint ID. Also, how many places do we call this right now? 1, 2, 3. So I need to be able to set what this is regardless of what's in the UI. Right now, I'm setting the preview entity's image just based on which blueprint is in the UI. Yeah, this is where having those state changes is going to be helpful. All right, you know what? I'll be right back really fast. Set this for 1 minute. I'll be right back. Be right back. Okay. Hey, Kazoos. So it's lunch replacement time today. With this. Yeah, so the way to do this, I would need to set something. Not fast enough, lost 50 viewers. It's just you and me now, Pawn. So I need to be able to set this based on some properties that I pass in. So the very first thing I guess I have to do is detect when you drag an entity in the arena. Well, that's actually pretty easy. And then just call into so this is the only place where we do this. If true, this will update the sprite to reflect it even if the blueprint isn't different. I guess we're going to need a couple of properties here. And they're both going to be optional. Ugh. There. Now. No, we can't do this. Okay, yeah. It's gonna be really frustrating. Because whenever you move the mouse around, we don't want it to update the blueprint. Where also setting it to that every time you move the mouse around. Instead, we need to set the blueprint image when we start dragging or stop dragging. Then we just update its location during the drag. So destroy preview entity. All right, well, I'll need to check for state changes in React then. So as soon as you hide the blueprints bar, that's when we might do this, but only if we happen to be showing a blueprint to begin with. I think it's going to be tough. I think it's going to be very tough. All right, let me think of all the places where this gets called. So one is in mouse move. The other is in press handler. The other is an updated blueprint. And the other one is when you change which blueprint is selected. Oh, yeah, so that makes sense. So this is the start of a drag. This is during the drag. This is when you update a blueprint. So we need to update what we're rendering there. So those, I think those events are mostly fine. I think it's, why would we even do this? Oh, good, Tomkus. Yeah. And at that point, you can just copy paste examples directly from online and learn from those. Man. Yeah. I do think this is just going to be tough. I'll have to cover all these edge cases too. I also don't know if this part is necessary here. Force updating the sprite when you start dragging. This doesn't make any sense. Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. This isn't even being used correctly. So if I hide the chat, it disconnects from the chat server and I stop getting points, right? I don't think it does it? I'm not sure. You would need to, look at the chat list from another account or something like that to see. But I imagine hiding chat is just hiding the DOM element, not actually disconnecting you. So we want to set this based on the blueprint of what you started dragging. God, I like don't want to start this. I don't know why. Okay, so blueprint ID. Let's do this. Let's say params. So force update sprite. Const force update sprite. Yeah, who knows? Like I said, if you just look at another account, you'll be able to find whether it's removing you or whether it's just hiding chat. That was my mouse going crazy, by the way. So I guess we also want to know. I guess we also want to know what blueprint you want to render here. And if force update sprite is ever true, then we should also have a blueprint ID of what you want. Like there, I don't think it's necessary. This, I think it's necessary. This is probably necessary. Okay, so let's get the blueprint ID. So get rid of this. I'm gonna need to fix that. And get the selected blueprint. I suppose. Without it is disconnecting? Okay, interesting. So if that's not specified, well, this is really gonna break. That's what's gonna happen. So this doesn't exist. Set the blueprint ID, which we might not even have there. I don't know. I guess we said it's a null. And then get this on the. So if we don't even have a blueprint ID, we can't do anything here. Update sprite for preview entity, blueprint ID. And again, this might not even exist, in which case we just won't have a sprite. And what do? We get the blueprint component from this? Fine, but at some point we need to do this part, which is going to kill it. Hey, basic. Okay, so this kind of sort of works. By kind of sort of, I mostly mean not really at all. So let's see. I think this should be totally disabled now. You shouldn't be able to see a preview anymore. So let's refresh and see if that's the case. Oh, it doesn't even necessarily have a sprite component because if you don't specify that. Okay, yeah. So existing sprite component. Okay, so yeah, it shouldn't render at all. I hope this works. Ah, still broken. Render preview entity. There. We'll eventually get to the bottom of this. All right, cool. So now there's no preview entity at all, right? Yeah. So in order to get there to be a preview entity, we need these things to pass in a blueprint ID again. So let's not even worry about that yet. Let's worry about this part. So we want to pass in the blueprint ID that this entity is using. Does it have to have a blueprint? Yeah, it does. Okay, let's try that. So what should happen now? Right now, when I drag this, it doesn't show me where it's going to render it. Now it should, I hope. Let's see. Oh, mouse move isn't updating that. Oh, come on. Set properties of preview entity. Is this not working? Oh, this is set to null by default. And if it is set to null, we just shouldn't do anything. Okay, so if the existing blueprint, so if this was even specified and it's not equal to the one that we have, then update sprite equals true. Okay, but update sprite can be set regardless. All right, let's try that out. Oh, wow, that worked. Okay, so now I don't know if both of these are necessary, to be honest. Because there's the opaque one that you see on my mouse, and then there's the one that snaps the tile coordinates. So you can see the one on my mouse is only moving in a circle, like I'm dragging, and then the one in the tile coordinates is obviously moving in a square. So, do you need both? Then I need to stop that from happening too. So when you stop dragging, it should null this out. And if you, I guess if you explicitly pass in null, that means we want to destroy this thing. Or we could just destroy it ourselves. Okay. Alright, see you, Hideo. Enjoy your dinner. Well, it's nice that at least that's working. Alright, so now we need to destroy this thing when you stop dragging. So for example, stopped dragging. See this dot destroy preview entity. The snap one is more useful? Yeah. Yeah. Where's that other one even rendering? I don't even know. Preview entity. Yeah, that's fine. And then press and drag entity. So I guess this is what we have to not render anymore. Do I ever render this? Seriously? Render drag selection. Yeah, I guess we just cut that function out. Now that's going to be really obnoxious for something like a chip, which doesn't have that thing working. So when I go to edit my defense and I drag a chip, I can't tell where I'm dragging it now. But when I drag a bot, it's going to be really obvious. Okay, so for chips, let's just have it. Let's just have this work for chips. For now, only show the drags. Only render this for chips. There. So now for bots, it shouldn't show up. For chips, it still should. So we refresh the page. And for chips, there it is. Cool. For bots, it is not there. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I like this, but whatever. I'll leave it like that for now. So next, when you are done with this mode, we need to show the preview based on whether this thing is set. So we can't just destroy the image. We need to set it back to what it was. So if you have something selected and you're in render mode. What's artillery range and can you increase its range? It's 5 to 7, I believe. And can you increase it? You can't increase its range, but you can increase the range you can see. So if you look at this RD artillery script and pre-made scripts, well, it's got missiles, ignore that. And it's got movement, ignore that. So here's the important part. Firing artillery, if you were to just look at that, this is always going to only fire at exactly 5 tiles away because the minimum range is 5 and your maximum vision range is 5. So vision range is 0 to 5 tiles. So the only overlap that you have is right here, so it can fire at exactly 5 tiles. Well then, if you start to consider this other code that I have here, activate sensors. Activate sensors will make your vision range go to 7 for a couple of turns. And now all of a sudden the overlap is all of this. So you can hit bots up to 7 tiles away. And if you want to see that in action, it looks like this. Let's give this artillery and missiles, and we'll give it a new script, RD artillery. Cool. So now I put down a few of these bots and I hit commence, and they can fire from farther away if their sensors are activated. So you saw that one fire from like 6 tiles away or something. This can't really happen here. We just need to set it up for whatever it used to have. Man. So it has blueprints selected in UI and our blueprints visible in UI. Then we're going to say this dot we're going to say blueprint ID is going to be whatever you have selected in the UI. So let's go get that. Can I copy paste that from here too? Weird. Yeah. I think I have a troll strategy for defense. It's really hard to come up with troll strategies for defenders because the attacker will just see what you're doing in phase 1 and then hopefully come up with a counter to it. Okay, let's try that out. So right now, when you are just moving the mouse around, even though I have a selection up here, it's not rendering anything. When I drag, it renders something, and then when I stop, it stops rendering something. So now, after dragging, it's going to render whatever I have selected. So let's try that out. So I drag this, that works fine. Now it should render Omega bots. Yeah, and if I go back to dragging this, it goes back to working fine. Pretty good. Pretty good. Is there a variable that knows which phase you're in? No. Something like that, I could do that, but you'd have to let me know why you want that, and then I'll have to consider how I want to do it. Have different scripts for different phases. So yeah, there's no way, there's short of you just, like, here's what you could do. You could be like, all right, it's phase 1, I'm going to put down this bot. And then you could be like, all right, it's phase 2 because you'll know it's phase 2. So I'm going to edit my script and be like, oh, just use my phase 2 script. Done. Ooh, that didn't work. Ooh, that sucks. That's a bug. Oh, goody. So let's write this down. Bug. choosing different scripts while looking at the Blockly editor. We can use random scripts from a huge list, so there's no way to counter that. Yeah, so wait, Endoran, what did you want to do when you wanted to check to see what phase number it was? Because if it's use a different script, I guess what I'd want to know is what kind of script would you want to use? And Tomkis, I don't know what dynamic programming means. I think you might be talking about static typing and dynamic typing. And in that case, a statically typed language is something where you know the type at the time of writing the code. So this is something like Java, C#, C++, there's a whole bunch of them. In JavaScript, you can infer the type only after you've actually set the variable. So at the time of writing the code, like, okay, I can tell this is a number. So this is a number, but now I can set it to a string. Now it's a string, and then I can set it to an array, and then I can set it to an object or whatever else. So the type can change, which is what makes that dynamic. Hey, Ramy. Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. I'll write this down. Yeah, I think having something like that for the Defender is a good idea. I don't know if anyone will use it, but again, my job is to give you guys tools. Your job is to use the tools. And if you don't use them, that's fine. I can eventually remove the tools. Okay, so this part works. I guess we needed to like kind of revert back to whatever state we were in here. Oh, it's indeed a thing, not related to typing. Okay. Yeah, then you should just read this Wikipedia page. So we need to make this work just based on what's selected in the UI. I guess in here, really what we should do is just say set properties of preview entity, pull details from UI, true. So if pull details from UI is true, and this is true, this else would go here, this yeah. Are you drinking Soylent? Did you get sponsored? Yes and no. I'm not sponsored by anyone, and I'm only drinking Soylent because I didn't really have lunch plans today, and I kind of wanted to see what would happen if I didn't take any breaks today, other than using the bathroom and getting water and everything. That's gotta happen no matter what, all the time, every day. But not taking a lunch break today. I want to see what happened. And no, Tomkis, I don't think there are stupid questions. I do think when it comes to programming that there are some questions that they're not stupid, but they're things that you can do more work to try to figure out what's wrong. So let's say, for example, you were coding in Java and you say something like int x equals hello world. And Java will say something like expected integer got string or something along those lines, right? if you see this error, asking, hey, what does this error mean, is not a stupid question. But it's also something you can figure out on your own by Googling this, and then you'll find a lot of answers about, hey, here's how you fix this, here's what it means, and then you can fix it yourself. And so you still asked a question. It's not a stupid question, but you asked it to the right audience, I feel, which is the internet at that point, as opposed to Twitch chat. So I would say just be wary of this stuff where you're asking something where it's like, wait a second, maybe I could figure this out for myself. Well, if you did lunch BRV, it would just work for tomorrow, which I should take a lunch tomorrow. Okay, so one of the other things we need to do is everywhere that we had this thing be called. So in mouse move handler, I'm not going to pass anything in. This will just update the position. That's fine. Stop dragging. Yeah, that's fine. No, Tomkis, I'm not even suggesting asking on Stack Overflow. I'm suggesting, like, let's show you an example of this. Let's say you foo.bar or something like that, and it says foo is not defined. So if you look up JavaScript reference error, you'll find a bunch of stuff. You don't even need to ask this question necessarily. And maybe this will be helpful, maybe not. Put the references in here. So same thing, this shows up on the MDN page. It tells you why this happens. It probably gives you examples, how you can fix this sort of thing. Where will you publish the game? Hey, Sabin. I'm going to self-publish and then possibly also put it on something like Steam. The game's online right now. I mean, it's not running on Kongregate or Steam or anything. You just connect, you can start playing. You can look at your replays, do whatever else you want. That's gotta stop. God, that's annoying. And Member says, SO would be so much cleaner if everyone would do that. Yeah, that's true. But I think some people look for kind of a basic amount of time. Maybe they'll do one or two searches and they'll be like, all right, it doesn't exist. Wait, Tomkis, your thing got negative 15? At the end of it, I mean, did they give you any direction on why this... Because, I don't know. That sounds weird to me. So you can publish Node games on Steam? Well, if you wrap it in Electron, you can. Is the Botland server running on your computer? It's running on my computer and it's running on AWS. But they're two totally different environments. So my computer is a local test environment. And on AWS, it's, quote, production. So there's an entire set of servers here and there's an entire set of servers here. And remember, there is no one Botland server. If you look at the infrastructure, it's many different ones. There's the account server, the overseer, the game server, the matchmaker, a database. I don't have a load balancer on my own machine, but Amazon has one. Yeah, Xpixel. It's too bad. Alright, so stop dragging entity, press handler, updated blueprint, and then here. So I guess whenever you first show the arena, this is where we would want to do this. Oh my god, what is this thing called? Why can I not find this function anymore? It's update. No, here it is. Okay, so we want to call this with... What's going on? What did I name this? Here it is. Oh man, I for some reason just totally forgot the name of the function I was working with. Okay, and what we want to do is we want to call this with this set of arguments. And we want to do this probably just in the constructor, actually. Or do we have... We have set up Pixie. I guess it can be after that. Hmm. Raimi. I mean, it's true. Asking someone rather than asking Google is easier because you're relying on another human to determine what the answer should be for you. The problem is that it's a little selfish, I think. All right, so I'm still trying to figure out where I should do this. It happens here. Then we call setup Pixie from the constructor. Let's try this. Let's just see what happens. So this failed. Cannot read property arena of null. Oh, there was a bug trying to create this. Or at least that's what it sounds like. I don't know. Let's put a breakpoint here. Well, all right. So I think the real solution to this problem is to tell the person, "Hey, here's what I'd prefer next time," instead of you coming to me and talking to me about this. Destroy preview entity. So if it exists, then dispose it, which it doesn't. So we don't bother setting this thing up. That's actually fine, I guess. It's when we click this, what, then everything's gonna totally fail? So blueprint ID equals 5. And there's no player yet. So that's definitely strange. This could account for a lot of the problems I've been running into, actually. Oh, Raimi, I make a face like that a lot too. Huh. Also, have people actually been playing Botland today? No. They haven't been. But that's fine. I'm not really changing gameplay at all. I'm just doing quality of life features, and I think people have already kind of played the game a lot. So I don't even have a player here. I wonder why that's happening. I have the player depot. This does not have my player set in it yet. I wonder where we do that. This happens in add your player. It happens from here. Wait, what? Oh, that can't be good. Yeah, that definitely can't be good. Yeah, Tomcus, you may just not have WebGL enabled. Kazoos, doesn't work for you either. Have you gone to get.webgl.org? Like, oh, you disabled hardware acceleration. Yeah, that's why it wouldn't work. So we call add your player at the end of all of this, even though we've already constructed an arena. Is that what's happening? And even this, what does this function do? And I suppose this is fine. But yeah, this means that at construction time, we can't possibly have this thing set. So we can't do this. So we need to do this somewhere else. Now that your player object is set up, set the initial UI state. Okay, let's try this. Okay, that works. Cool. So when you deselect the bot in the UI, it's got to delete this preview image, and it's not doing that right now. We need to know that you deselected the bot in the UI. And this is something that I even wrote down over here. I said to do, this isn't the best way to do things. Ideally, I would check for state changes in React and then call into an arena function indicating that the change needs to take place rather than just checking the state every single loop. Are you developing it as a hobby or full-time? I'm developing it full-time. These sorts of things are in the FAQ, by the way. I don't mind pointing you at these questions. It's totally fine. It's not like I have to answer them all over again. So where would I do this? I need to figure out when this happens. Actually, this works regardless of whether you have a blueprint selected. I think that's fine. I'll keep that there for right now, though. But chips mode, or you deselect a blueprint, tell the arena to update its preview entity. This shouldn't be too bad. I just need to detect when these changes take place. Is to have React call a function. Telling it that the preview entity should change. Wait, so Tomkis, can you now access Botland? Because I'm glad I added that thing in here, play.bot.land. If you go here and you don't have WebGL enabled, whoosh, then it's going to... Anyway, it's gonna give you an error now. Yeah, perfect. Can't even click that. It's 1 pixel big. It's unclickable. There we go. Got it. It's just a white page. It probably takes a decent amount of time to load. It pointed me to some weird page that didn't help me at all. What? The only page it can point you to is get.webgl.org. How does this page not help? Visit support site. Oh, I think this links to the wrong page. I think this link is just bad. It's trying to link to a particular answer, and it doesn't seem to be doing that anymore. Because, well, if you search this for WebGL. God, this is stupid. Yeah, this. Except for it should just be check that. Go to Chrome flags, ensure that this isn't. Yeah, well, this should be the page that you need to use. Oh well. That's their fault. I could just link to a better page, but it has to be based on your browser, and I don't want to keep an up-to-date list of like how you can enable WebGL. And so that's what this page is supposed to do. And I guess they just linked to a bad thing. All right, so here's what we do. Let's just work for some very basic stuff right now. So right now, there's a preview entity rendering the arena. When I click chips, it should stop that. So because we stopped showing blueprints, then when I show blueprints again, it should show that again. Same thing when I stop showing chips. And really it's just going to be that this changes. So we're going to say update preview entity. Oh, it's just this. Are packs supposed to do anything yet? No, not yet. I mean, they technically work, but just ignore them for now. So when you're in the game, we're going to do this. All right. Let's think of all the different things that can happen. One is showing the chips thing. Do we have anything here? On show chips and on hide chips. I wonder if there's a better way to do this. Because what we care about is, did this change? All we really want is a, well, no, we don't just want to toggle. Yeah, dig it. That would be hugely unfortunate. Set chips panel is showing. I don't know why I did this. I don't think this is a good idea. However, I do think either one of these things should be set chips panel is showing. This is our props.route dot. So we need to know whether it's already showing. I should have that, right? Doesn't happen here. It's in this. Is showing chips panel. So it's workbench state. If is showing is not equal to already is showing, then we update this and we do this. And so this turns into this. There, perfect. Hey, Nowzy. Yeah, I'm using plain tasks for it. Okay, so let's try that out. Yeah, let's try it. This actually might work. So we have a preview entity, we click the chips button, and we still have a preview entity. Okay, well, that was worth a shot. It's because of this. There. Let's try that now. Ah, that fixed it. Okay, so when we're in chips mode, we have this entity here. Or sorry, when we're not in chips mode, we have this entity here. When we are in chips mode, we're not placing bots anymore. So that goes away. So yeah, nice. Now we also need this to happen when you deselect a blueprint. So where do you deselect a blueprint? Probably nothing calls into this. Why do people say it's slow? Is it bad because of that? I don't know who's saying it's slow, but I think all modern languages are fast enough for hobby projects. That is almost always true unless your hobby project is like folding proteins or some like crazy computer intensive thing. But in general, don't worry about the programming language's speed or the environment's speed. It's really not going to matter for most cases. Now, if you were making the next like AAA game or something, and you're like, "Hey, what language should I use?" Yeah, I might give you different advice, but hobby projects, it doesn't matter. Oh, whoops! There's something else I forgot to do here. Hey, Ocean. Rami, yeah, I can give you bot coins. So there are a couple things here though. One was clicking on packs and it cut out 110 packs. The reason why is because when you make a Botland account, here's what happens. New Botland account, you either get +1 pseudo money per day. That's if you're really unlucky. You get this if you're the average person, and you get this if you're super lucky. So Rami, you either are getting +100 per day, or you had 10 days worth of +10 built up. Obviously, you couldn't have had 110 days of +1 built up because there haven't been 110 days yet. So this is expected, and this system doesn't really matter yet. So that's why you eventually got a response at the end. And then it errors if you click too fast. That is also intentional. If you spam pretty much anything on the server, it rate limits you. As for giving you more money, how about this, Rami? I'll give you the code to open up the packs. So check this out. When you buy packs, if you run debug, it's really silly. OpenSalvage.then. There. So just run this code and you'll open up the packs. And if you actually take a look at your inventory during this, like let's see, we have 1, 3, 1, 2, 1, 1. We're going to open up a bunch of packs. That didn't change anything. Let's do this again. Ah, there we go. So it was 1, 3, 1, 2, 1, 1. We've actually opened up 2 sets of landmines so far. So once you've opened up a bunch of these, you can just press up enter a whole bunch of times. So I open up a bunch of these. And then I'll have a bunch of duplicates now. I can sell them, and I'll end up with more bot coin. Oops, I didn't mean to sell thrusters. So there we go. So yeah, you can see my bot coin is now 1,700. How I play. Well, Ocean, here's how you play. You basically just go to play.bot.land. I mean, the rest you kind of have to figure it out for yourself right now. I outlined some really basic functionality here, like, hey, you attack people and you make your own defense. But yeah, in general, here's a quick way to get started. So when you log in, you're gonna have something that looks like this. Oh wait, there's an easier way to do this now. What am I doing? You're gonna have something that looks like this, which is this is your computer, and you may not even have a blueprint. So one of the first things you should do is click this plus button here. And then make a blueprint by clicking the edit button, dragging whatever you want onto it. So let's say melee level 2, maybe thrusters level 3, and teleport level 2, something like that. So cool, here's my bot. And then that's it. You don't even need to make a script if you don't want to. If you want to, totally click this button and just go through snippets and say something like, all right, use melee and then teleport to your enemies and whatever. You can set up your script if you want, but like I said, you don't have to. And then you can just put that bot down wherever you want and click test to see if you like it. The bots I put down only know how to repair themselves. So that's actually a really bad choice. Had I put them down with this one, there. These know how to actually fire back. So yeah, lets you test out your strategies. You can also click chips and drag some of these over to here so I can get some regeneration chips if I want. That was kind of weird. I canceled out of that, but I hadn't made changes to blueprints. It's interesting. Don't know what should happen in that case. If you make changes to your defense that don't involve creating / modifying / deleting blueprints or scripts, i.e. you just reposition bots or I don't know what. There. Then clicking cancel won't warn you that you have changes. Botland Lotto. Alright, so the chips thing is working. Now when you deselect the blueprint, we need to get that to work too. I guess let's get rid of this. Selected Bay ID, okay. Can make a fame. Yeah. I think gambling sites. I don't want to do that. Alright, see you again, Tomkis. Oh, they made me an admin dig down deep. Opening 110 packs yields at least 3x of each cosmetic with an average about 3k bot coin. Yeah, Raimi, I could have given you the stats on that. Okay, so when you deselect something, let's go find out where that happens. It should be in the blueprint selector, and actually pressing escape is what does this. So it doesn't necessarily happen from any of this stuff, and that's kind of an issue here. So we say set selected bot bay for blueprints is null. So that would work. But then the UI has some way of doing this too. And that's in blueprint selector. I don't like this. I definitely don't like this. The problem is that I have WebGL UI that doesn't follow the React paradigms here. I wonder if there's an easy way to do this. Otherwise I'm going to need to put these functions all over the place. So when you click something and you already have it selected, on select icon, selected blueprint icon, props.route.update preview entity arena. "35 missiles and 34 lasers." Alright. So I'm on the wrong website. I'm on the production version of Botland, and I should be on my local version. So what did I even just do? Oh yeah, pressing escape should turn that thing off. Okay, good. And then clicking... Nope, that didn't work. It's really any time this gets called. That's when we need to update it in the arena as well. Where is this used? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 places. Every single one of those is going to have to update this thing too. Which is why this is so tedious. I think that every single instance of this is going to have to update the preview entity in the arena. So So Ocean Traw, I think you should try to follow these guidelines when you're reporting a bug. So consider this. What steps did you take to reproduce the bug? What did you expect to happen and what actually happened? So for example, saying I can't make an account is not very helpful because I don't know what you were trying to do, like what browser are you using? Are you trying to make an account name that's not valid? Is it, and then what happens? So if you type like create, nothing happens. I don't know what this means. Like, I don't. I think what you should be doing here is just tell me what steps do you do. Like, here's how I would file a bug like this: is like step one, click register. Step two, type Adam for name, password for both passwords, and then three, attempt to click create. And you'd say I expected my account to get created. And the actual thing that happened was the create button isn't even highlighted. And it's like, wait a second. Okay, the problem is you just didn't check this box here. And there, I can see that very easily by reading these steps and being like, yep, okay, that's what happened. So yeah, Ocean Traw, did you type any username and password? Did you check this box here? Did you read the EULA? You did? So can you give me a step-by-step repro for how this happens, what you see, and what you expect? So that's what I'm saying here. Like, just do this stuff, and then I'll know what happened here. Or a screenshot, or really anything, because I don't even understand what the problem is still. You said if I type like create, nothing happens. I don't know what that means. I don't know if you're pressing enter. I don't know if the create button isn't highlighted or something. I didn't check that box to even see it, but I still got my account created. Hey, that tree fellow. Welcome back. And it might have been checked from before for you, because if you don't have it checked, I don't think you can. Yeah, you can't even click create account. Maybe. Yeah, no, enter doesn't work. You can't press this button. I mean, you could just go into the HTML and enable it yourself. It's not like this is doing any server-side thing here. But yeah, it might have been checked for you by default, because it does get saved to local storage whether this is checked. It's auto-checked for you now, but if you load it up in an incognito window, you won't have local storage anymore, and it'll be unchecked for you. Oh, wait a second. It's not unchecked for you, is it? That's a bug, I think. Why is... That is a bug. Alright, I will give you a point for that. EULA. Huh. Wait a second. Did I test this correctly? I went to play.bot.land, right? Strange. Yeah, strange. This thing should be getting set to false. Yeah, weird. Okay, I'll mark that down. I think the EULA checkbox is checked by default now for some reason. It should be unchecked by default. You know, a few people actually did this, and they managed to get their email address in my system. I did not intend for that to happen right now, because it's a vulnerability for you, by the way, not for me. If I accidentally show your email address on stream, then now people will have your email address. I don't use the email address right now, though. All right. So, yeah, this is why I don't like this. Because I'm going to need to call this everywhere, and it's not something that the UI should have to care about. No, and Raimi, even if you did that, like it's fine. It's just you'd have to be a little bit careful, I guess. Okay, so we click this and it goes away. Yeah. We click it again and it shows it. Perfect. All right, so that's what you expect to have happen. It's just that this doesn't totally work because if you press 1, 2, or 3, it's not going to show it for you. You need to click this. Oh, is that counting as a drag? Is that why? Bug details. Hey again, Jack. Welcome back. Yeah, well, I want to come up with a better paradigm for all of this. Is there any better way to do this? So one potential way is to always pass in the function to set selected Bob Bay for blueprints that will update the entity in the arena. Another way would be to mimic what React does and check to see if certain properties changed. Right, Redux has a subscribe, like an emit on a change, I think. Because there's get state and there's like, what, 2 other things. Oh, come on. Get state and what else? There should be some sort of... Let's see, there's dispatch. Oh, subscribe. Yeah, there we go. So there is a subscribe. So that's what we need to do. I think that's possibly the best way to do things. And subscribe to store changes, then see if particular properties changed. Yeah, I think that's the best way. Let's take a look though. How does Redux do this? You can subscribe to update the UI in response to state changes. Normally you'd use a view binding library rather than subscribe directly. Yeah, the problem is we want to know exactly what changed. I'm not sure where this will get called. How are things going? They're going okay. And Dorn, God, just being savage with the dad jokes. How was your dinner, Hideo? What? SSOT? What is that? Single source of truth. Oh, hi, Spooky HS. It's actually really helpful. The whole single source of truth means you won't have duplicated data, which I think is good. If you can derive data from what you already have, you probably should do that instead of just storing it twice. They're so easy to make. Yeah. Can we get a mute button on the Blockly? I'll write that down. I don't know for sure whether I'll do something like that. Oops. Well, so Hideo, the problem I'm running into here is this. So this preview entity that you see, this should show up only when it should show up. So like if I disable this, then now it doesn't show up. If I click another one of these, it does show up. If I show chips, it doesn't show up. And if I go back from chips, it does show up. The problem is the way I have to trigger this right now is every time I click this or don't click this, or I use the keyboard keys, for example, or I press escape here or anything like that, I've got to trigger an extra state change for updating the preview entity in the arena. So what I'm thinking of doing is I'll have the arena subscribe to all state changes. I'll check to see when it's one of these couple of properties, like did you select the blueprint, did you deselect the blueprint, and then I'll trigger the change directly from there. I think that's a better way of doing this. The problem is I'm using React and Redux for this UI, but then what I'm rendering over here, which is WebGL, is not a React component. So it doesn't know to render this thing based on a prop change or something, which makes sense because it's not a React component, like I said. So that's what I'm thinking right now. We're gonna have to test this out. Also, what do I have as far as committing this goes? Because I'm pretty sure that what I'm doing here is a bad idea. Yeah. All right, well, I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I'll be right back. All right. Well, Spurtman, what I'm doing here is something that I don't think many people are probably doing with React and Redux, which is using it for a game and then needing to duplicate some data in the game. Like another way that I could have done this is I could have made this a DOM element and then have it be based on all of this. But then if I want it to animate, then that's going to be hard because my animation is going to be done through WebGL, not through the DOM. I guess the usual would be usual way. Isolate the part of the reducer containing on a subreducer, use combined reducers to merge everything, get the reducer state somewhere, pass it down as props to the component displaying the arena. That might be a much better way of doing this. Yeah, that. All right, I'm gonna try that out, Hideo, because that sounds way better than whatever I'm doing. So. Ocean Straw. You can always just use bpaste for this stuff. Oh, this is a video. All right, hang on. I'm gonna watch this video off screen, see what's going on here. Oh, I know what this is. Okay, cool. So thanks for filing. Thanks for filing the bug. This is something I'm gonna have to fix. I know about this. It's that you're using Microsoft Edge, and I just haven't supported this yet. Okay, so we'll still need to, well, let's try this out though. So in here, we can get rid of this. We can still say return from here. We can get rid of this. And then anywhere else that I call this, we can get rid of that too. So chips panel is showing. If, I don't even know if it's necessary props I want to do. Component did update. So if previous props, so what do we want to know here? If the visibility of the chips panel changed? Let's try that out. Hey Pickle. How's it going? So when I show or hide the chips panel, nice. Okay, yeah, I think Hideo, this is a much better way of doing things. Okay, and then same thing if I'm ever selecting a different, how was this called? If I'm ever selecting a different bay ID, or if this becomes null. Let's try that out now too. Nice, everything just magically works. Oh, it's so beautiful. Thanks, Hideo. Oh man. I came up with two really bad solutions then. This is a way better solution. Everything converges on the same spot. Actually, I guess I guess this wouldn't have been so bad. But yeah, I do think this way is better that you suggested. So then in main, I'm doing something when you press escape right now that I don't need to be doing anymore. This can just be deleted and it should work totally fine. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, nice. Okay, cool. Then what about this? Is this needed? Force update sprite. I don't think that's necessary. So let's take a look. Nice. Okay, so what if we update one of these and we give it, let's say, the blacksmith set. We hit update. Yeah, that didn't work. So that should be changed blueprint. Or updated blueprint. Here it is. And then do force update sprite of true. Well, I'm guessing this is getting hit. And something else might be wrong. Who knows? Let's find out. So, whoops, wrong one. We press this button, then we change its cosmetics so it looks like something else. Then we hit update. Okay, good. It breaks it in the right spot, but then this function isn't working correctly. So this is false, right? Yeah, it's false. Good. Force update sprite is true. Good. Blueprint ID. So update sprite is true, which means we should take the blueprint that we already have. Yeah, let's do that. I think that's the only problem here. Use the blueprint that we already have. Force update sprite is supported. Not having to specify the blueprint ID again. Yeah, I think you're right, Hideo. Jack says, anyone wanna make a game? I got the art and the memes. Hey, Nevery. So if this doesn't exist, let's get the blueprint component from this. And then blueprint ID equals blueprint component dot blueprint ID. And if it still doesn't exist, then just return. Okay, let's try that out. So we're going to do the same thing that we already did. We have this preview showing it's of the Omega bot. We change the Omega bot to have a different headpiece. So it's got the wasp head. We click update, and now it's got the wasp head over here too. Perfect. Perfect. Oh, finally. This is starting to come together. So mouse move handler calls that. That's fine. That's fine. That's... Is this fine? Stop tray. I think so. How about this? Yeah, that's fine. This is fine. This is... Yeah, this is fine. And now there's a bunch of commented out code that I need to get rid of. Here, this can change back. I think GitGutter just broke for me. I don't think it's doing anything anymore. Do we have some bugs showing up here? Sublime plugin, tuple object has no attribute then. Can you clear this somehow? Is it every time I save this file that this happens? Yup. I think GitGutter is just broken. Let's remove it and reinstall. Oh, I don't want to do that though. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, that's too bad. GitGutter's just broken. Do you really want to make a game that's centered around memes though? If so, I think you should make Dank Wars. It's a clone of Tank Wars, but instead of weapons, you just shoot memes at one another. I think it could be a fun game. If my defense can't even beat the test, it probably is quite bad, isn't it? No, it's not. So there are a couple of things. One thing you should consider is that the test attacker has more bots than it should. Two is that even if it had the right amount of bots, your defense should always be weak to something. Like, there's no way to make a defense that's just the best in the world and can't be beaten by anybody. You can make it pretty difficult, but let's say your defense has a bunch of lasers bots. Well, you're going to be weaker to reflect, and you're going to be stronger against probably melee. And there. So now if the test attack has a lot of reflect in it, then you're probably going to lose to them. And if they have a lot of melee in it, then you're probably going to beat them. So don't worry about that for right now. Ocean Tross says, I don't get this game. Yeah, the game doesn't do a whole lot right now of explaining how it works. Well, Ocean Troll, that's why I was showing you this earlier. Check this out. So the first thing you want to do is go to Edit Defense. Then you want to make a new bot. Then click this upper right edit button up here. You'll go into the hardware section. And then you can customize your bot however you want by just dragging on the hardware. So I can go with melee and thrusters, let's say. Cool, there's my bot. I can create it, and now you can just place this in the arena. You don't need to write a script for it if you don't want, and when you hit test, they're just going to go super fast over there and melee down the enemy. And cool, I happen to lose, but I might choose to save that as my defense, and then there, you're done. If you do want to customize its script, you can always do that too. You can say something like, yeah, use melee, pursue enemies. There. Now they'll stand still and do exactly what they... Whoop. Wait a second. That was That was very likely a problem. The edit script button doesn't work. When creating a new script, at least. Yeah. Or, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, the unnamed script just didn't get anything. Oh, it has code. It just doesn't have... Wait, what? I am 100% sure this is broken now. Okay, yeah, there's a bug there. Clicking the quick edit script button when your bot doesn't have a script, and then testing your defense cause the bot not to get the updated script. Also, I think due to the Blockly/library problem, even got saved. Okay. I thought I can buy free hardware, but the BL token is ruining everything. Darkstorm, can you expand on that? I want to know what you're trying to do. Not something in high priority, but there should be an alert to notify people who are as dumb as me when you try to use the same hardware twice. Yeah, I agree with that. I think there needs to be a window dot alert or something for now when you try to use the same hardware category twice on a loadout. I like the other hand on the gun. I think that's funny. Huh, neat. Pretty good, Jack. I think it shouldn't even be possible to select two identical hardware. Oh, so, okay, what Ramey's talking about, I'm pretty sure, is something like this. If you have lasers on your bot and you're like, oh, let me put lasers on my bot again, it's not going to work. The other thing that's not going to work, though, is anything in the category lasers will also not work. So, yeah, ideally, I don't even know if it wouldn't let you drag it. I think it would try to let you drag it, and then when you try dropping it, it would be like, sorry, you already have lasers on your bot. Okay, so going back to this, did I fix this? Yeah, got it, Ramy. Okay, good. So I guess I kind of fixed it. And dragging this. No, it doesn't work. Why? Oh, because the in-game state is getting modified. Oh god, this is going to be a nightmare. This is going to be a nightmare. Wait, or is it when you drag a blueprint from there? We just need to know. Oh, no. I just never got this particular part working yet, right? Yeah, that works. It's dragging from here that doesn't get it to work. So when you start dragging a blueprint, where does this happen? Start dragging blueprint. It's in games. There's stopped dragging blueprint, right? Yeah, but is there start dragging? Moved? There's no start. Why? Hey, Nate Goody. I think it's a dream compared to when you're going to fix drag in Firefox. What? Are you saying I'm going to have a hard time fixing drag in Firefox? Also, I apparently just never got this working. I think I'm gonna have to check in and get this fixed somewhere else. So when dragging a bot that's already in the arena, do this. That part's done. This is done. The real solution was to modify the in-game component so that component did update checks for these couple of state changes. Thanks, Hideo. Alright. When you change to chips, yeah, that's done. Make sure this is regardless of whether you have a blueprint selected. Yeah, that's what's not working, right? Yeah, so this is what we need to do. All right, let's go get this checked in. Nice game. If there's a tutorial, yeah, there's a tutorial planned. It's just not there yet. I don't think the tutorial will be there until like February or March, probably. Yeah, because I already have all of the plans from now until the end of January, like, figured out. It's this stuff. And that does not include the tutorial, although that's going to be pretty important too. Wait, are you saying, is something not working in Firefox, Hideo? You're talking about all those WebGL problems, right? Because, yeah, I'll have to fix that too. All right, let's take a look at this. Okay. Excuse me. Excuse me. Set chips panel is showing. This isn't really needed. Yeah, this isn't really needed. Let's get rid of that. Yeah, actually the rest of this looks fine. Okay, so what do I say for this? What did I even fix here? Improve preview entity experience. So what I did so far is when dragging a bot around the arena, you will now see a preview of, wait, and this should also put a little explosion symbol there. Yep, perfect. Okay, you will now see a preview of the entity in the arena as opposed to just the bot's image on your cursor. Also, this preview should be shown / hidden at appropriate times now. I hope. So if you click this and then you go cancel and edit defense again, that's fine. If you click attack, that's actually fine. Yeah, nice. Hey, Telzy. Oh, yeah, Hideo. I'm going to have to figure that out. If the edit window is open at the same time, does everything explode amazingly? Yeah, they should be different drag listeners. So if you have something like this and you try dragging this around, that's not going to impact this thing. Yeah. I guess this should not be slightly transparent anymore, huh? Maybe it should be. Yeah, maybe it should be. I don't know. Whatever. That's a very minor thing. I'll try to fix that later. So yeah, let's check this in. And then let's get this working for this part. So when you drag a bot that's not selected, it's rendering the wrong one as the preview entity. We just need to fix that. So really all we need let's close out of all of this stuff. Let's go to in-game. We have stopped dragging. I think we need started dragging. Except for it's not chip, it's blueprint. Started. So this is drag end listener. We need a started dragging. Where's that? This, I guess. This dot props dot started dragging blueprint. And we need to know what you started dragging. How do we get that information? Oh, this icon only represents a single blueprint, so that should be pretty easy. This dot props dot bay ID dot bay dot ID. Okay. So now over here, started dragging blueprint. What's this? Yeah, we don't care where this was done. We only care that it was done. Hey, Invega. When can I play your game? So it's online right now. As for when can you expect it to be better and more self-explanatory, my general schedule is this. So end of January will be when the alpha is hopefully released. Then maybe like March or April will be when beta is released. And then summertime of 2017 should be when it's launched. I guess I should try launch here. This is my schedule that I'm planning for right now, at least. Oh, yeah. Oh, thanks, Rinku. I should just leave that in as the default. Bother everybody. So yeah, but in Vega, if you want to play it today, you can just go to play.bot.land. I suggest just not writing scripts at first. What bug am I fixing at the moment? I'm fixing a bug where, so see how this preview image is correct. If I click this one, that preview image is correct. If I drag from here though, the preview image is the octopus and it should be the Quetzalbot. So that's the problem that I'm trying to fix right now. And I think this shouldn't be so bad. So all we need to do is this dot simulation server dot arena dot blueprint ID. There, that's it. That should hopefully work. Let's try that out. Okay, so we have this preview image. Now we drag from here. That's correct. But then it doesn't go back to normal. Darn it. We gotta fix that. Can you watch the replay of the match I just defeated you in? Are you trying to rub salt in the wound right now? You didn't place any bots or even commence the battle yet, which shouldn't happen. Wonder what happened. Yeah, so I don't have a replay. I think what happened here, Rami, is that... Oh, wait, you're talking to T-Blot. Oh, sorry. I saw the message was in red. I'm like, oh, you must be talking to me, but I guess you wanted me to just see this. So what might have happened, there's, I think, a bug where the game is being played before it really is getting played. I don't know why that happens yet. But if T-Blot has a replay... that'd be great. I could reset T-Blot's password and try to... Yeah, I got it, Rami. I could reset T-Blot's password and try to log in as him, but I'm not going to do that. I don't think it's this straightforward, because imagine this case. I drag, like in your last example, you draw the non-selected number 1. But if I drag, I press and select 3, you'd go back to drawing that. Oh yeah, but that's also something I don't expect players to do. Like if you do that, then actually what would happen? You're right, I should just disable it while you're dragging that. What? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. All right. You're right, Hideo. So there are really two problems here. And problem number two is when you stop dragging the blueprint, make it go back to normal. So that should come from here. We have stop dragging entity. If it doesn't exist anymore, that's in press up handler. Handle drag entity. Whoa, it's not called that though. This is stops dragging blueprint. This is coming from here. This is a bad idea. This is a bad idea. And then finally, at the end of all this, we just do this and we say okay, let's try that out. What browser is this? Yeah, I think I know what's going on here. In fact, I can go verify this really quickly. Let me do this off screen for a sec. So there. Now we do this. Okay, so what we need to do is see what is tblot's ID. Select ID name from users, order by name. Tblot is 36. So now select ID from replays where defender ID equals 36. Yeah, you have no replays. Yeah, so Tblot, that's not a bug. Rami, what you found is a bug. And it's that thing where games just somehow seem to start themselves, but they're not really started. I haven't figured that out yet. But because of that, you thought you finished the match, but it didn't really get finished. So then Tblot never got a replay. Also, what are the rankings in Botland right now? Where's Tblot in here? There you are. Your defense skill is 781. Your attack skill is 1200. So I wouldn't even be able to play against you, would I? No, because my attack skill is 1577. No, what is that? Ranking for defense? Interesting. Interesting indeed. We have a lot of people who've played, I guess. What happened before I beat Tblot without fighting was the following. I'd placed bots which didn't know anything about CPUs yet, so they were just running around aimlessly, and the enemy didn't have any bots. So I canceled out of... Ah! That is very likely what's causing this. Okay, thank you, Rami. Whoops. So bug. Rami ran into the problem where... Let's write this down first. Where an attack seemed to replay itself before... So it had to do with canceling. That's the really important part there, Rami. All right, there. Or an attack seemed to replay itself before he actually wanted it to. All right, let me copy paste your first message too. Tblot did not end up with a replay as a result of this. There we go. No, Rami, I'm saying I want you to have the 12 points, but I don't want Endoran to have to pay those 11 extra points. So I'm reimbursing Endoran. Oh, you didn't see him giving you 11 points, so you thought I'm just giving him extra. No, that's not how this works. I'm not trying to rip you off. I appreciate you reporting bugs. All right, so does this work? Let's try it. So I have this bot selected. Let's get rid of this one. I have this bot selected. I drag this one into the arena. Great. That's all working totally fine. So now the bug that Hideo mentioned, where I'm dragging, and while I'm dragging, I press the number keys, or I even hit escape. That, of course, is broken. I almost don't even want to fix this. Like, what user is going to do this and then drag a bot from over here, and then while it's dragging, change the bot that you're dragging? I don't think I'm going to fix that. Yeah, I think this is just going to be a won't fix bug. But it is a bug. So let's write this down. Hideo pointed out this bug that I don't think is worth fixing. You start dragging a bot from your blueprint selector. While dragging, you press a keyboard shortcut. Okay, dude. Can you see who you're in battle with currently? No. Rami, the best that I did to try to accommodate that is when you click attack, you can... oh, yes, you can. Well, okay. So if you click attack, you can see who you're playing against. And then while attacking them, their bots will show their name. If they don't have any bots, then yeah, there's no way of knowing who you're playing against. Is that all you're talking about? Are you just playing against someone who doesn't have any bots? Not talking about me, but if I do that, I'm sure someone else will. Well, I think people can run into this. I just don't think it's a very big bug. I don't think it's really worth fixing. Oh, can I see who you're playing against right now? Oh. Oh, my bad. No. Well, kind of. I guess I can. Can I? Let me think of how I would do this. So if I say, what's your name? Rami 220. So select defense copy ID from users where ID equals 220. Then select star from defense copies where ID equals 10846. Okay, so here I can figure out who you're playing against because, yeah, it's N Perry. So yeah, I can tell who you're playing against, but it's not an easy thing to do, and I don't know if you're currently looking at that screen right now. There's no spectator mode. That's not there. This has been happening to me since I beat Tblot. Yeah, Rami, just refresh the page for right now. I often have something happen when I click to place a bot and nothing happens. Yeah, Rami, I think I know why that's happening, and I think it's caused by the original bug that you found. And M. Perry says, wait, I don't have a defense. Well, according to this, you do. Yeah, according to this, you do. Let's go take a look. Select ID name from users, order by name. N. Perry is 197. Yeah, you have a defense. Here's what your defense looks like. You've got a bot 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You have 10 bots. They're all using the same blueprint. Oh, and Perry, I thought you were saying, wait, I don't have a defense though. How is that possible? Not, here's what you said. So I interpreted it as this, but what you meant is, are you saying that I don't have a defense? So, alright, I just did all that for nothing then. That's fine. Are you going to gzip defenses as well to save some space? Yeah, eventually I will have to do that. And these are things that should condense really, really well. So I'll stop using so much space, but I haven't gotten there yet. I click to place a bot, absolutely nothing happens, and I click a few more times repeatedly. After enough clicks, the bot generally appears. This is what Digit was running into, I think. Yeah, this is what Digit was running into. Tblot hit this same bug. Okay, wait, so you're using Safari. Is Digit here? Oh wait, no, I don't need to ask Digit. He gave me a YouTube video. We should be able to tell what is going on here. What browser is this? This is Chrome, right? Sure looks like Chrome. Yeah. It's totally random and no error in the console. Yeah, weird. Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to close that. Darn it. I don't think you start dragging a blueprint from the blueprint selector to you press a keyboard shortcut to select a different blueprint. Expected, you're not allowed to select a different blueprint, or at least it doesn't update the preview image. And actual is that the preview image gets updated to whichever blueprint you selected. But you're still dragging the original blueprint. Hey again, EJ. The only thing I know is it started happening when you try to lower the drag threshold delay. Interesting, okay. Should I write my own basic collision detection in JS or use a library? Basic collision detection, I think, is very easy to do, because if you break it down to just axis aligned bounding boxes or circle collision, then it's pretty simple. So Kazoos, if you want to do something like that, I think, yeah, that's pretty easy. If you want to use a library for that sort of thing too, that's fine. But it's mostly just two functions, and those two functions are like a couple of lines each. You don't have an OCR running on this stream for accidentally closing windows? That would be pretty nice. I wonder why Botlandbot said that. Weird. So make sure this works regardless of whether you have a blueprint selected. Let's go try that. Alright, so we are going to do this, drag that out, drag that out. So now we have a bunch of bots here. So if I just click to place these, looks good. If I drag these over here, looks good. And then afterward, I'd be replacing them with these. And if I don't have a blueprint selected at all, clicking does nothing, and dragging still works. Perfect. Oh, this is so nice. Okay, good. Yeah, perfect. Oh, Trumpy, thanks for the host. Did I know you were a streamer? Huh. I'll have to check this out. Twitch.tv. I'm not following you? Well, now I am. Yeah, wow, weird. I sent me. Hey, is Jesus. If you make an attacker script and you cancel the match, you'll lose any edits made to the scripts on your bots. Yeah, I know about that right now. Wait, no, that's not... Rami, it should... Okay, check this out. So if you make an attacker script, so let's say you do this, you click this button, you click any of these, and you change it to just even move it, update it. And then you click cancel. Oh, it should warn you. Uh-oh. Okay, hang on. So what if I delete this thing entirely? Delete, cancel. Okay, it knows that that's a change. So if I go back to the main menu, it's back there. If I change a script, it doesn't know that that's a change. Oh boy, yeah, that's a bug. Thanks for the follow, Boar. No problem, Boar. Baked Boar-tato. I don't know why I think that's so funny. Alright, so bug. And ooh, thanks for the sub. You're the newest viewbot, Trumpy. Wait, that copy paste there. Nice. And thanks for the follows, everyone. Coyote, CPP Coder. Probably someone else I missed. But yeah, thank you guys. Excellent conversion rate. So edits made lights didn't work? Did they not flash? I wasn't paying attention. Alright, have fun walking your dog. Color loop on. Did that not work? What's going on with my lights? It's not even whispering me. You stupid bot. Oh, whoa, this thing closed. Body.chatters. Uh-oh. Okay, let's go fix that really fast. There, I guess, is no body. No chatters found. Okay, let's go run that again. Although I don't even know how to do this. Drat. This is broken for everybody right now. The token bot. Here it is. Start chat bot. There. Now it should work. So the people who got whispers, you can do console.dir now instead of require? What? Why would I do that though? Yeah, the people who got whispers. Wait, EJ, I'll have to look into what you're talking about there. Console.dir. What does this do? Too stern. Huh. Yeah, so whoever just got a token here, did you get a whisper from Botlad? So Ayers, Arhe, and CPP Coder. Oh, CPP Coder got it and it worked. Weird. So Endurin, you should be able to just use your token. Try that again. Yeah, so I can see CPP Coder colored the lights orange. So the whoops. Oh, I almost closed that. Yeah, and Coyote got one too. Okay, good. So then this stuff seems to be working. If you're having, oh, you already used it before, huh? Strange. Here goes an hour sidetrack for fixing lights again. No, it should be done. Edits made while attacking are not recognized for some reason, so canceling out of the match will not warn you. Takes an object and formats it, so you don't have to use JSON stringify or util inspect. Oh, nice. Got it. Got it. Yeah, I have it written so that I just type stringify and then whatever I want to log will be typed in both places. So I guess what I could do is this and then just type whatever I want to log there. But that's not actually the same thing I want to have happen here. What I wanted is, like, let's say I have an object. So const object equals x5 and I say console.dir object. This is not the same as what I want because what my stringify thing does is it also puts this header in front of it. So stringify would say, here's what the object is, and then stringify it. Atomic Lemur, thanks for following. Okay, so did I fix all this stuff? I think I did. It works regardless of whether a blueprint is selected now. Yep. So now, given that you can see what you're dragging here, we probably don't need to show this icon twice. Especially because if you're zoomed in, it's going to look really tiny. Yeah. Oh, well. We'll fix that later. Is the game logging all the errors? Not in a way that I'm actually looking at it right now. You've always wanted to learn how to code, but it looks really hard. Well, start small is the best advice that I have for you. And the rest of the best advice that I have for you is contained in this handy PDF that I wrote. But starting small is really, really important. And that's what I write here. Like, you're going to learn some pretty basic stuff at first. But feel free to ask chat for help, ask me for help. I don't mind giving advice where I can. So when dragging a bot from the blueprint part, do this. When you're done dragging... Oh yeah, I turned off that feature. Make sure this works regardless of whether you have a blueprint selected. And this, finally, we're done with that. Oh, I feel like I'm wasting so much time though. Like, I spent a lot of today just working on preview images so far for this stuff. I don't know if that's the most important thing for me to be working on, because this really does kind of fit into polish. Oh well. So what did this even fix here? When you start dragging a blueprint, oh yeah, so show correct preview image for dragged blueprints. Nice. When dragging a blueprint from the blueprint selector, instead of showing, well, the correct preview image is now shown. It gets, i.e. it won't just use whatever is selected, since you're not necessarily dragging the blueprint that is selected. Alright, there we go. Would you mind if I made a bot where people could gamble their points? Yeah, I think so. I could just turn on point gambling, and I haven't done that. What do you need to correctly parse a file containing JSX syntax? There's a Babel plugin that'll let you do this. God, I don't even remember how to set this stuff up though. Yeah. This is the stuff you should look into. Uncommitted files. There are a couple, but there aren't many of them. This, I wrote a function that I'm not using anywhere, so I'm debating on whether I should even check this in. I don't think so, and it's a very simple thing to just code again. It's a simple recursive function. Do I care about this enough to save it? I don't think so. I'm gonna check it in. Whatever. I wrote the function, so fine. Add utility function. I added a function called is not being used anywhere right now. Straw poll, please. For what? Oh, nice, Geek. Good to hear. Glad to help out whenever I can. So get swapping chips to work. I'm not going to do that. Dragging a bot from the sidebar is totally broken for me. It fails as soon as I move my mouse out of the sidebar. Lots of errors. All right, so this is probably going to suck. Also, I am just so overwhelmingly sick of Firefox telling me this every single time I started the browser. Then it screws up and thinks I want it to be my default browser, and it bothers me so much. Oh, gambling. Oh yeah, I'm not going to take a straw poll. I don't want that going on in chat. So is parsing of JSX files part of Babel? It can be part of Babel. I think Babel is modularized so that you don't necessarily get all of the functionality without explicitly including it. So there are all these different things you can use. There's a React plugin for it. Anyway, let's try this out. So we log in, Adam, password, and we try dragging. Oh, look at that. Deo's right. Chosen format / type incurred an expensive reformat. But I thought I think I did that though, EJ. I'll try that again. Could have sworn I did that. In fact, I should have a Firefox installer in my... Yeah. I'm pretty sure I already did that, and I think it just doesn't work. All right, so this is what, as soon as we start dragging? We don't even need to get into the canvas, right? It's probably that. So it's already giving me errors here. I haven't even done anything. Yeah, I don't even know if this has to do with dragging. I mean, dragging is broken, definitely, and that's probably because I'm trying to use an event parameter that just doesn't exist. Yeah, that's very likely it. What is going on? What is this? Permanently remove safe mode. I don't think I want to do this. I just want that dialogue to stop popping up. But I'll write this down too. Alright, so let's take a look at what Hideo had said here. Also, this incurred CPU side conversion, which is very slow. Am I even getting that? I'm not seeing that. Server. Huh. Hey, Jath. It's going well. I've been doing some okay work. So let's just take a look at how do we do this? We have errors and warnings printing out here. And then logging we can turn off. For this slow thing, just go to the login page. Yeah, I think it's coming from here. I think it's because I'm converting these images from Pixie sprites into DOM elements. That's probably what's causing this to screw up. If you have a recent Firefox version, you'll get it. Do I have the most recent Firefox version? How do I even check this? I don't remember how to check my Firefox version. Oh, here it is. Downloading update. All right, let's just use the updated version. What console is that? How do you have server logs in the client window? Chimpanzee, that's the Firefox console, and I actually don't have server-side logging set up here. It just, I guess, has the ability to do that. Yeah, and I'll take a look at that in a second, Hideo. I want to see if I'm getting... Okay, yeah, I am getting these same things now. All right, incurred CPU side conversion, which is very slow. Incurred CPU pixel conversion, which is very slow. All right, so let's take a look. Oh, and then the anti-alias thing, is that... Am I seeing that too? No, that's probably once I actually make the canvas. I don't think I see anything about anti-aliasing here. So that part's a little bit strange. See you, Endorn. Are you sure you reinstalled Firefox versus just updating it? I will check again, hopefully today. But yeah, I'm not sure. Because this was, what, 4 months ago. So who knows? All seems to be related to this Firefox issue. Pixie and Three.js seem to have issues with this change that was pushed not too long ago. The warning in your case must be about how you load textures and let the client do some conversion. Wow. This was opened a while ago, huh? Low performance of text image 2D with Canvas. I don't know what they're using for the date month format. But either way, this is old. It's either February or June. Well, we'll find out the next day we see. Yeah, this is February. This is from a long time ago. Is this updated? Wow. Jath, you're probably at the max number of bots. You're only allowed, I think, 8, and that's split across your attack and your defense. So, Hideo, I don't know if this is something I even have to fix. Something I do think I have to fix is this. You can't easily drag. You can start the drag over here. But then dragging it over to here doesn't... Oh, what? Yeah. Yeah, I don't understand why this is happening, though. I think Firefox thinks I'm dragging... No, it doesn't. What is going on? I don't know what Firefox thinks I'm doing. It's showing that that circle with a slash through it. Chrome doesn't do that. But, yeah, like Chrome, I can drag it right off of this bar and everything works fine. And yeah, Hideo, I know. I'm doing this client side for a reason. It's because I'm colorizing it dynamically on the client side. And then I convert it into base64 image data. This part I just don't understand, though. I don't understand how I'm supposed to be able to drag this thing over here. Starting the drag works. Oh, you know what's happening? Oh, I know what's happening. It's dragging the image. Alright, I thought I disabled that. There's a way to do this in less. But how? What's it called? HTML disallowed drag images. I forgot what it's called though. Pointer events none. I don't want to do that. Image.star drag. Let's find out. Draggable equals false. So what if I just set that for a blueprint icon? Does this have an image tag somewhere? Draggable equals false. Well, I don't know. They decided to level up to error from exception rendering. Yeah, I'm not sure. Because I can serve my images differently, but I don't think that's going to change anything because I colorize them on the client. If I had the server colorize them, then if you ever tried changing your colors, I would need the server to keep just sending different images across so that you could do this. And this would be like hundreds of images it would have to send you. So I think the only answer is doing them on the client. How do you debug in Node? Can you in your IDE or browser line by line? You should look into Node Inspector. I think it's built into the newer versions of Node. But on older versions, you need to download something extra and then just run that. It's pretty simple. And then, yeah, you can debug in the browser and line by line, sure. All right, so this drag thing is still not working. And I think what's going wrong here is that I'm dragging two different things. So you can see there's 3 images of this bot up here. So whatever it thinks I'm dragging, I'm not dragging. I don't know what it's doing. I drag from here and I said draggable to false. I wonder if I set no cursor events here. What if I say style pointer events? Is that what it's called? Yeah, pointer events none. What if I do that? Use regular JavaScript jQuery on one project and then Angular for another. I usually have trouble debugging. If it's all client-side, you should just be able to debug in the browser. If you're using Node for anything and you're running something on the server, then you should use Node Inspector and you can debug it. And the debugging experiences are largely the same too. Oh, that worked? Seriously? I set pointer events none on this thing? That seems really silly to me. Especially because it works for that. Alright, I don't know. But that fixes it, so I guess let's just stop questioning it. Do I have pointer events none anywhere? Do I have like a miscellaneous.less? to make like a generic thing here. I wonder. We have layout, pages, components, base. I'm not really sure what base is supposed to be used for. Take a look. I don't know. What programs am I using? The programs that I'm using are all described in here. What program are you using for blank? And this has links to them all too. I don't mind sharing what they are, but this just has the whole page of them. I think the only one I'm not describing here that I do use is this icon, which is OBS. The other ones aren't really, like, this is my mouse software that I need when my mouse starts spazzing out. Every once in a while it just does this, and I have to go into my mouse software and toggle this back and forth, and then I can fix it. Alright, well, for right now, here's what I'll do. I'll just make a misc, and then we'll go take chat less misc less, just delete everything from there, and we'll just say no pointer events. Pointer events, none. Cool. And then this comes from there. So we should get styles dot no pointer events. So if I don't disable pointer events here, then Firefox has a fit trying to drag both the image element itself and also the interact.js, and also the element that yeah. There. Let's try that. So yeah, on Firefox this should be fixed now. Let's see. Takes a long time to refresh. So when we drag this over here, yeah, perfect. Okay. So this is working now. Hideo, you'll probably still see a bunch of errors here. Also, it tells me what line this is coming from. I wonder if it's the convert update texture. It's texture.source. Yeah, I don't think this matters that much. Well, either way, fixed a bug. Are you using power of two textures? I should be. I think I am for bot images. Let's go take a look. So at least these sprite sheets, these are size 1024 by 1024, and I think they're all the same size. Then these are the only other images I use. These are probably not powers of two. That one happens to be, that one's not. Yeah, so some of these are not, but that's just because I haven't put them into a spreadsheet yet. I really need to do that, is put them into a spreadsheet. I'll write that down here somewhere. Put all misc images into a spreadsheet. I don't think Firefox is unusable. It's only printing out some warnings and errors here that actually could be helpful. And most users are never going to have the console open anyway, so they'll just never see them. So what images am I trying to load here? I guess it makes sense. That could be it, Hideo. Could be the powers of two textures thing. How many times does this show up? One. Actually, if I just search for this, which is very slow. I can't select all of this. Seriously. Okay, so I have 12 of these. And in Pixie Wrapper, how many images do I have? I have 15 of these. 12 is not equal to 15. Well, it does say after some time that it just stops reporting on these, right? No. Shows in format. There's only, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of those. Strange. I wonder if it's because of the... Oh, yeah, of course. Because it's not going to try rendering these things. It's going to try rendering, what? CPU, socket, these. That's 4. And then maybe a chip and maybe... maybe something else. Who knows? Okay. Okay, Ramy. Yeah, I'm gonna check this in then. So BL commit. Yeah. So this fixes a bug in Firefox. Fix drag bug in Firefox. There was a bug in Firefox where attempting to drag a blueprint selector icon would drag the image tag itself. So my drag handlers were acting screwy. If I get an error, should I send a screenshot to you? It depends on the error. If you describe it briefly first, I could tell you whether it already exists or not. There's like a million bugs I have to fix, and I'm gonna get to that at some point. All right, so this I'm gonna just mark as done for right now. These things, I'm gonna say I'm not going to fix the rest of these for right now. Part of it probably has to do with packing all of my miscellaneous sprites into powers of 2 textures, and part of it may have to do with how I'm colorizing images on the client, which is necessary. I'm going to ignore these for now. Alright, as soon as I drag, this goes crazy, goes back to normal usage. Yeah, I'm gonna put this up here too. Pressing escape should close this. Okay, I'm gonna use a bathroom first, then we'll come back, we'll keep working on bugs and whatever other UI things I can get done with today. So I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. And source code, thanks for the host. I think I followed you. I don't know if I got to watch any of your streams yet though. If I didn't, I'll just write this here. Make sure I'm following source code. Okay, so next up, pressing escape should close the structure info panel. So first, why don't we close out of the millions of tabs I have open here? Great. Cool. So pressing escape should close the structure info panel if it's open. Let's try this out. So when we click one of these, we press escape. Well, actually, I don't even know. Pressing escape the first time is going to deselect a blueprint. I think that makes sense. Then pressing it a second time would close this panel, I guess. So if I press escape, it would be like this. Doesn't even technically really work that well. Yeah, okay, let's do that. So what we want to say is hide info panels? No, we don't really want to do that, right? You could have 3 things open. And TJ, thank you too for the host. Wait, Ramy, if you really hang on. I want to test this, but first I want to look at the code. So if what you're saying is correct, first I'm going to give you a bunch of points because that's a really crazy bug. And second, I want to find out whether, yeah, what you said here is correct. So we have simulate game phase. Excuse me. Oh, man. Assert not equal num attack bots placed in this phase is not 0 and did not exceed max bots. I don't. Okay, so according to this, Ramy, it shouldn't work. I'll just try this out. I'll look at your video first. Let's take a look at the video you gave me. So Ramy said you can. Oh, you guys probably can't see this. No, I don't. I don't think this is working how you expect it to be. Yeah, I think this is a lot of visual bugs right now. Yeah, I don't think it's working. All right, I'm not going to take the points away from you, but yeah, I don't think this is what you think it is. I think it's just a visual bug. Yeah. Anyway, let me try something. I wanted to... Okay, so I have this. I have this. I can't select both of those, can I? Why is it so difficult to do? So let's say this dot close UI dialogues, close UI elements. So what we really care about is, do we even have a blueprint selected? So first try to deselect a blueprint. So let's go do that. So selected bay ID. Is this what's used when we say set selected bot bay for blueprints? This calls into here, which calls into this, but there's also one for info panel. That's fine. This does select bay ID. Yeah, there we go. Okay, good. So const workbench reducer equals this dot. Hey, Baba. Is there any reason that a match would end before using all 11 bots? Yeah, player error is really the only way. And I don't know exactly how to correct this because, so see this, it says you can place up to 2, but you don't have to place 2 in this phase. And there would be a strategic reason for you not to, which is for you to kind of scout using just one bot, let's say. Well, anyway, if you do that, so here I placed a bot and my bot actually is probably going to end up winning the match. All right. Well, if it eventually finds the CPU, that'd be great. All right, never mind. This bot is not gonna win. It's just gonna dance around for a while. What an excellently written script. Have I done machine learning? I've done some, yeah. Yeah. This is oh hey, it found it. Oh cool. I guess it did win in the end. Well, anyway, yeah, so it's possible, Jath. It's not supposed to happen. And I can't totally prevent it from happening. Actually, I guess I could. If I, yeah, that's probably an advanced thing. I should write this down for the distant future. The year 2000. When a player is, when an attacker commences an attack without placing enough bots in a, wait, let's write this, how about we write this on here on the to-do list. When an attacker tries commencing an attack without placing enough bots in the phase, we should warn them. What I mean is this. Suppose you can place 2 bots in the phase and 5 bots overall. In the first phase, you place 1 bot. In the second phase, you try placing 1 bot. This should be disallowed because it will prevent you from placing the total 5 bots that you could have. Okay. Rami, I don't even know if this is counting as you winning though. Like I said, I think it's a visual glitch and it might be happening in such a way that you're not actually winning. Like, is your rating changing? If you go to the Botland ratings, if you go to this site, and I go to Rami here. Wait, what's your name in the game? Is it Rami? I don't remember what your name is in the game, but anyway, if you show up here, which you will if you, oh wait, maybe you won't ever. Oh, I don't know what this is based on. Darn it. All right, I don't remember. Whatever. I'm not referring to that. I'm winning actual matches now. Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Well, Jath, what you said earlier led me to a thing I should write here. By the way, Rami, you asked for a mute button on Blockly. Until I add a mute button, you can always just right-click the tab and go to mute. And there are no other sounds in the game, so that should be fine right now. Yeah, Rami, it's possible that happened, but I don't think that was a... Well, okay, yeah. I know there's a bug there and I had to fix it, and then I think we should talk again after that. So, workbench reducer. So, if selected bay ID next try to hide the structure info panel. This should be here, view structure. If in-game, so if util.exists, in-game, no, not even that. Then we want to hide it. So we can do this. Selected structure in arena. Okay, let's try that. So what this should do is first, let's say we have both of these things open. Let's just try it out. So let's say we have a bot selected over here and we have this panel open. Now we press escape once and that gets deselected. We press escape again and it breaks. Okay. This is not called a workbench actions, is it? Or does this not exist? Selected structure in arena? What? Oh, it's in game. Whoops. Alright, see you, Digit. Have a good night. Found a visual bug with a ghost bot that you see. If you select one bot but drag it. Yeah, I just fixed that, but I haven't uploaded it yet. But thank you, Jath. Unsure if you're aware of this or not, but if you make your script with Blockly, then edit some of it in JS, update it, play a match, then go back to editing it, it'll open the JS, but if you go to Blockly tab, it'll show empty. I know of, okay, so there are a couple things going on there. One, when you make Blockly, there is always JavaScript underneath this. When you save this, it'll delete all of the Blockly because there's no converting back from JavaScript to Blockly. So that's number one. Number two is there's a visual bug where as you choose different scripts here, it just doesn't update. So I think you're running into this bug and then you're also expecting it to go from JavaScript back to Blockly. And so that's a problem with, like I said, a bug, and it's probably just an expectation difference. Alright, so this should have fixed it. Let's try this out. We select this and we have a bot selected, so we hit escape, that should turn that off. We hit escape, that should turn that off. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Nice. That's all. So you can press escape now to close out of that. You can press escape to close out of, no, you can't press escape to close out of this. Interesting. Yeah, so I guess we should close out of that too, huh? That's probably the first thing we should do. Try to deselect the blueprint. Try to hide the structure info panel. Probably try to hide the blueprint info panel. View bot dot is selected. Try that out. Works as expected should always be sought over works as intended. I agree in general, Chimpanzee. In this particular case, I think there's, so in order for me to convert from JavaScript to Blockly, I'd probably have to spend like an entire month of time getting that to work. So I think the best we could do is educate users in some way. And I'm not sure where you would do that exactly, because it's not like it's a set of actions you're doing here. When you have Blockly, oh, actually we could do that. I guess when you have Blockly here, you click code and you hit update. We could say something like, I notice you have Blockly, you're going to lose it all when you update this. But the thing is, you could intentionally be doing that by hitting convert to JS, and now it's JavaScript code, and when you hit update here, you'd be like, yeah, I'm saving JavaScript, right? But yeah, maybe that's something I should write down in the future. If you have a Blockly script, and then you click code and create or update the script, perhaps we should warn the user that their Blockly will be gone as soon as they do that. There's no way to convert from JavaScript back to Blockly for right now. Is there a way to have a function that's only called once, like maybe built-in start or initialized? Yeah, there is. And so in Blockly, if you want to do this, click functions, drag one of these blocks out here, and say to init is to do whatever you want. So typically setting variables. So you cannot call any red blocks, you can't call them from your init function. So if you try cloaking as soon as your bot is created, that's cheating the system basically. So this won't be an error, but it just won't work. So, you know, first thing you do if you try deploying and you're like, oh, I'm going to fire lasers everywhere, doesn't work. Okay, how are we doing on this? Is it working? So we open up this, we hit escape. We open up this, we hit escape. We open up this, we hit escape. Yep, looks like it's doing pretty well. Nice. Okay, good. Is there an option to wait X seconds? No, so that violates the paradigm of botland coding. Your bots are automatically waiting for their turn to hit, and then when their turn hits, you have 1 instant in time to figure out what you want to do. So it's as though no time is passing while you're able to execute your code. I hope that makes sense. So imagine if this were something like, I don't know, an action RPG. So you're playing like Diablo, for example. You might say, okay, I just shot a fireball, wait some time for my mana to regenerate. And that makes sense because it's an action RPG. In Botland, it's more like scripting Final Fantasy VII, for example, but except without the active time battle system, where it's like, hey, Cloud just got a turn. What do you want to do? Attack, use magic, use an item? And you could sit on that menu for forever, and it's going to act like no time passed. Again, assuming you turned off the active time battle system, which I'm pretty sure you can do in Final Fantasy VII. So just keep that in mind, because that distinction is important to make. Bots get their turns just like how characters in a turn-based RPG usually get their turns. Like Pokemon is a better example. While you're choosing your moves, nothing else can be happening. Close UI elements. You can now close the blueprint info panel and the structure info panel in addition to being able to deselect a blueprint. Okay. Turns that instead of seconds. For example, after spawning, wait 20 turns before executing X. So that you can do, but that is something that you have to do yourself. So let's show you how this would work. You would write something like this, and Hideo did this, by the way. Hey, Robert. You would do something like turns to wait equals 20. And then in here you would say if turns to wait is or minus is greater than 0, then just return. So this will do nothing. Yeah, you can goof it by making an encounter. Yeah. Actually, you'd never want anything more than this, I think. Like, I guess I could probably implement coroutines. Nicarta, thanks for following. I could probably implement coroutines or something, and no, I'm not gonna do any of that. Yeah, you should just do this sort of thing. I have copyright on that code and these variable names. Yeah, but you did it with 2 different integers. I did it with 1 integer. I'm gonna patent this. And if I see you using it, I'll just charge you 5 Botcoin every time you run your script. And what are you going to do to stop me? What? I'll take away your mod sword. Then you'll be powerless. Let me add some red for effect here. That's worth the 22 points. All right, make sure no blueprint is selected by default. Yeah, that's, I guess, pretty important. So when you go into the arena, we just don't select anything. Whoops, I closed Twitch chat. Okay, well, let's just use TC for the rest of the day, I guess. Set up arena. What's that text editor? What are you talking about? This is CodeMirror. Sublime text though. All right, let's stick to English here. No in the game, yeah. Is there a reason all your JS is in one file? It's not all in one file. There are some places where there's a lot of JavaScript in one file. But yeah, I haven't felt a big enough need to split that up. All right, so yeah, like I said, please stick to English in the chat. There. So in here is where we could do this, set. So hide this, hide the structure panel, hide the chips panel, deselect. Make sure no blueprint is selected by default. For attackers, this makes a lot of sense since you'll probably want to inspect the defense first. You know, I don't do the golden kappa check nearly enough. I didn't get it. So keycode.escape, we call down into this, we choose this up here. Cool. There, so before I even save this, let's go take a look at the default functionality. Actually, let's do this, that way we get that set up correctly. Okay, so default functionality, we just refresh the page, we go into attack, and a blueprint is selected. We refresh the page, we go into defense, and a blueprint is selected. So now we're going to save this code, and now when we do this, no blueprint is selected, and no blueprint is selected. And so clicking won't do anything. So that's pretty good. Okay, done. Oh yeah, EJ, oh, Bobokin. Thanks for resubbing. Welcome back. Welcome back. EJ, I was going to say that I loaded up the Radio Kappa video that you linked earlier, but I didn't really watch any of it. I just wanted to see what it was all about. Okay, so stop. How do you tell the difference between a sub and a resub? So resubs, it'll always have a number of months in the subscription message. So in this particular case, this has to be a resub because it has a number 2. So stop selecting blueprints by default. I'm not even going to write anything more about this. Having a bot selected and putting a bot on a chip, put the bot and also displays the inspector. I think the inspector should be displayed only if we have no blueprint selected, like is the case for bots. Yeah, I think I agree with this. So I think Hideo is the one who said this. When you have a bot selected over here and you click here to put a bot down, it should not select this, assuming unless you were in like view mode basically. But I don't want to fix this right now, so I'm just gonna write this down here. If you have a blueprint selected and you click a chip top of it, it will not only place the bot, but it will also select the chip. It should just place the bot. Alright. So we're not going to cancel this for now, we're just going to mark that we moved it lower on the list. Make sure this also happens when dragging the blueprint icon from the selector. I don't know what this was supposed to even be. Was that this? No, I don't think so. When dragging chips, make sure we don't show a preview of a bot. Pretty sure we don't. Yeah, we don't. When you're not placing a blueprint, delete the preview entity. Clicking entities while in chips mode. No longer works. I meant while in replay mode. So if we try watching a replay and we click an entity, whoa, oh, I was like, what's this? What's this mysterious language up here? But it's just because there's white text over it. All right, no, it seems to be working now. That's pretty good. All right, nice. Well, bug fixed. When you have too many bots in the arena already, stop showing the preview entity. Actually, we wrote that you should show the preview entity. It should just have max written over it. Yeah, I don't want to do this. For now, use the same anti symbol as when trying to place a bot on a wall or pit along with the word max. So here, for example, it would show that you can't place it, so it would show this little explosion symbol, and it would show that it'd say that you're at the maximum. I don't want to do that right now. So we'll just leave that on the to-do list. When the game has started, stop showing the preview entity. So we hit test and it's still showing up. Yeah. So if we cancel out of that and we go to attack. Yeah, so just don't show the preview entity when the game is playing. Okay, let me think of how to do this. Let's go drop the database. Sometimes I don't like doing this. This is kind of one of those times. So drop database botland. Alright, there we go. Database has been dropped. Let's go log in, make a defense for ourselves in this brand new database. Now, you know what? First, I'm going to go back to the store. We're going to buy some cosmetics. There we go. So now edit defense. We're going to make a wasp bot. It'll have missiles and shield and regen. It'll have a script that uses that stuff. Oops. Oops. Is there a place I can view you working on this from day one? There almost is. So this has most of them from day one. Well, yeah. It has an hour of day 2, and then it kind of starts up again at day 11, and then a couple here and there are missing. So if you want to see me on, some arbitrary day, I picked day 17, for example. By the way, I moved twice since I started this project. So you'll see 3 different places that I've lived in. Yeah, this is what the game used to look like. Oh man, day 17. Goodness. What is the shirt in that VOD? I don't know. I closed the VOD. We'll never see that shirt again. You have to ask Shirtman to identify it. Alright, so we test this out. Ooh, these are pretty bad bots, huh? Alright, let's update the bot ever so slightly to add in this right here. Update, and save. Okay, cool. Vintage shirt. Okay, so stop showing the preview entity. So this, now I need to log in as Adam 2. We don't even have any bots here. So what did I put on? Melee? Or I put on missiles. So let's just do this and thrusters. And great. So now we have a bot. We can... Wait, was that bug? I'm not sure. The preview entity is not rendering though. I don't know why. There it is. But when I created... Wait a second. Yeah, I think there's a bug when you don't have any bots and you finally create a bot and it becomes selected. I don't think it starts showing the preview entity. Alright, Geek. Your cats will watch nothing now. So yeah, this is... I'm pretty sure this is a bug. If we log in as Adam3 and we try this, so we hit attack. We don't have any preview entity because we don't have any blueprints. But then we hit create and we are still not seeing it. I have to select it again to get it to show up. So that's definitely a bug. Yeah, take care then. Have a good night, Geek. Thanks for joining in. By the way, guess what I found? Cough drops. And I haven't really been coughing today, so I haven't gotten a chance to use them. So let's see, when you create a blueprint, that's coming from the create button in the blueprint selector. Create. Are those leaderboards public? Yeah, they are. Leftover honey sticks? There are no leftover honey sticks. We went to a restaurant on Saturday just for breakfast, and my friend ordered tea, and she got a honey bear. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? These things. She got a honey bear along with the tea at our table. And I mentioned honey sticks, and then she's like, "Oh yeah, do you still have those?" I said, "No, I finished them in like a month." And my wife was there, and she said, "Yeah, he got 500 of them, and he hardly shared any." You guys know, I ate a lot of honey that month. Oh, and this is what I meant to tell MCS Mike, which is why I was asking if he was here anymore. I put honey on toast because I'm pretty sure that's what Mike does, and it's like okay, I guess. I don't know. It sounds like he goes through all of his honey that way. The night race. Oh man, I hated it when my cats did that. Are you sure those are cough drops? They look like vitamin C drops. I think you're right. But I think you're right. Oh, whatever. They stopped me from coughing the last time I had them. I'm all about that placebo effect. Placebo. Alright, I'll stop. So, what was I working on before I started making stupid jokes? It was when you create a blueprint, it's right... Where is it? There should be a render create button, right? Here it is. Saw him online on Twitch Friends last week. I think he's avoiding us. What did you do? Yeah, maybe he is. Oh wait, no, hang on. I just checked the wrong thing. He's a moderator. Oh, but he's still not logged in. I don't know what happened. I should send him a message. Send MCS Mike a message. There, done. Alright, so on create, this is called from, well, it should have been from here. Oh, I'm in the wrong file. Got it. Here it is. So create blueprint. We say set blueprint details. Let's go find out what this does. So what does this do? We set it as our selected blueprint, do we not? We have to. Something does this. Oh, you know what? I have a history of every single thing that happened. So let's just go look at the history then, huh? So we go to attack. We hit commit here. We have no selected blueprint, right? So if I go to workbench reducer, yeah, it's null. Okay, now we hit this plus button. We hit the create button. I actually want to commit this again. Create and set selected bot bay. Sets it to 9. And so now workbench reducer has this set to 9. This is very peculiar. This should have updated it in the arena, but it didn't. Component did update. It should be this right here. Alright, well, let's put a breakpoint here. Maybe something else is screwing up that I just don't understand yet. I'm not totally sure how, but yeah, maybe this will work. Whoops, wrong button. Alright, so we connect, we hit attack, we click this button and then this button, and it should have broken in, and it didn't. Weird. What does this mean? What does this mean? There, those should be different. The previous one should be set to null, and the new one should be set to 9. Or, yeah, probably 9. It's null, and then 11 and 11. What? How is that possible? Comes down to your get colorized sprite. Consider being too heavy as the cache is never being used while you work on already loaded texture. Be sure you don't have any. Check the roadmap and download the nightly branch. Wow, Hideo. You really went all out on this. This is crazy. You really don't have to do this stuff, by the way. I mean, I really appreciate it, but man, that probably took a lot of time. Like a lot of time. Well, good job. I don't deserve any of this. Yeah, thank you. The numbers, what do they mean? Oh, so, okay, what this means is when you click a blueprint over here, you're selecting whatever its ID is. So when nothing is selected, so for example, in this particular case, which I didn't mean for that to pop up, then it'll just be null, and when something is selected, it'll be its number. Well, for some reason, it's getting updated. Like the previous props are set to 11 and the new props are set to 11. It's not updating correctly. I don't know why. I think it's because it's going through 2 changes at once. That might be it. It's causing a re-render of everything. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know. I don't understand this. I'm not sure what's going wrong here yet. Okay, let's try to look through this again. All right, right, so we do those same things. This time we're going to go into Redux. We're going to commit this and hit create. And so here's what happened. We have set selected bay, then a location. Oh. Oh. So the problem is that we're emitting this before we even switch back to in-game. Oh man, all right, I get it. This helped so much. I don't think without this tab here, I don't think I would have been able to find this that easily. Okay, so now how do we fix this? Shouldn't be too bad. We create a blueprint. This pushes us to edit blueprint. Edit blueprint is going to set it as selected and then put us back to where we were. So there should be an on create, I guess. And then something needs to pop the history back, right? This doesn't make any sense though. On create. And then there should be an on create button from there. Oh, we go to a brand new page, which is this. We're going to have creator update blueprint here. And then we say go back to last page. Yeah, okay. So I could either do this in a different order, or I think this component remounts. Does it? Component just mounted. My screen is literally red. Alright, does this cause it to remount? It does. Okay, that's the problem. So then all we need to do is update the preview entity in the arena as soon as this thing mounts. Yes, and this will actually fix another bug. Alright, so let's try this out. This should fix everything I just saw with that. It took longer than I would have liked. So there's no preview entity. We click the plus, we click create. Now there's a preview entity. Okay, great. Perfect. So then what we need to do is remove the one from here. Preview entity. This is not necessary, I hope. Except for we push the game here. Technically can't do that until we've actually finished. Hey, Dingstorm. Okay, let's try that out. So the first time we go into here. Yeah, nice. It's working. Okay, cool. Let's check it in. Fixing tons of stuff. Fix bug around showing preview entity. So when you don't have a blueprint and you create one, it sets the new. There's a bug where that would happen when you didn't have a blueprint and you created one. It would select that blueprint without showing the preview entity. This was because I was triggering the preview entity code in did component update. But because of a page transition to edit blueprint, I needed to also trigger that code from component did mount. All right. Okay, good. So there, fine. Done. So when the game is started, stop showing the preview entity. So when the game is started. The in-game.js doing this. And in replay mode, we shouldn't show it. I hope it doesn't show in replay mode. We don't even have replays here. So we had to go back to this one. I take that back. We have to go back to this one and then win the match. So it should be easy. We'll just use melee and some reflect. And there, we should win pretty much no matter what. There. Okay, now Atom 1 has a replay. Looks good. And let's take a look at this too. So we hit test. As soon as we hit test, that should go away. So it's a couple of things. One is in replay mode. That's one part. But there's also is replaying. Does that exist? Sure. Tariel, thanks for following. If this is true, then you're actually playing a replay. No, I don't care about that. I care about, where is it? Aha! This. No, it's not that. I will find this. I could have sworn this existed here. Oh yeah, it's this. It's currently playing replay. Okay, got it. So it's this one, and we need to set this here too. All right, next in the arena. Wait, are these real follows, or is this like 70 bots chose to follow me right now? Are all of you in chat? Matthew is. Sir Rackley is. Oh, okay. Then I think these are real follows. All right. Well, thank you to those who followed me. One day I was playing Portal 2 and I got like 70 followers and it turned out to be a bunch of bots. I don't like that because it throws off my statistics. Yeah, no, I just wasn't sure, Matthew and Sirackley. Yeah. I looked in chat. I saw you guys were here. I think when it's bots that follow, they don't even enter chat probably. By the way, everyone who does follow, you guys will get a whisper from BotLad. That whisper contains a link. The link is not spam. That's all I'll say. You can figure the rest out for yourselves. Real people, PogChamp. I did it. And Captos, thank you too. All right, so based on the UI, so there's this. I guess that's fine. But then the other thing we need to check is, are we currently replaying? In which case we won't show this. Okay. Props for preview entity. Yeah, here we go. So if this and blueprints are visible and not this dot is replaying, that should be it. Hey, Factualist. It's nice to hear all the bugs that can't be my fault. All right, so good. We have a preview entity. We hit the test button. We still have it. Huh. Well, why? Yeah, why do we have that? Let me think about this. Oh, that's going to be false. That's why. Unless... No, it is true. What's going on then? And you're not replaying. Are you guys the same person? You guys are saying very similar things, but that's funny. Anyway, yeah, if you want to find out how that works, by the way, you can check that out there. What? No, this is correct. I don't think this is being set to true though. I think. Let's take a look. So what happens? You press the test button. Test defense. This will trigger something new. Yeah, something weird's going on. Hey, Dan. Yeah, something's wrong here. I'm not sure what exactly. That part's fine. So we have this preview entity. Good. We hit test. That should have broken in. It doesn't even get hit for some reason. Weird. Salidas, thank you too for following. Got a lot of follows in like the last minute. That's pretty cool. And Jath, there are a lot of clicker games like that. Factorio is sort of like that. Oh, so Factula's this, the exclamation point means not in almost every modern programming language. So if you're saying something like is showing, you could say something like render panel, else, I don't know, don't render panel. And so if you wanted to, you could say if not is showing, then don't render panel, otherwise render panel. So these two are exactly the same pieces of code. Oh, you do know that. Oh, sorry. Never mind. I thought you were... All right. I thought you were asking about that. My bad. Didn't get a whisper from the bot. So, Latest, do you have whispers enabled from arbitrary users? Because it probably... Let me see if it tried sending it to you. It actually hasn't tried sending it to you. Oh, there it goes. Okay, just got sent now, I guess. Yeah. Oh, and you got it too. Okay. Yeah, it takes some time. It's on like a 45-second timeout, I think. Okay, so this isn't even getting hit. Is currently playing replay. Oh, it's because it doesn't come from this. Okay, that should fix it, I think. Let's check that out now. So we hit edit. I don't care about any of this right now. All right, so the preview shows. We hit test. The preview doesn't show. Now, as soon as this is over, we should see it show again. And it didn't. It didn't. I think this is because of UI updates not happening in line with the Arena updates. And yeah, Chris, the ternary operator does exist. And Rami, I'm not going to go into a ton of details here unless you really want them, but I'm using Glicko underneath, so if you lose points from winning, that is expected given that... Let me show you this really fast. The best defenders in Botland right now have a defense skill of 1600, then 1400, then it very quickly gets down to 1200. The best attackers, the highest 1200 one that you see is at like rank 30. So what that means is, and this shouldn't happen eventually, attackers in general have way higher rankings than defenders. So as an attacker, like with this skill level, 1857, if you beat someone who's got like 1051, then your rank... Actually, I'm not going to explain this anymore. Yeah, it has to do with how Glicko computes your scores. There's a rating and there's a deviation. How I become hacker, man? Do you have some kind of whisper failure reporting? Can I have some kind? I mean, I guess I could. Most of the time, if a whisper fails, if someone doesn't receive a whisper, it's because they have them disabled from random people, and the solution is just follow botlad, and you'll get all the whispers. All right, so the only problem here is now when the game is done, this part is not correct anymore. I guess what we could say is, well, we have to do it this way though. Let's see. We'd have to be really, really careful about doing this though. That's the problem. So I guess another way we could do this is we could say something like const is replaying equals redux store dot get state dot in-game reducer dot Let's see if this works. If this does work, then I know what caused the problem, and I've also, of course, fixed it because I said if it worked. But let's take a look. Matthew, thanks for hosting me. All right, so we click test. It doesn't show up. Perfect. We wait for this to finish, and it does show up. Okay, so I understand it all. I know why this happened. I think this is... So unfortunately, despite that we have an is replaying property on this arena, this function gets called, this function can be called as a result of UI changes. So we need to check the UI property to see if we're replaying instead of the arena property. I think this has been, no, this hasn't been the longest I've streamed without taking a break. And by break, I mean a lunch break. I think one time I streamed for 7 hours and then I still hadn't eaten lunch, so I just ended the stream and went and got food. Today I was trying something new of intentionally not taking a lunch break and instead just having a meal replacement. I wanted to see what would happen, and nothing interesting happened. All right, let's try this. So when we go into Atom 2 and we hit attack, we see the preview entity there. So we know what we're going to put and where. So let's put a couple of those down. Now it goes away, and when the phase is over, it comes back. Perfect. That's exactly what you want to have happen here. Nice. Cool. It's all working. All right, not too bad. Fixed bug around showing preview entity. Fix the bug where the preview entity would show while a replay was, while a journal was being replayed, even though you couldn't place, you couldn't modify the arena during that time. All right, when you leave your defense after having a preview entity and then come back in, I think it crashes. I don't think that's a problem anymore. I think I fixed this. I think I fixed it at least by when you come back into the defense. So here's the preview entity. It's showing up. You can see it. Then when I hit cancel and I go back into it, nothing shows up because I don't have anything selected anymore. So there's no way to keep it selected. And I intentionally got rid of that. Nice. Dad. I'll just say this is no longer a bug. So when in bot placement mode, clicking a friendly bot of the same type will remove it. Show a ghosted X on the tile. I haven't done that yet. I don't have a ghosted X. I don't want to do that. We just won't do that now. Clicking a friendly bot, show a ghosted bot of the new type. So that, ooh, that's not even right. Clicking a friendly bot of a different type will replace it, not remove it. So yeah, that is actually working. So you can replace bots in the arena and you can remove them. It's just not obvious that the removal is going to happen. Yeah, so I just need to make it obvious. That's all. Show a trash can or something. Show a ghosted X or trash can. So this is done. Hovering over the CPU should show an X or something to indicate that you can't place a bot there. Yeah, this only kind of works. Let's go make it completely work. Hey, antimatter tape. By the way, I'm curious. Did you guys end up making banana bread? Or did you actually manage to eat all of the bananas you got? To anyone who didn't hear why I'm asking this question, this probably sounds super weird. But, well, it sounds super weird even if you know the context. Antimatter tape presumably has roommates. And for some reason there was no communication and they all bought bananas. And now I'm intensely interested in the banana saga. So let's see. If we try placing them here, there should be some icon saying that we can't do that. Let's go figure that out. How do I change my Twitch messages to the... Yeah. Do they, Kazoos? Okay, so here we show that explosion icon somewhere. I think we have something about an invalid tile and probably what, two? Oh yeah, tile x equals whatever. This thing. What is this? Render preview entity. Yeah, that shouldn't be there. Also, I think this shows up in two places. Apparently it doesn't. No, it's only here. They went out of town over the weekend. Hi, Sticks. Okay, so tile is invalid. We can actually get this information in a much easier way. We can say tile placement info equals this dot get tile placement info. Physics component dot tile x, physics component dot tile y. And then the tile is invalid if there's an obstruction. It's really just is it invalid? So let's just do that. If tile placement info dot type equals constants dot tile placement info dot invalid. There we go. So are you going to be doing this Thanksgiving? Well, so Thursday I don't end up streaming on even regular weeks. So thankfully Thanksgiving is always a Thursday. I'm not sure exactly what I'll be doing yet though. But then Friday, oh darn it. We wanted to I don't know how this is going to work because I do plan on streaming on Friday. Well, anyway, I'll have to figure out. I don't know exactly what my plans are, and I'm not sure I'd be sharing them anyway, but you just reminded me I need to do something. Whoa, that broke something. That definitely broke something. Oh, I forgot to pass in a player. Whoops. Whoops. All right. All right, well, I broke everything. Oh no, I didn't. Never mind. I just don't have a defense. And every once in a while I do that where everything's working totally fine, but I just think it's not. Oh, check it out. Now this is correct. So I don't have an X graphic to show over the bot, so I just show an explosion because I do have an explosion graphic. So now if you try placing a bot anywhere over here, it looks like it can't fit. But if you try placing it anywhere else, it should work. And the @max thing needs to show up too. So that's pretty good. I like that. Now the other thing is it should show this when there's an obstruction that's not owned by you. That is a special case that I need to go do. Make sure to show an X when there's an obstruction that is not owned by you. Is that correct though? What if you tried placing a bot on a pit that you do own? This is incorrect. That cannot be removed by you. I can make an X graphic. Oh no, Jath, don't worry about it. I more need to figure out like how do I want this to look? What do I need? I'll probably have the artist do it, or just take a free one from somewhere. But thank you both. Oh, never mind. Just thank you, Jath. No thanks to Kazoos. Antimatter tape. Are you talking about in Botland? Because if so, I can just watch the replay on my stream. Let's go watch it. Select ID from replays where attacker ID equals 1. 220. So let's go watch replay number 220. Whoop. This totally broke. Oh, right. Oh, I forgot I broke this. I think I have a bug for that. This is the replay? Antimatter tape? Hey, your cheese bots aren't actually doing that well against these, right? Yeah, nice. I'm glad. I'm glad your bots aren't just outright destroying them. Oh, you barely won. You barely won. Barely. Only the first round is cheesy? I think the second one's cheesy too, right? Alright, well, I'm pretty sure there's still... Oh, wait. People were attacking me too. League of JoJo. They actually lost to me. Look at that. My bots aren't even taking damage because they're getting repaired all the time. You'll never beat me, JoJo. Okay, cool. And then I lost to T-Blot. Yeah, more like cheat blot. I don't even watch this. Disgusting. But I beat Raimi. Why are my bots not repairing? Okay, something's going wrong there. Oh, I know what's going wrong. Oh my god. All right. I finally realized. Wait, what is this? Here's my best attempt at as an X graphic. This isn't even loading for me. And Atomic Lemur says, so what game is this? So this is a game called Botland. And if you want, you can play it. It says Imager isn't even loading. Oh, there we go. Yeah, what a nice graphic you got there. I can show you the game in just a second. Well, I can explain it at least. I think you already saw it. But there's a bug I wanted to write down. Oh, yeah, that's right. So my bots aren't repairing allies as I expect right now because I want them to repair any adjacent ally that has taken damage. But there's no way to get anything other than the closest ally. And when surrounded, that will just return the same bot every time. That's why my bots aren't doing very well. Fine. Fine. Okay, so here's what Botland is all about. It's probably the last time I'll demo this for today. So in botland, you make a defense and you can attack other people's defenses. You make them out of bots. Excuse me. So you can see. Wait, why did that work? That was weird. You can see what my bots have. Like these ones that look kind of like dragons, these were set up to just repair everything around them, and then they just have defensive stuff for the rest of the bot. So they got armor and regen. So these, I thought, these will be like the turtle bots, and then the octopus bots have missiles and artillery. So they're almost all out offense. And my goal was that I've got this like phalanx here that is going to be really hard to break, but it's not working exactly how I wanted it to. Anyway, once you've got your bots created, you can make scripts for them. So in this particular case, I have a script that says, hey, just fire missiles, then fire artillery, then try activating your sensors. And my other ones have a script that say, repair an ally, then repair your... Oh, they don't actually have shields. But anyway, then repair yourself, and then try shielding yourself. So yeah, this part doesn't work exactly how I wanted it to. I need to fix this. It's actually not something that's even in the game yet, but... Yep, so that's how botland works. That's what you were seeing happen here, is that when I hit test, I don't play the game anymore. All of the scripts that I wrote, that's what's going to come into play. So the game is fully automated after you hit the test button or the play button. And so when I attack somebody else, so in this case Uvexator, I can see everything that Uvexator has, so melee and cloaking bots. I've actually played against Uvexator's defense a lot. He's got a pretty good one. Oh, right. There's no way for me to see this anymore, is it? Darn it. Yeah. What's this? Whoa, that was weird. Hideo, had you ever canceled out of a defense or canceled out of an attack? Also, where are my melee and cloaking bots? Here. So let's put these here and these just behind them and hit commence. Okay, not too bad. Okay, that was much worse. I don't think this is going to go well for me. Almost, almost. Yeah, Vexator's defense is pretty hard for me to beat right now. I think I need to rebalance the game, and then I think it'll be a little bit easier. Because if anyone ever uses 100% of the same bots, then there should be a very obvious counter to that. I think it's related to the issue I sent you the other day with lots of cloaked units. At least that's what the errors in the console are saying. So those errors are just generic desync errors that probably happen to be targeting cloaking, but usually it's not cloaking's fault, I guess. But yeah, that is strange. And if it repros 100% of the time, well, I think I'm going to spend all of tomorrow just working through bugs. Anyway, this is the part I need to still work on. So make sure to show an X when there's an obstruction that cannot be removed by you. So this is like an enemy bot. So we go and edit our defense. We're just going to move these up to here, and over to here. And we're going to hit save. Now we log in as Adam2 and we attack them. So when I try placing a bot over here, it should show that I can't do that. And it's not showing that right now. And if it's an obstruction that you own, how would that work? So if I log in over here and I click this, yeah, it looks like I can place this here and I can't. So as a defender, test this by trying to place a bot on the CPU. As an attacker, test this by trying to place a bot on an enemy bot. Rebalancing the game in my favor. No, so one of the things that I've always held true about, what I've always wanted to have hold true about Botland is, like I said, if you have one kind of bot, so in this case missile, shield, regen, and that's it, you just deploy this a whole bunch of times, the counter to this would be something like all right, well, in this case, it's obvious. You take reflect and melee, and you're going to win like 100% of the time. And that's how it should work. And so attackers and defenders should not just be using the same bot over and over and over. You should have to think about this strategy. Now, Avixator is using melee and cloaking, and unfortunately, and shield, I think. And unfortunately, that combination is just really good right now and doesn't have a very clear counter. Although I bet, oh man, if there was some damage over time artillery, that'd kill everybody, I guess. If you're making a defense, it'd be helpful to see where attackers can deploy. Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, so let's take a look at this. So if it's invalid, then that's one potential case. The other case is if it's obstructed and the obstruction is not something that you can remove. So maybe get tile. It doesn't even come from here. So we just return the obstruction, and then we leave it to the caller to figure out whether this can be removed or not. Huh. I beat him every time with the same blueprints, just need to have a smarter script. Thanks a lot, Hideo. I'm trying to make excuses for why Avixator is overpowered, and you're telling me he's not. I've beaten him before too. I just can't figure out how to consistently beat him. I mean, still, my point from earlier stands, which is that if someone's using all the same bot, you should be able to beat them pretty easily. It would be funny. I think people make jokes about this a lot of the time, about Hearthstone and how the game designers are balancing it for their favorite classes. But I wonder if someone has ever really done that. It's just like, hey, I really like, I don't know, Inferno Zapper in this game, so I just make it stupidly powerful, and people complain, I just ignore the complaints. Alright, so my question right now is, when I return that a tile is obstructed, should I return any more information about the obstruction? Or should I have the caller figure it all out? Well, let's search for this, which will tell us a lot more information here. Do it. Well, one of the things that Ian had suggested was changing a bunch of values every week. So let's say we struck a pretty good balance with Botland. And let's say, I don't know, none of the strategies are super powerful, none of them are super weak. And then what if we change them all by like 1 or 2% every week? Just a little bit. So let's say lasers are doing 100 damage, and let's say artillery is doing 120 damage. Like, what if you made lasers do 105 damage the next week, and artillery do, I don't know, 117 damage or something like that? So the downside to a system like this is that everyone would need to log in and edit their defense to accommodate these changes. And the upside would be that there would be a meta game that would kind of change a little bit every week. And you could actually make these number changes more purposeful. You could have them be based on what's the most frequently used hardware in the game. And that way, if everybody's using lasers just get weaker. And then everyone starts using something else, and then those get weaker. And then lasers get stronger. And then, I don't know if I'm going to do that sort of thing. It's a pretty large chance that a Blizzard employee saw their post on Reddit. This is like literally the same exact card. Oh, the geode thing for Priest? I think I know what you're talking about. And Atomic Lemur, I'm glad you like it. I think, have people started playing a little bit more today? Yeah, not too much though. Usually by the end of each day, there's like 2 games per minute that people played over the course of the 8 hours. Today, we're at 2/3 of a game per minute. Counter-Strike devs tried to do something like that, didn't turn out very well. Can you give me more details as to why it didn't turn out very well? I think it adds a lot of confusion to the game. When you play at time X you're not guaranteed to be playing the same, like, I don't know, style of game that you'd play at time Y. All right, so here we check to see if it's a bot and it's owned by that player, and if so, we can swap entities. So I guess we could say, like, we don't necessarily know that it's swappable. I guess what we could know whether the obstruction can be relocated or whether it can be overwritten. Overwriting means it can be relocated, though. So boil both of those down to whether oh yeah, Hideo, I just fixed that this morning. So it's not uploaded yet. Basically, they adjusted the price of each weapon based on how frequently it was bought. Oh, that's price though. Okay. That's very different because once you own something, the price of it, well, I don't know how it works in Counter-Strike, but the price of it no longer matters for purchasing it probably because you already own it. Seven Almighty, how are you on the internet now? What did you finally do? Wow, Andre. Well, nice. I'm glad you're getting back on your feet there. And that's a pretty short turnaround time too. Jeez. And you gave a bunch of bits today. Don't forget about that. I forgot man, I'm like not doing work right now. I'm just going to do work. Okay, so we know whether it can be overwritten by just checking to see is it a bot and is it owned by you. So what are all of the rules that make this thing be true? So an obstruction can be overwritten when it's a bot that's owned by you. It's a wall, or it's a bot or wall or pit that's owned by you. Thanks, Oren. What bits? Hey, Oren, since I think you end up watching a lot of ads on Twitch, how many bits do you end up getting per day from watching ads? I'd really like to know that because I watched a ton of ads the other day and I got like 800. And that's all the bits I have now. You can't cheer in your own channel. So I can't even tell how many bits I have here. Yeah, there's no way to know, I guess. Oh well. So is this the only case when it's owned by you and it's a bot or a wall or a pit? What about and then whether or not it's a socket, but you don't know whether it's a filled socket. I don't want to deal with unobstructed tiles yet though. So I guess all you really care about is can it be overwritten? 400 to 700. Wow. That's pretty crazy though, right? Like imagine if everyone was able to do that and they got $5 a day that they could just funnel into a Twitch streamer. I mean, if even 10 people do that, that's $50 a day. That's a lot more bits. Wow. Yeah, that's insane. Of course, it does take a lot of time. Okay, so let's do this. So if it's obstructed, we want to say const can be overwritten. Or can be removed, I guess. Let's put this here. So an obstruction can only be overwritten if it's of a certain type and it's owned by you. So let's say entity util.is entity owned by player. So the entity in this case is going to be the obstruction and placing player. So there's that. And then if can be removed, now we need to only boil it down to the ones that match. Well, we could just put all this on one line. And obstruction dot has component or so it's a bot or it's a wall. Do I have his wall? Also is wall. Yeah, Diablo. What's strong against artillery? So remember, artillery has a minimum range of 5. So anything that puts you within that minimum range or anything that causes you to move. So artillery's weakness is moving targets, in which case, 400 damage quickly becomes only 30 damage thanks to splash. And close range. So anything that puts you within close range. So these are soft counters to artillery. There's no hard counter to artillery. But anyway, close range, you could think of one potential counter as being like teleport, for example. Teleport, melee, zapper, lasers, missiles, all within a particular range. Cloaking, of course, is a counter to pretty much everything. Yeah. All right, so we have his wall here, so we can do this. All right, so now can be removed. We're not necessarily able to swap it. So I guess if tile placement info dot can be removed, and the obstruction is a bot. What counters cloaking? So cloaking is countered by fiery weapons, which render you visible while you're on fire. If an enemy moves into you, then you'll be uncloaked. Blind fired lasers and area of effect damage. That tree fellow, what's the problem? So yeah, these are still soft counters, I feel. I was thinking maybe one way to try rebalancing this is cloaking takes double damage from fire. I think that could actually be really interesting. And in fact, I'm going to write that down. Idea, maybe cloaking takes double the damage from fire. That way it's more of a hard counter to that. Yeah. So most of these are soft counters other than this, which pretty much renders all of your slots unusable for cloaking. I'm not sure. The fiery weapons that are in the game right now, there are only 2 of them, and they're both pretty bad. They're just really hard to use, I think. So there's Inferno Lasers and Inferno Zapper. Inferno Zapper, unfortunately, does no damage. All it does is light you on fire, and then the fire does damage to you. So this is just... I don't even know if this should exist anymore, to be honest. And then Inferno Lasers, they do damage, and they light you on fire. And they're used from a range. So you might be like, wait, Inferno Zapper sounds strictly worse. But that's not entirely true, because technically you could hit 8 targets at once with Inferno Zapper, and then you'd be doing 800 per tick for 3 ticks, so 2400 damage, which is like the most you can do in the entire game from anything. But that'll never happen. I guess it could happen. It's just very, very unlikely to happen. Wouldn't it be nice to have some kind of cloaking sensors that uncloaks enemies? So we tried that in the prototype. We had cloaking, and we had something called sense cloaking, and then we had landmines, and we had something called sense landmines. And the problem is that these are very binary. Now, when someone has cloaking, you just put sense cloaking on, and it's like, well, now their cloaking is just totally gone. And what's also kind of annoying about this is you waste a slot on your attacker bot just to figure out just like you know that they have cloaking. So I don't like something like that. I'd rather that you do something to the enemy that prevents them from cloaking or punishes them for cloaking somehow, but not something that's just like, oh, this is a super hard counter to something. Because there's like lasers is hard countered by reflect. But imagine if there was something like, I don't know, when you have this thing active, you just can't take damage from lasers. That's pretty lame, I think. If you cancel a match that's already in progress, you should also lose points. As is right now, you can basically play. Yeah, you'll be unable to, like Hideo said, you'll be unable to cancel and change at some point. I need to code that though. That's actually not trivial. I need to code a lot for that to work. Okay, so now we have the obstruction information. So we can just put this here, hopefully. So if the obstruction is not owned by you, and you can't even necessarily do this. I guess you want to know if the obstruction is of the same type of the thing that you're trying to place. Maybe that doesn't even matter. Anyway, we'll say this. Is tile valid? Alright, so it's this or tile placement info dot type equals tile placement info dot obstructed and tile placement info dot, what is it, can be removed. Let's try this. Yeah, let's try this. So when I try putting a bot onto my own CPU, it shows the explosion symbol, meaning I can't put it there. If I try putting it on my own bots though, that works. If I try putting it on sockets, that works. So okay, this is correct. Now what happens as an attacker, I gotta log into somebody else in order to attack. So as an attacker, if I try doing this stuff, so all of these should be explosion symbols. Good, 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 good. And then over here it should be as well. Good, because I can't place it on an enemy bot. But if I put it on my own bot, it works. Nice. Did it. So we just need to change that graphic at some point. That's not something I'm really concerned with doing right now. Especially because it shouldn't be too hard to just plop in a new graphic. All right, looks good. And looks good. So what do I say here? Render icon showing when you can't place a bot. Oh, thanks guys. It's explicit enough right now for the sake of like pre-alpha, but eventually I do think this should be changed. Okay, so that part's fine. I guess it's really only this that I changed. So previously, would this even show? Oh yeah, previously the explosion graphic would only show over what, attacker bots I think too? What is the code that I used to have here? Yeah, would only show when trying to place a bot on the CPU. Now it shows when you're trying to place a bot in any invalid area, which means trying to place it on an obstruction that you cannot remove, or trying to place it too close to the CPU as an attacker. Cool, there we go. Yeah, quit spamming. And the great job thing used to have a cooldown. I think it might be screwed up. Oh well. Okay, not too bad. Let's close out of this thing entirely. So dragging a blueprint in the arena should select the blueprint after placing the bot. Do you guys agree with this? So here's what this looks like. You have nothing selected right now, and let's just delete these bots too. Okay, so you have nothing selected, and you drag one of these bots into the arena. Should it automatically select this bot over here? So what that would look like is this. Oh wait, numlock doesn't work. Hang on, there. It would look like that, where it just automatically selects it now. And that way you can place more of them. So is that it? Do you want that to happen? So if I drag this bot over here, this is what it would look like if it did that. It would just automatically be selected and I can start placing more of them. So yay or nay? This is what Jason wanted, so I'm probably going to do it anyway if no one says anything. You don't want that? If not manually selected, I prefer not to have it selected for me. So let me see, that would do this, and then you could click it to see what it has on it. To place more of it, you'd have to select this. Sometimes I drag them to keep the selection on the other bot. Okay, I can write this stuff down. So what was this? It was, do you want, if you drag a blueprint, do you want it to select that blueprint after you've dragged? I think so, but if you have something else selected, it shouldn't change. Okay, well, I'll write this stuff down. I don't think it matters too much to me one way or the other, because first of all, I'm probably never going to use this, except for on a tablet. No, even on a tablet you don't have to though. I was gonna say, dragging from over here is, in my mind, just a hidden feature. Really, for all intents and purposes, you don't ever need to do that ever. You can always click here and then click where you want it to be. And I feel like this is as usable, if not more usable, than that functionality of dragging it over here. Would you ever want that to be the case? I don't know. I feel like paint mode is so nice here that you can just place bots so easily. Wait, Chris said the opposite opinion though, right? That he would want it to be. Well, anyway, it doesn't. I'll bring it up to Jason, and then we'll see what we want to have happen there. Okay, so close out of that. Long pressing or double clicking should open his details. Get rid of placing factory. So we can get rid of these things today. Make sure you can still look at bot info in replay mode. When you place a bot somewhere, you can't place it, show a sign. Yeah, okay. All right, so let's do these things today too. Oh, I don't know why I removed them from here. let's just write this in the refactor list. All right, so we're going to try to do that. Still not totally sure. I'm still not sure I totally get the paint mode yet. I don't see any difference. Oh, so it's no difference from what it used to be. So I don't know if you remember, this is kind of hard to get across right now because I don't remember version numbers, but maybe about a week ago, there was a time when you could paint bots into the arena, but the only way to remove them was to drag them out or to click this box and hit remove. Do you remember that? So paint mode was kind of always there, but then erase mode wasn't there. So now you can just click them to remove them. And that is live on Botland right now, I think. So if you go to play.bot.land, I'm pretty sure that just clicking bots, yeah. So clicking bots will remove them. What I like about this is that if you want to place a lot of bots, if you want to move them around, I feel like this is action number one that you're doing in the arena of like, all right, let's test this out. Oh, that didn't really work. Okay, let's move them down here. Cool. We can do that pretty quickly. We can click here and we can move them around this, for example. Like, this is all really fast, I feel. Only select if you had nothing selected before is what I meant. Right. I think I got that. Yeah. And yeah, I'll bring that up to Jason. So that's what paint mode is. In general, like imagine you were working with like a map creator or something like this and you were placing tiles down. You'd want to be able to just like click and place them and then click and unplace them probably. So that's where I feel like you don't need to be able to drag these over here because this is just way more tedious, right? Yeah, I think this is much more usable than it used to be. So you're back at what everybody liked for adding and removing bots, and that's what's called paint mode. Yeah. Yep, you're totally correct. And yeah, there was a brief interlude where it was really hard to remove bots, and we fixed that. Okay, so I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna go get some more food. Am I right when I say no other mode are available until you implement X-ray mode? Not totally. So this is paint mode, and then when you don't have a blueprint selected, you're now in view mode. So there are really two modes here, looking at things and being able to modify things. So once I select again, now clicking this will replace them. So there are two modes right now, and they're always going to be there. Then there's going to be X-ray mode, which is actually not really totally in conflict with those. X-ray mode is going to be that you have these. You'll just have icons showing up for everything saying what they have. I like dragging because the clicking is glitchy. Well, okay, so if you like something because of a bug in the game, that only means I have to fix the bug in the game. Not that the feature you like as a result is necessarily better. And I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm just saying like it's clear I need to fix that bug. All right, see you, Amy. All right, so I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the bathroom, grab some food. Be right back. That would be the perfect timing to go to bed, but no. I'm excited to go to bed. Is this blurry for you guys? Are the frames per second not good enough to render me shaking a bottle? Food substitute. Alright, placing factory tile has no place in this code base. It's not used in very many places either. Oh, and noisy? Oh, sorry about that. I'll mute the microphone next time I do something like that. It's your birthday today? Oh, happy birthday, Jath. You didn't tell me this before. Yeah. Okay. Well, there are a lot of birthdays coming up in end of November and December. Remove the plastic before coming back? Okay. Yeah, my bad. And hey, Respirato. My keyboard's broken. Happy birthday. So I'm pretty sure this isn't used anymore. Let's take a look. So if this exists, then place a bot there. And this is for what? Tap handler? We have... Yeah, this is just totally unnecessary. We can just get the tile that you clicked. Can we not? Yeah, we can. Yeah, I got yours, Respirato. With no rolled R's because it's not your birthday. So we can just say const tile clicked equals all of this. And if util exists, then we just do that. And we get rid of the this before this. There. I don't even think this is really necessary though. We have, well, fine. Actually, what do I care? That's fine. So now we can delete this and then go take a look at this. Moved dragging blueprint. Is this needed for anything? I don't think so. Pretty sure it's not. Pretty sure I can delete this entire function. Yeah. Well, that was fun. We'll see next year. Yeah, we will. Alright, so we can get rid of this, which means we can really delete this entire function. So move dragging blueprint can just stop existing. Yep, delete it from there. Delete it from here. Where is it? Gone. Gone. Oh, okay. Jap. How did you figure that out? Oh, that's rich. Actually, I'm assuming you probably mentioned something to your parents and they're like, "Oh, did you know?" And then you found out, but it'd be funny if you found out from her. So place bot. This is at the point where you stop dragging. We could just say place bot at mouse. Do we have something like that? Yeah, well, we're going to. Place bot at mouse coordinates. So that doesn't even need to exist anymore. We can just say the same thing here. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. And we need to check if it exists. What is a baby shower? It's just a celebration for someone having a baby. Yeah, there you have it. The term shower is often assumed to mean that the expectant mother is showered with gifts. I'm not reading the rest of this because I don't care. How long have I been coding for? You mean on Botland or in general? Because on Botland it's been 14 and a half months. In general, that's a mystery. Hey, Matza. Oh, and thanks for following. She mentioned me to her parents because it was her first dance for the religious thingy, and her parents told my mom, and she told me. Well, that's quite a loop of information, too. Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, it makes sense. You don't really ever hear the word shower to mean anything else, right? So if you hear baby shower all of a sudden, probably would raise some suspicions. Well, that was a sufficiently funny anecdote. Thank you for sharing that, Jath. All right, so here all we're going to do is get the tile x and tile y from the last mouse coordinates. Get from here. Yep. And then return this dot place bot blueprint ID tile x tile y. Okay, but that's only if the tile actually exists. Which, do we check that here? Stop dragging blueprint. What? Let's just test it out. So if you drag this over to here, yeah, that broke. I thought so, because there is no tile. So that's probably the very first thing we should do, is make sure the tile exists. And then anywhere else we call place bot, we can take a look and see if I was doing anything silly there. That's not necessary, and that's technically not necessary anymore. We can just do that. Oh wait, yes it is. Also, this is wrong. It's arena X and arena Y. It doesn't need to exist here. Oh well. Let's just leave that as is. Okay. So bugs should be fixed. Let's try it out. Yep. And we try putting this somewhere. Well, it would work if we had room for bots. Nice. Okay, problem solved. Alright, we got rid of a lot of code here. Well, actually not that much, I guess. But when all said and done, how many lines were removed here? 25, 31, 36. And I added 16, so I really removed 20. What was it? Placing factory tile. Alright, done. Get rid of selected bot details. Is this used for anything? Get selected bot. How many points does Botland bot have total? Can I send you... Woo, what just happened? Well, I can send you this. Okay, so selected bot details. We still need to look into this. Because I don't know how many places this is really used for. So we set this here to set it in the UI. And we set this here. What UI does this even update it in? What is this? Set selected bot life value. Oh, I think this is used. It's used right there to set life. So this won't be as straightforward as I would have liked it to be. But maybe it's not necessary. Well, how does it work for structures? Life value in UI, and then the life value of the thing that we currently have. Yeah, I think that's all we need to do. Make this look more like the other one. The only real problem here should be making this look like that. I would marry him for a visa. So if we get rid of this entirely, I just need to absolutely make certain that I'm not using this anywhere else. So yeah, this is all duplicated data because we already have the life value in there. That's fine. This is also duplicated. Okay, fine, fine, fine. Yeah, okay, so that's all fine. Now what about this? Render selection. Renders a selection indicator on the bot you have selected, if any. Okay, so I can do this stuff. I will say this is like a minor amount of tedium here. So let's just get the tedium over with. We'll start at the beginning. This. And we use this so we can look at the UI. Keep track of this here, so we don't need to keep referring to Redux or storing irrelevant information. Yeah, which originally this was a problem. Now it's not a problem. Alright, get selected. We'll worry about that later. So this sets it, which we don't care about because we already have the real ID. Okay, good. This we don't need anymore. Which means, we'll have to link this. And then this entire function has to change. So let's just copy paste this and see what happens. Get selected structure. Yeah. So get selected bot is going to look pretty similar, huh? View bot. Done. To get the selected bot if it exists and is not dead. I don't think we need to worry about that too much anymore. Should get it even if it's dead. Wait, what? You can move the BTTV emote menu like the user list and have it permanently open? How? I can't figure out how to do that. I don't think I want to do that. I just wanted to see it in action. So selected bot equals get selected bot. Drag it up from the top. The striped bar. Am I just being stupid here, or like, am I not looking at the right thing? Is it this? I don't see a striped bar. Guys, my Twitch is broken. Okay, so life value in UI is viewBot.life. Yep. Health component of the selected bot. I don't know why that wouldn't exist. Yeah, what is this? Oh, all bots have to have life, so we don't need to worry about that. Then if life is not equal to the life value in the UI, then dispatch a set selected bot life value. And that's it. That's the normal menu. How do you get to the better Twitch TV emote? I don't even know where you find that. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, the more important thing, you can... Oh, actually, that's not that helpful. Hang on. Okay, so bottom left near the settings gear. Yeah, I still don't see it. Oh well, whatever. Doesn't matter. Okay, so this should be done. Get selected bot is used in how many places? So update life value of selected bot. This should... Oh yeah, okay, fine. That's okay. What else is this needed? Render selection, get the entity. Okay, yeah. All right, I think that's everything. Let's take a look. Yeah. And hopefully it works. That's always the part that I'd love to have happen here. Is that my code just executes correctly the first time. So we put a couple of bots down, and then we click this bot. Its life is 2,000. We hit commence, and it should go down. Yeah, wow, perfect. That was easy peasy. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Oh yeah, you have a button that I don't have. There's probably a setting to turn that on, and I just don't have it turned on. Yeah, emote menu, here it is. Get a more advanced emote menu for Twitch on. Yep, now I have it. Okay. Whoa. There are a lot of emotes. How do I close this stupid thing now? There we go. Oh, and there's a pin button and a... There's actually a lot of stuff here. Okay, I'm going to stop doing this. This has nothing to do with Botland right now. So I think there should be at least one linting error. And I will hopefully have fixed it. No, there isn't. Alright, well, that's not so bad. So hopefully we remove more lines of code than we added. Yes, we did. Great, cool. So remove duplicate code. I was tracking the selected bot in the UI. I was tracking the selected bot in both the UI and the arena. Now I'm just tracking it in the UI. Do you stand up or do you sit at times? I'm sitting right now, so I do sit from time to time. This is a real life video of my desk. Okay, done. Get rid of debug place bot. This doesn't even really exist anymore. Stop dragging blueprint. I can't get rid of this. What is this talking about? What did I mean by this? Oh, wait. It's this function has to exist, but debug place bot is okay, got it, yes. I understand. So this can go away. And then, oh man, what did I just do? All right, let's bring it on back. Done. All right, so more dead code. How do you add a quote? You have to be a moderator to add a quote. That chair thing. I still think that's hilarious. Debug PlaySpot was still in the code base, despite never being used. Okay, nice. So Jath, I like it when the quotes have context, because every once in a while you end up with quotes like this, where okay, I guess that's funny out of context, but there's some of these random ones. Well, yeah, I like it when there's at least enough. Like this one, the chest with a parakeet, that has no context, and I know there's a certain brand of humor where things taken completely out of context are funny, but I'd rather you just had the context for most of the quotes. I wonder if other people laugh at as much at their own quotes as I do. Maybe I'm just self-centered. All right, where do we leave off? Because I think at this point we're just looking for some like easier to handle things. Yeah, so I'm not sure about this. When it's details, make sure you can still look at them. Can't place a bot. Yep. Get rid of the floating panel. Add quick info panels. These are like big work items. We're gonna have to start these at least tomorrow. When relocating an entity, make sure its drag point is not offset. I don't know about this. When you have an entity in the arena and you start to drag it, I think this is fine. Yeah. That can be changed a little bit. So depending on where you grabbed it from here, we could figure out what that is and then put this on the center of the... I don't think this matters. I really don't think this matters. I was just attacking Obfuscator with my cheese bots. And there's a bug where his bots were dead but still showing up on my screen. Yeah, I gotta figure out what's causing these things. It's very, very difficult to do that. Like, I know it's trying to say that it destroyed a shield on an entity there. This very likely means that you couldn't play back... Oh, hang on. Antimatter tape. Wait. Touching. Okay, so antimatter tape. I have a bunch of questions. One is... Actually, first, let me just answer my own questions over here. So, screen RD. So, you just played a match against someone. Did you finish the match? Did you finish the match? Users where ID equals 1? Yes, you won. Okay, so then I can just look at this. 262 is your replay. Yeah, Hideo, actually, that's a really good point. Maybe the bugs I was seeing a while ago with tons of bots is really just a bug with having large replays, and people are still running into it. All right, we're going to try to watch the replay you had. It's ID 262. So debug main.onWatch replay. I gotta stop these errors from showing up too. I typed it into the wrong window. We need to type it in here. Alright, so here is antimatter tape versus Avexator. Let's watch the replay. Okay. God, your bots are going to take forever to finally win this. Hey, yeah, no problem, Kimberly Reeves. See, this is why we need replay controls, so we can speed up this kind of thing. Because this is going to take another, what, 10 seconds at least? And now it should be over. No, they got to make it all the way to the side. Wow. Oh, antimatter tape. This only happens as an attacker for people. Others can watch replays and everything will be just fine. They were dead when they started going back? What was that doing open? So do I have any errors in my console? I have one about how I don't own your bot. Yeah, and apparently that's just spamming over and over and over again. But this is not... Oh god, you gotta be kidding me. This is about preview entities. Try watching someone else's replay, even on play.bot.land, and you'll immediately get errors. I think this has to do with the preview entity. Alright, see you, Avexator. I think I already wrote this bug down too, but need regen towers. Oh, can't you reproduce the same blueprint in script and try to battle Avexator? Yeah, it's a good point actually. The only problem is I need the script in blueprint from antimatter tape. Actually, yeah, I can't get the blueprint. Yeah, antimatter tape, do you mind? The same setup that you had against Avexator and seeing if it happens 100% of the time. I wonder if I could get this to happen for myself too. So let's go do something really fast here. Let's update my database. Let's say update users set computer level equals 9. So now I have a max level computer. I log in, I go to edit my defense, and then let's see. So I should be able to place a bunch of bots. Yeah, I can place 16 now. So we're just gonna make a ton of these. What do these do? Missile, shield, regen. Okay, let's just put a bunch of these down. There. Now we'll put down some chips as well, I suppose. Let's put down armor boost, regen, haste, haste. Oh, I can only put down 4? Wait, is that correct? Can you even match against him again today? You can if you played against every single other person in the matchmaker. So don't worry about it if you can't find him. How are you doing that issue tracker with Sublime? That is this to-do plugin, plain tasks. I think the script I sent you yesterday. Okay, let me try your script that you gave me then. I'll save this for right now. So wait, Hideo, do you remember? I have like a million messages from you in here. Where is it? Hideo, I don't know where I put this. Here it is. Green is totally frozen. Error is non-stop and not stopping. All CPU is C 100%. Alright, here was your script that you had. Let's go try this out. So we're going to copy paste this into botland. We've saved our defense. Let's log into somebody else. Yeah, I just found it, Hideo. Thank you. Alright, so we're going to go to attack, and we're going to make a new Hideo bot out of this one. So what was this supposed to have? Cloaking 3. Cloaking level 3. Teleport level 2. And melee level 2. Okay, now we create a new script, and we can just copy paste everything into there. We'll prettify that ugly code. Okay, cool. So create, update, and we'll test this out. So I'll just put these all over here, and we'll hit commence. Oh, they don't move? Oh, they take like 50 turns, then they move. Got it. Okay, that just ended. Let's put the bots a little bit closer. Okay, that didn't really do anything. This is a very exciting game, Hideo. I was trying new cheese strats. This isn't even a cheesy strat, is it? What does this do? Wait, it never even uses oh, it does use teleport. Oh, I know what this strategy was supposed to be. Okay, hey, Etradel. So, okay, this isn't causing it to freeze for me. Would that mean this bug is also related to what the opponent script has? But I have no way to provide you their scripts. Maybe. I don't know. I could hack into Avixator's account and find out what scripts he has. Because we know for sure this happens with Avixator. Hideo, who did you play against when this happened to you? I'm guessing it's in this picture somewhere. Who is this? Toilet salesman. Okay, so I don't know what Toilet Salesman has on their bots right now, but I think it has to do with shields and or cloaking on the defender. And then maybe a bunch of movement code. So let's try something else out. Let's just keep testing things because maybe we can come down to a conclusive error here. So I'll update this. We'll give it shield and cloaking and thrusters. And I'll make a new script. No, I want a brand new script here. Create new. We're going to give it cloak if you can, shield yourself if you can, and then just move around. Great. These bots aren't really going to do anything. So when we test it out, yeah. They're by no means good bots. So let's save that. Now let's try attacking him. I think you should try it online. It bugs out every 2 games, at least for me. Yeah, I'll do that next, actually. Alright, so you will be attacking Adam. Let's put in some bots to do, well, what Hideo had there. It's like some weird light blinking action. Okay. So silly. Alright, this thing did 1 hit. Look at that. That chip is gonna die 1,000 years from now. Slow, painful death. Yeah, okay, I don't see this happening here, which means it... But could it be a latency thing? It freezes at the start for you. Okay, yeah, then, okay, let's try it. I'll test this out. So we're gonna go get that, we're gonna get this. Cloaking 3, teleport, and melee. That means I have to delete one of my bots for this. I don't want to do this. Alright, we'll just make a new account. Test bug, does that already exist? Oh, it does. Nice. Okay, cool. Let's just attack someone now. Swag Daddy-o, no thank you. Hi Adam, also no thank you. Man, all these people suck. They have like no defense rating because they've been beaten into the ground. And then they never logged into the game again. Okay, well, melee 2, cloaking 3, teleport 2, create new script. There. So, whatever. I guess I have to... Darn it, this is stupid. I'm going to have to actually beat these defenses so that I can get to real defenses. So this is a real bot. We'll put this one over here, and then we'll hit commence, and that'll just go off and kill it. Yeah, hey, Inspector. Alright, cool. Attack someone else. Ocean Traw also has nothing. Well, I guess they have 1 bot over there. But now that's dead. Alright, let's get to the point where we're fighting someone with a real defense. Ah, finally. Okay, so now let's try this. We're going to put all these bots down over here. And you said sometimes it doesn't even get to the point where it's playing the game. It just freezes at the beginning. Is this causing any errors for me at all? I mean, these don't really count. This is coming from Blockly, I think. I wonder how you guys are running into this bug. Right, like, Hideo, I'm doing what you expect me to do here, right? Just put down your bots up here or something. What do you do when you're not streaming? I spend a lot of time either doing exercise stuff or spending time with my wife or friends. I play games too occasionally. I've been playing Hearthstone and Realm of the Mad God lately. Just played versus Checkers. Run into the issue. Wait, is Checkers the name of a person? Cabu Thunk. Arena's frozen. Bots are totally at random places. Okay, well, let's go take a look at what's happening on the game server, because these are probably very, very long games. So let's see. Elapsed time is 1,000. Yeah. Okay, and how many turns ran here? 2787. Outcome is a stalemate. Yeah, so that's this game. So I can run a game that has 2,700 turns in it, and it still doesn't totally screw up. What about this one? Yeah, 2,800 turns, stalemate, and my bots are able to play it. I don't know. All right, let's just refresh the page, get out of here. Let's try again. So you place your bots where they can't be hit at the beginning, and then you hit commence. So this took 3,000 turns, and it's a stalemate. And yeah, we can see the 3,000 turns playing out here. Just a bunch of bots dancing around. TJ's got some like Plinko thing going on here. I wonder what his script is. Because it looks very interesting. But yeah, this is not reproing for me. Not this way, at least. And again, maybe it has to do with who I play against. So let's now try to beat TJ, or at least lose to TJ. Just something should happen here. Oh, what, does he not even attack? Alright. Czars. Again, I'm going to try all of these where I do this at first. It works for me each time. Yeah, I don't know. $3 million turns. So it can't go above 3,000 turns, and it can't go above 1 entire second to run it. So Fatality has no bots, so let's just do this. There, done. I win. Top Kekarino gave you the same issue too. Yeah, if I can play against any of these people, and I should get there pretty soon, because I'm attacking a lot of these. Oops, I don't even know who this was. Godeek? No, let's try Lauren, Godeek, Luchamins, Cryptic, Lauren, Luchamins, 3D Extended, Godeek, Just Saul. Alright, I'm going to have to beat some of these people to unlock more people, I guess. Or lose to these people, it doesn't really matter. Alright, Cryptic. Oh, actually, I put down the counter to Cryptic spots, apparently. And when I say counter, I mean I'm going to lose. Oh, nice. I won. Alright. So cancel that. Attack someone else. Checkers. Here it is. Okay, so this is it. It's all come down to this. So we commence here. It worked. It took 429 turns before I lost. Alright, we're going to put them over here now. That took 2,500 turns. So this match is basically not going to end. It'll just take a long time. Yeah, I don't know. This is weird. You played against Checkers. I'm using the exact same script and hardware as you. Also, wait a second. Isn't this like really bad? If matches ever get to the point where they stalemate like this, then that means I'm using a game server's precious time on a stalemate. Yeah, I don't know. So what's different here? Hideo, are you using Chrome for this? Meanwhile, you're battling with this. Wait a second, is this just an execution time thing? Because this doesn't necessarily look wrong. That's not accelerated. Yeah, well, what might be happening here is that I don't know. Yeah, I think I'm going to need to add in some more logging or something to try to figure out what's going wrong here exactly. So I tried for a while to repro this, but I couldn't get it to work on play.bot.land against the same people that Hideo played against. You were in Firefox? Hideo was playing in Firefox though. Let's go try in Firefox. So we go to play.bot.land. I know this isn't exclusive to Firefox because other people have run into this bug too. Does it do with clicking the arena or anything? I wonder if there's some other thing you could be doing here that I'm not doing. Yeah, I don't know. So Hideo, are you doing anything else that's different from what I'm doing here? Like, do you find yourself opening dialogues or clicking differently or editing bots or just anything? Because there are some things that'll probably be different. Like, you'll probably be using cosmetic pieces on your bot. You have different colors, of course. Could this be related to the script slash loop being still executed while not in game? You can repro it in Chrome. The only thing I can never make is having the issue of the first battle after I log on. You place 4 bots and hit start. That's it. Okay. Yeah, it could be that, I guess. But then why would I never run into this? Like, you said you can do this pretty consistently every, what, 2 games or something, right? Game just freezes at the beginning. I wonder if we put some network throttling on. I wonder if that would have to do with this. Because that's another big difference. Is that you're playing from France, right? So can we just enable network throttling? Where do we do this? Here. So let's set this to something pretty low. 50 kilobits per second. Yeah, and now let's hit the attack button. We download this. Wimbles has nothing, so we just beat them pretty quickly. Another difference is for testing, I cancel to gain some time. Wait, but that's probably the cause of the bug. Are you, like, can you repro this without hitting cancel? Yeah, because if it has to do with hitting cancel, I'm pretty sure I can figure out what's causing it. In fact, I'm sure there are a lot of bugs around that. And then that would definitely have helped. Let's try this. I'll hit cancel and I'll come back in. Yeah, it already breaks, in fact, when I do that. And then I run into a bunch of these errors. An entity was found that can't uncloak. And so if I just close this out and I go back to attack someone now it's going to totally fail on me. Yeah, so something like that, right? Where like boss just teleported all over the arena. Because if that's the case, Hideo, then I'm on totally a different track than you're on. And I think I know how I would fix this. But if you can repro this without hitting cancel, then yeah, I'm at a loss. My only hunch right now is that this happens when you hit totally random, still testing without hitting random, without hitting cancel. Oh, so wait, to confirm, you can see the bug when you don't ever press cancel. Okay, because my hunch right now, like I can repro this bug around canceling during an attack. Really, we need to do something about that. Well, anyway, I'll write my hunch down here. So my only hunch right now is this happens when you hit cancel while an attack is playing out. It definitely causes tons of issues because I don't think I'm stopping the journal replay. So I wipe out all of the entities and then try running commands on those entities. And if that's the case, I think it'd be a really easy bug to fix. If it's not the case, I think it's an incredibly hard bug to fix. But given that I can't repro this, network throttling doesn't seem to be it. This bug just keeps showing up even after you started the match, but only when you hit cancel like that. So throttling is turned off now. What about for this tab? You can repro without hitting cancel, and I should have known I don't hit cancel while attacking. And you're doing this from a clean state. Yeah, the output's always going to be pretty similar. Yeah, no throttling except for all these things. What was that? New incognito window. Weird. Is there anything else that I could think of here? I have one last request. Let's hope that when you get back to the cancel bug, you'll find, yeah. Yeah, I hope so. But it seems to be random, you said. Okay, well, I'm not sure. Hideo confirms that this happens in a new incognito window without pressing cancel, though. Huh. Okay, well, I think I'm going to get going for today. I've been online for just over 8 hours, but I didn't take a lunch break today. So this is like the longest I've probably ever streamed for without any major breaks. So I'll be back online tomorrow. I'm going to turn Botland off in probably about, I don't know, half an hour or something. Turn off AWS instances. Sorry for asking questions that were answered in your FAQ. Didn't know you had an FAQ for. Oh, no problem, Alex. That's totally fine. I'll download a record tool tomorrow and send you that. No problem. I only have GIF recording. Okay, cool. All right. Well, thank you all for watching today. Like I said, I'll be online tomorrow. Let's see if there's anyone to host. There should be. What is... Aha. Aha! Let's host ZFG. Yeah. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Bye.